Please bow our head and put ourselves in the presence of the Lord. Lord Jesus, as we enter this training hall, we bring your presence with us. We speak your peace, your grace, and your perfect order into the atmosphere of this room. We acknowledge your lordship over all that will be spoken, taught, decided, and accomplished within this day. Lord Jesus, we thank you for the gifts you have given to each one of us. We do not take them lightly, but we commit in using them responsibly and well. Give us fresh supply of truth and beauty to which we draw our strength in doing our job. Anoint our creativity, our ideas, and our energy, so that even our smallest tasks may bring our honor. Lord, when we're confused, guide us. When we're worried, energize us. Lord, when we're burned out, infuse us with the light of your Holy Spirit. May the work that we do and the way that we do bring hope, life, and courage to all that we come into contact with. And Lord, even this day, most stressful moments, may we find rest in you. In your strong and powerful name, we pray. Amen.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our second batch of the free seminar for a tax preparer. No? I would like to shout out yung mga present po ngayon. Ano? We have Annabel Abad from Nueva Ecija, Abilia Lailani from Dasmariñas City, Abreu Maria Clarice from Eastern Samar, Banahaw, Giwan, Eastern Samar. We have Aliaga Melody, Abinuan, Lagawi, Ifugao. We have Amistoso Kerlin from Caloocan City. Angkay, Sweet Divine from General Santos City. We have Angtod Amy Jane from Liloan, Cebu. No, diverse po yung ating participants. And we have Balita Jennifer from Batangas, no? San Lucas, Lipa City, Batangas. We have Banting Jane from Limay, Bataan. We have Bautista Jana May from Sampaloc, Manila. We have Benitez Carol Padong, Tabuk City, Kalinga. Bermudez Cherifer, Barangay San Jose, San Vicente, Camarines Norte. Villanis Jane, Coronadal City, South Cotabato. Kabi Michelle from Tanawan, Leyte. Cadiz Angelica, Barangay Concepcion Ono, Marikina City. Carion Jesel, Burgos Rodriguez Rizal. Sidro Marilyn from Rosario, Cavite. Corso Lina, Dombaliches, Quezon City. Dagundon Almafe, Prosperidad Agusan del Sur. Dating Jelen, Malibay, Pasay City. De la Cruz Arlene, Coloong, Valenzuela City. Deliosa Aisel, Calawag, Quezon. Densing April, Cagayan de Oro City. Jigo Rinalin, Apugan, Irisan, Baguio City. Doliente Maria Iriza, San Jose Dinagat Province. Formoso Alessandro Reo, si Sir. Antipolo Brittany 1, Antipolo City. Galban Marivic, Cagayan de Oro City. Garcia Claire Camille, Malabon City. Jeronimo Jose, Candelaria, Quezon City. Quezon, no, hindi Quezon City. Gayang Ed Laurin, Concepcion, Tarlac. Ibasan Jolian from Barangay 175, Caloocan City. Juan Irene Grace, Morong Rizal. Lakdaw, April, Lucena City. Lamayo Maria Cindy, San Pedro, Laguna. Las 12, Rina May, Agdao, Davao City. Layaw, Lionel, Tabok City, Kalinga. Lazaro, Ricardo, Pagray Hills. Walang address na complete, no? Licarte, Joan, Calicanto, Batangas City. Lucente Jessica, Mandaluyong City. Manaloto Ken, Tarlac City. Martalia Noemi, Lamitan City, Basilan. Martinez Mary Jane, La Union. Machong Vincent, Colyat, Quezon City. Matutino Maria Milagros, Binangunan, Rizal. Moldes Princess, Teachers Village, GMA, Cavite. Montserrat Rose Ann, Santa Ana, Manila. Nadonga Marieta Joy, Barangay Alicia, Quezon City. Ngo Neresa, Pili, Camarines Sur. Aureliosa Algin, Kapitolyo. Saan kayang Kapitolyo ito? Orlina Abigail, San Pascual, Batangas. Padilla John Andrew, Taguig City. Pagdanganan Nicole June, Concepcion Uno, Marikina City. Pamitan Dennis, Alibago, Enrile, Cagayan. Panuelos Angelica, Las Piñas City. Pinuliar Raquel, Tondo, Manila. Ponchoso Esterlina, Cagayan de Oro. Pinsiona Janiel, Pagadian City. Pulido Jessa, Balintucatok, Santiago City. Isabela. Ramirez Mary Jane, Novelita, Cavite. We have Raymond Marilo, Tabora, Baguio City. Reyes Jubel, Gumaca, Quezon. Reyes Mayan, Batasan Hills, Quezon City. Rivera Brinan, Santa Rosa City, Laguna. Salas Bar, Sherry May, Dasmariñas, Cavite. Salvamanti Genebeth, Sampaloc, Manila. Sineta Ryan, Tondo, Manila. Songkuan Karen, Pangasinan. Soriano Mary Joyce, Valenzuela. Tadeo Marilyn, Antipolo City. Chongko Jolian Diwa, Florida Blanca, Pampanga. Villanueva Joan Ross, Quezon City. Zapata Carlo, Paseo de Rojas. Ito, Makati. Bactad Charlene, ito yung mga ngayon lang po nag-register, no? Wala silang address. Bactad Charlene, Rosauro Analisa, Zapata Janel, Infanta Marites, Perdiguera Charito, Andog, Cristia, Santos Cecil, Gabol, Carla May, Buena Fe Jeriken, Sidilio Michi, Canyaga Anjanet, Cordero Maria Francia, Espeno Erika Ann, Sanchez Teresa, Texera Ruena, Raner Rita May, Yao Lilian, si Ma'am Lilian, no? Alusiman Janet, no? So shout out po sa lahat ng ating mga participants at saka viewers. And I would like to say thank you also sa YouTube because we are given this opportunity to reach people, no, anywhere in the Philippines. Para sa akin, napakalaking opportunity because if you have this kind of facility, paano ka maka-reach out dun sa mga tao? Paano mo share yung knowledge that you want to share with them, no? But because of this YouTube, meron tayong facilities to reach each and every one of us. Kasi kagaya ko, I'm already a retiree and I want to share my knowledge. How can I do that? I-reach out ko lahat-lahat kayo. But because of the internet facilities, nagkaroon tayo ng avenue in which yung may knowledge na nare-reach out niya yung mga gustong matuto, no? Because this is free. At alam nyo na ang karamihan pag free, hindi binibigyan ng halaga. Why? Kasi free, akala nila walang kwenta. Kasi ang may kwenta yung mga mahal, no? But thank you very much dun sa mga ito na yung hari, pa-update mo pa. Sa mga nag-register sa atin, ilan lahat? No? 400 plus. No? Right now, ilan na sila? 128. Okay. So, yung mga hindi po natawag, siguro later. Anyway, mag-update pa tayo kasi yung iba hindi pa nakapag-attendance. But, we'll proceed with our lecture proper. No? So, yung ating seminar is a second batch of this free 2-day seminar for tax preparer. March 11 and 12 ngayon hanggang bukas, no? 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Yung first batch natin dito is yung March 4 and 5. February 4 and 5, no? 1 month ago. Okay. So for day 1, for the topics, day 1, we have how to claim itemized and other deductions, no? And then our second topic for this morning is how to prepare notes and other disclosures to financial statements. May mga updates tayo dito from the SEC or the Securities and Exchange Commission, which is very particular for the corporation. And we have in the afternoon how to prepare consolidated financial statements. And also, the last topic is reconciliation of earnings available for dividends and other schedules. Ito po yung mga requirements ng SEC, no? Nag-update tayo dito. And if you have questions, you just write down in the comment portion of our YouTube channel, and we will allot time after the lecture this afternoon or end of the day. Mag-aalat tayo ng time to answer all your questions. But during the lecture proper, hindi po tayo mag-entertain ng question because yung questions ng iba might be tackled during the lecture. So, ang gagawin na lang natin at saka para tuloy-tuloy yung ating aral is that we will answer all your questions after the seminar, no? Para kahit mag-spill over tayo, kahit lalagpas tayo ng 5 o'clock, yung hindi interested, then they can go. Yung mga may questions will remain, no? So, ganun po yung gagawin natin. In the second day, or day 2 bukas, we have our preparation of financial statements for cooperatives. And that's the first topic in the morning. The second topic is the preparation of financial statements for non-stock, non-profit corporations, no? Tsaka yung mga iba't ibang requirements for the non-stock, non-profit corporations. Because I know there are so many registered non-stock, non-profit corporations. So this is your chance na ma-improve yung ating compliance. And in the afternoon, preparation of financial statements for manufacturing companies, no? So may mga samples po tayo dyan. And the preparation of financial statements for contractors and other service companies. The last topic in the afternoon. Okay, so our first topic is how to claim itemized and other deductions. Why itemized and other deductions? Ang i-discuss natin. Because although we have 3 kind of deductions, yun po yung optional standard deductions and the 8% flat rate, no? Or the option rate that we choose. Pagka hindi ka umabot ng 3 million, then you can choose to have an 8% flat rate, which represent 5% payment for your income tax and 3% payment for your percentage tax. Those who can claim for that option are only professional or engaged in business whose income is 3 million and below. Pagka more than 3 million, hindi na sila pwedeng claim for that flat rate, no? So anong ibig sabihin niyan? Kung 3 million and below, those are non-VAT taxpayers. The moment you are a VAT taxpayers, hindi ka pwedeng mag-avail ng um, option rate. Why? Kasi ang presumption doon is 3 million above na yung uh, income mo. But if you are a registered taxpayer pero yung actual na income mo is below 3 million, are you available? Di natin masabi because ang sabi natin, once the taxpayer opted to have this 8% flat rate, dapat pupunta siya sa BIR and update the registration, no? Kasi patanggal niya yung percentage. So in the case ng VAT taxpayer, hindi ko alam kung papayagan siya ng BIR, no? Kasi the moment you register your BIR, there is an assumption that your income is more than 3 million. So palagay ko hindi papayagan, no? Yung VAT registered taxpayer to avail of the option rate na 8%. How about the optional standard deductions? The optional standard deduction is 40%, no, of your income. So if you have an income of, let's say, 1,400,000 is your automatic deductions, so that your taxable income is 60% of 1 million, which is 600,000. Multiply that by the tax rate, then you have the tax due. But there is a difference in computing the optional standard deduction of the corporation and also of the individual. For corporation, the basis of the 40% optional standard deduction is the gross profit, meaning sales less cost of sales equals gross profit multiplied by 40%. No? So, that is your deduction. 60% of your gross profit is your taxable income. Multiply that by 30% tax rate, then you have your normal income tax due. Because in corporations, you also have your minimum corporate income tax, or the 2% of your gross profit. So whichever is higher between the 2% gross profit, which is your minimum corporate income tax, and the normal tax of 30% of your net taxable income, whichever is higher, yun po yung babayaran natin pagka-corporation. Pagka naman individual, iba po yung tax base ng ano natin, 40% optional standard deduction. Ano yun? The 40% optional standard deduction applies to your gross sales or your total income. No? So, wala nang deduction, hindi kagaya ng corporation na less, excuse me, pa-receive mo. So, hindi kagaya ng corporation na gross profit yung consideration ng 40%, no? Sa individual, gross, walang deduction. Kaya nga, I'm taking also this opportunity to answer yung mga common talaga na concern ng mga taxpayers about the filing of income tax, no? So, ang sabi nila, ma'am, bakit unfair ang tax laws natin? Bakit pag corporations, ang standard deduction is 40% of the gross profit? Imagine, tanggalin mo yung direct cost. Mas malaki yan, no? Bakit pagdating ng individual is 40% of the gross sales, no? Wala nang benefit of the deductions ng direct cost, no? Ako hindi ko rin alam what is the rationale or the reason of the Congress why they have crafted that kind of law. Pero para sa akin, ang corporation kasi flat rate na 30%. Samantalang ang individual graduated at meron pa siyang 250,000 na zero rate, no? So, kung i-direct cost mo pa, tanggalin mo pa yung direct cost, baka wala nang matira para sa gobyerno, no? Ubos na. Okay. So, that's the first two kinds of deductions. We have the optional standard deduction at saka yung 8% na option rate. And then we also have our uh, we also have our itemized deductions. After deducting those two rates na yon, meron pa tayong isang deductions which is the itemized. At ito yung default, no? Because as I told you, we have three kinds of deductions. The optional, 40%, at saka yung 8% option rate, and then itong itemized deductions. If you fail to choose, kasi yung first two kinds, you have to choose them, no? Option siya, pero kailangan mamili ka. Pagka yun ang pinili mo, during the taxable year, hindi ka na pwedeng gumamit ng ibang klaseng deductions. But, if wala kang pinili, your default is the itemized deduction. So, ibig sabihin, hindi ka namili. Ang sabi ng batas, pag hindi ka namili, ang deductions mo is itemized deductions. No? So, ganyan po yung batas natin sa deductions, especially filing ng income tax. And then another queries ng mga taxpayers natin, ma'am, pag pinili mo yung optional standard deduction or yung option rate, hindi na kailangan ng FS. No? Sa mga previous kasi, nakalagay talaga na no need to attach the financial statement. No? So, yung mga previous na requirements na yan, hindi naman na-revoke. Wala naman ako nakitang regulations na nirevoke nila yung attachment ng financial statements. So, ibig sabihin, pagka optional ka, 8% option rate, walang financial statements that should be attached in your income tax return. At wala ring CPA certificate. Why? Kasi, ang ibig sabihin, ang kinlay mo doon ng mga deductions, since standard siya, assumption lang yan, that is an estimate, hindi siya kailangan ng audit. No? So, ano ang ino-audit dito? The itemized deductions. Why? Because when you claim itemized deduction, it should be that you have your, anong tawag dito? You have your supporting documents. No? Kasi regulated po yung ating mga deductions. And even our issuance of receipts, they are regulated. Kaya hindi po tayo basta-basta na lang na magbigay ng kahit or mag-claim ng kahit anong klaseng deduction dyan and be it. Ito na, pwede ka nang mag-claim. No. Because kaya nga ang default natin is the itemized deductions in case you fail to choose the options, no, the three options, ang bagsak mo itemized deductions. Why? Because pagdating po sa itemized deductions, all items of deductions are regulated. No? Kaya hindi pwede yung ngayon, ma'am, magpa-file na ako, basta gusto ko lang mag-file, nasa Japan ako, I want to file an income tax return na may business ako dyan sa Pilipinas for my travel, no? And I said, no. Why? Kasi sabi ko, gone are those days na magdo-drawing tayo sa ating financial statements. Ngayon, lahat ng ginagawa natin are computerized, no? So, ayaw kong at stake yung aking CPA license because of the basta na lang yung purpose mo gagawa lang ng financial statement at saka income tax return na hindi naman totoo, no? So, iwasan na po natin yan. Why? Kasi, remember, we are living in a new world na different, it's a different world. It's a digitized world. So, lahat ng galaw nyo, nakikita na. Ano yun? If you try to look at the court proceedings, no, in some other countries, ano ang mga evidence na ngayon, source of evidence. Yung mga activities mo sa Facebook, yung mga activities ng cellphone mo, nakikip track po yan lahat. And even your activities dito sa internet, no, kikip track yan lahat. So, gone are those days. At saka sa BIR filing, bakit ba ni-require ng BIR? And it is mandatory for all tax practitioners to file the returns through the EBIR. Nakikip track po lahat yan, naka-database yan. No? And yung world natin ngayon, we are living in a digitized world. Nakaka-camera tayo, naka-satellite tayo, lahat-lahat ng ginagawa natin nakikita. And that's one way of our administration also to keep track, especially yung mga gumagawa ng hindi dapat, no? To minimize crimes, no? Kaya para sa akin, walang masama doon eh. Why? Because it helped to make the world peaceful. Kasi kung hindi, lahat na lang tao, gagawin nila kung ano yung gusto nila. Then what now happened to us? Sinong unang-unang matatakot pagka na-monitor tayo? Siyempre yung gumagawa ng hindi dapat. Pero kung ginagawa mo yung dapat, bakit ka matatakot? No? Kaya nothing to worry about. Ako nga, I'm happy because of these facilities na tingnan nyo ngayon. Sobrang hirap mag-gather ng participants. I have been in training for so many years, no? Way back 1996. So how many years na yan? No, almost 30 years na. And it's very, very hard to gather participants. No? Pero tingnan mo, because of the internet facilities, nakagather tayo ng participants all over the Philippines pa. No? And even yung mga nasa ibang bansa, pwede rin silang umattend dito. Kaya nga, this is a very, very good opportunity. At hindi, kung baga sa ano, hindi na monopolize yung knowledge ng those who are capable to spend, no? Kahit na mahirap ka, meron ka lang facilities, nakaka-Facebook ka, nakaka-internet ka, nakaka-YouTube ka, then there you have the knowledge, no? Kaya this is a great opportunity to us. May mga pros and cons, pero mas marami talaga advantages, no? Kasi kami, I belong to the family na talagang hirap sa buhay, no? Nung nag-aral ako ng hihiram lang ng libro na hindi ka makakita ng mga facilities na magaganda, no? Pero ngayon, because of the internet, at the click of your hands, lahat ng information na gusto mo, nandyan na. Okay. So, how to claim this itemized and other deductions? Sabi nga ko nga sa iyo, this is the default ng lahat ng deductions na pwede nating i-claim. And be very careful. Why? Because these itemized deductions are also regulated. And when you claim these deductions, they should be substantiated. At ano yung requirements ng batas dito? It should be necessary and ordinary in the pursuit of your business. No? Kaya ang default talaga dito, pag hindi ka namili, itemized deductions. At once na itemized deductions yan, you have to comply with the statutory or the legal requirements to claim for those deductions. Kaya magpapadrawing ka ng financial statements mo, ng income tax return mo, just for the sake na may income tax ka, for the use ng travel mo or whatever, loan mo, no? Imagine bawat deductions na kinlay mo, bawat item dyan sa financial statement mo, you are accountable. At may mga tax consequences po yan lahat. No? Kaya ako, inform lang sa mga taxpayers. Why? Because it's my experience when I was still in the BIR na yung ating mga taxpayers experiences different kind of things, no? Kasi hindi nila alam, no? So para sa akin, sabi ko, I'm already a retiree, no? So anong gagawin ko dito sa knowledge na na-accumulate ko? I-share ko doon sa iba para yung problema na nangyari doon sa ibang tao, maiwasan nila, no? Kaya ako ganyan din sa mga participants, I request also na i-share nyo yung knowledge nyo. Kasi may mga ibang tao, although kaunti lang naman sila, that they don't want to share their knowledge. Para bang big thing na sa kanila yung makapagturo sila, makapag-share sa iba, yung maramot sila sa information. Huwag tayong maramot sa information. Why? Kasi lalo na sa tax. Tax is a very dynamic topic. When we say dynamic, it always changes, no? Yung mga batas ng tax, na-amend yan. That's why even if you are, sabihin mo na master mo na yung law on taxation at a certain point in time, no? Pero sabi na natin, very dynamic, it keep on changing. So anong gagawin mo? Update ka ng update. So anong gagawin mo? During the time na may alam ka, i-share mo. Because later on, yung alam mo na yan, nagbago na, no? Okay. So how to claim the itemized and other deductions? I have here the Schedule 4 of the BAR for 1701. Ito yung mga classification ng BAR on the ordinary allowable itemized deductions. But of course, if you try to look at the National Internal Revenue Code, ito yung mga sinishare or ito yung mga deductions, no, na pwedeng claim ng isang taxpayers. Pag binasa mo yung Internal Revenue Code or the tax code, no? Ito po yung ating tax code, no? Pag binasa mo ito, marami pang deductions na allowable sa isang nagninegosyo or nagpa-practice ng profession. Hindi lang itong mga nakasulat dito. But for purposes na ito yung nandito sa ah, ating income tax return. So unahin muna natin to before we go to the ah, tax code, no? So ano-ano tong mga deductions na nakalagay dito. So number one, amortizations, no? Ano po nakalagay dito sa amortizations and why do we are allowed to deduct that, no? So amortizations, ito yung mga kumbaga sa lump sum na expenses natin. But it benefits not only one taxable period, which is 12 months, kaya ang gagawin mo dito, i-amortize mo over the number of years na pakinabangan mo yung expenses mo na yan. And what are the example of amortization? Ito yung leasehold improvement mo. Halimbawa, you're renting a place. Tapos pinagawa mo siya kasi naglagay ka ng shelves, naglagay ka ng mga improvements, pinapintura mo, pinatiles mo. Yung expenses mo for that repairs and maintenance, leasehold improvement mo, will benefit halimbawa 3 years or 5 years or the number of years in the contract. Kasi kahit na ma-benefit mo yun ng 10 years, yung contract mo is 5 years lang, 3 years. No? So, number of years of the contract, doon mo siya i-amortize. Halimbawa naman yung sa amortization, yung mga intangibles, nag-research and development ka, and then you develop a certain product. And then yung halimbawa, you develop a software, and then yung software na yan, pwede siya pakinabangan for 10 years or for 5 years. Then you amortize the cost of the research and development for 5 years. No? And then we have the bad debts. No? So yung amortizations, actually may mga ibang examples pa yan. No? Ang gagawin ninyo, do not limit yourself na nakinig kayo dito for the 2 days. Marami na kayong alam. You expand your knowledge. No? Kagaya halimbawa ng amortizations. Then, expand nyo pa yung knowledge nyo. No? Kasi ganun ang ginagawa ko pag umattend ako ng seminars. I don't bank on what the speaker is telling. No? Para sa akin, guide lang yun. Anong ginagawa ko? Ini-expand ko pa yung knowledge about the topic. No? At paano nyo gagawin yan? Napakabilis na lang ngayon because we have the internet. No? But be sure also na yung source natin sa internet, kasi hindi regulated po yung information natin sa internet. No? So, kayo din yung mamili ng information na karapat-dapat yung source. No? So, bad debts. Paano naman itong bad debts when we file it? Dapat itong bad debts, syempre may source yan, may reason. Wala ka namang accounts receivable, wala ka namang pautang, bakit magkaroon ka ng bad debts? No? Kaya after this, meron pa akong isa na ang tagal na yan na binubuo ko. Hindi lang siya na umpisan yung mga tax issues in the preparation of financial statement. And for my other channel, which is the basic transfer pricing, no, ang ilalagay ko naman doon yung transfer pricing issues in the preparation of financial statements. Kasi mas marami yung tax issues per se na bukod doon sa transfer pricing, no? And for your information, yung transfer pricing natin, that is economic taxation and more so international taxation. Para sa mga CPAs natin na are attending now and you want to excel in your practice, then you can have this transfer pricing as your other avenue of service that you can offer to the taxpayer. No? Just right now, meron na kaming natapos. Akin ang ahari, pakita natin sa kanila. No? Pero nakatapos kami ng isa pa lang out of 13 and still counting. Ha? Imagine, tatapusin mo yan hanggang April 15, kaya wala nang tulugan. No? Ano na lang natin yung pangalan. No? To protect our taxpayers. No? Ito po yung transfer pricing analysis report na ginagawa po natin for the taxpayers. At ano ito? Ito yung transfer pricing analysis report to prove that the transactions of the taxpayer is arm's length. Ano yung arm's length? Yung kanyang transaction should be similar with that of the independent parties. Kasi ang transfer pricing kasi is about related parties, no? So, ito po, ganito siya kakapal, no? Para kang nagtitisis pag ginawa mo yung transfer pricing report. At itong mga report na to, nakakarating pa to sa court, especially if magkakaroon ng adjustment during the transfer pricing audit, no? So, anong gagawin ng mga CPA practitioners natin dito? You study more about transfer pricing. You can enroll in international courses. You can read articles, no? May mga videos dyan. And then yung updates naman sa taxation, yung mga OECD tax talks. And then the IBFD, may mga free seminars din po sila. Pero kung gusto nyo pa mag-enroll ng basic, meron silang international taxation, meron din silang transfer pricing, and so many other courses in taxation, no? Kasi pagka ba practitioner po tayo, parang doktor din yan, eh. Dapat may specialization tayo. Kasi hindi naman sa taxation pa lang, ubos na oras mo. Kaya ako, I just focus on taxation. Yung iba hindi ko na masyadong pinapakialaman because wala ka na ring time. No? Sa taxation pa lang, ubos na oras mo. At ilan ba yung mga avenue ng tax services that you can offer? Ang dami. No? Pero para sa akin, ang pinakamahirap sa lahat is estate tax. No? Kasi sa estate tax, dapat alamin mo lahat. Pati yung law on succession, dapat alam mo yan. Kasi during the gumagawa ka na sa client mo, no? Lahat-lahat yan, you have to satisfy their needs, no? So, maraming technicalities. Okay? So, balikan natin yung number 2, which is the bad debts na sabi ko sa inyo. I-reconcile nyo. You cannot just claim bad debts without accounts receivable o kaya installment sales. Wala man kayong pautang. Bakit kayo nagka-bad debts? No? So, yun yung mga tax issues that we want to answer also. No? I-invite namin kayo ulit. At ang plano ko dyan before the April 15 na deadline. No? Tax issues in the preparation of financial statement. Okay. So, bago ka makapag-claim ng bad debts, mag-provision ka muna, no? Allowance for bad debts. No? So, hindi yan right away na expense. After time na talagang lapse and then hindi mo talaga collect na, so that's the time na i-write off mo na siya and then i-claim mo na as an expense yung bad debts. But the BAR is also very careful when it comes to bad debts. Lalo-lalo na may mga bad debts na kung utang yan between related parties, hindi yan ina-allow, no? Halimbawa, nangutang sa corporation, ikaw din yung may-ari ng corporation, and then i-declare mo na bad debts, no? That is self-serving, no? Kaya, pag tinignan nyo, ay, napakasimple lang, drawing lang tayo ng drawing na ating expenses. Pero if you try to look at dun sa laman ng mga expenses na yan, marami pa pala requirements along the way, no? At anong sabi ng BAR pagdating na sa bad debts? It should be that the taxpayer gumawa siya ng exhaustive effort to collect, no? And then, talagang show proof na itong nakautang sa kanya, wala na talagang capacity to pay, no? Ano yung mga proof mo that you have the exhaustive effort to collect? Pinailan mo ng kaso sa korte, no? Pinabarangay mo, hinanap mo, o kaya namatay na pala yung nangutang sa'yo, wala namang property. So, you have to show proof na namatay na siya at saka wala siyang property na iniwan. Why? Kasi kahit namatay na yan, if may asset pa yan, may estate, the estate is still liable sa mga pagkakautang niya. No? So, kala natin, ganun lang kasimple yung ating expenses, no? Yun pala, there are statutory requirements for that. Next is the charitable and other contributions. Dito sa charitable and other contributions, meron tayo diyang limit, no? Which is 5% of the net income before deducting charitable and other contributions, 5% for the corporation, and 10% for the individual, no? Meron tayong charitable contributions also na deductible in full. Ano yung mga charitable contributions deductible in full? Ito yung mga deductions natin sa mga priority projects ng government natin as certified by the NEDA or the National Economic Development Authority. And ito yung mga donations natin to charitable contributions. At yung mga charitable contributions na organizations natin should be may mga statutory requirements din po sila na i-comply to become accredited donor institutions. No, nagpapa-accredit din sila in the particular regulatory agencies kung saan sila dapat. Halimbawa, yung charitable organization na yan para sa social welfare, dapat accredited siya ng Department of Social Welfare and Development or the DSWD. Halimbawa naman sports, no? Ang project ng charitable organization dapat din accredited siya sa yung commission natin doon sa mga games, no? So may particular government agencies that give accreditation to this charitable organization depending on their purpose, no? Kung scientific naman sa DOST, no? Department of Science and Technology. Okay. And mayroon pa yung corresponding accreditation din or certificate of exemption sa BIR, no? Lahat ng charitable and other organizations na mga non-stock, non-profit. Depletion, ito yung masasabi ko na mga favored industries natin. Why? Kasi sa depletion, ito yung sa mga mineral resources for the mining companies. Iba yung treatment sa nila, no, sa depletion. Ito yung wear and tear ng mga mineral at saka exhaustion ng mineral products na minimina nila. No? So may allowance. Also depreciation, alam nyo, the most abused para sa akin. The most abused expense, yung depreciation. Kasi yung examiner din, pag titingnan, may asset ito. No? Titingnan, may depreciation, okay na kaagad. No? Pero, if you try to look at, kaya favorite ko itong depreciation pagka nag-audit ako. Why? Kasi I try to ask for the cost of the acquisition cost of the assets. Why? Kasi, di ba, ang depreciation is based on cost. And then, nagde-depreciate yan yearly. And sometimes, fully depreciated na yung assets, dine-depreciate pa ulit. No? So, yun ang mga nagiging findings ko. That's why, pagdating doon sa mga tax issues in the preparation of financial statements, tatakil natin yan doon because ano yan na topic At saka ipapakita ko sa inyo yung lapsing schedule. No? Kasi dito, sa tax preparer, ang purpose dito is preparation ng financial statement. Pero yung tingnan pa natin bawat account, kulang tayo ng oras, no? Okay. We have entertainment, amusement, and recreation. For the entertainment, amusement, and recreation, dito na tayo sa number 6 para dun sa mga bago lang natin na participate. Sa number 6 tayo, entertainment, amusement, and recreation, meron din po itong limit or selling. Ano yung limit dito? For the sale of goods, 0.5%. For the sale of services, 1%. Yan lang yung pwede ninyong i-claim na entertainment, amusement, and recreation or in short, representation expense for your business. No? Halimbawa, during the year, meron kayong 50,000 na representation expense. No? It is substantiated with a receipts at saka nakalagay sa books of accounts nyo, explain kung sino yung in-entertain nyo and for what purpose. No? Yun ang requirement ng entertainment, amusement, and recreation that you should maintain a separate books of accounts. And then naka-record dyan yung date, yung event, and then may corresponding receipts. No? So, and then may limit. No? So, even if you comply with all the requirements ng substantiation, for this representation expense, still hindi mo maklaim lahat ng ginastos mo sa representation because may limit siya na 1% for sale of services and 0.5% for sale of goods. Friends benefits, ano ito mga friends benefits? These are subject to final tax. Sino magbabayad niyan? Yung employer. So the friends benefits na kiniklaim dito, ito na yung amount given to the employee na having supervisory and managerial position, no? May friends benefits na binigay yung employer subject to final tax, no? On the gross amount ng friends benefits, multiply mo siya by 35%, no? Yun yung final tax. Pero dito, hindi na yan importante because the friends benefits given to the employee, supervisory and managerial position, yung friends benefits na binigay mo, yun ang i-claim mo na expense, no? But for purposes of computing the final tax, yung friends benefits na binigay mo, i-gross up mo yan, no? Okay. Interest. Interest, marami din itong limitations. Ano yung mga limitations ng interest? Meron tayong tinatawag na interest arbitrage. And what are these interest arbitrage? Ito yung if you have an interest income and you also claim an interest expense, there is a certain portion or limit to the interest expense that you claim because there is a deductions, sabi ng batas, na bawas mo sa interest expense mo because meron kang interest income. Ano yung rationale doon? Why is it na nangungutang ka pa, marami ka namang cash, kaya ka nga may interest income, no? Yan ang isa pa na reconciliation point natin in the preparation of financial statement. Yan yung mga sinasabi natin na tax issues in the preparation of financial statement, no? Especially in your financial transactions, just like the claim of interest. Why? Kasi alam natin na nag-claim lang yan ng interest expense para makabawas sa income tax. Pero yung totoo, yung ibang companies, wala naman talagang utang. But for purposes of claiming the interest expense, linalagyan ng utang yung company. No? So, makikita pa rin eh. Makikita. Why? Kasi economic taxation na po tayo ngayon. And even accounting, na-review ko kagabi. Accounting is also very dynamic topic. At it is influenced also by economic transactions, no? Kaya pag tinitingnan mo lahat na yan, they are all influenced by economic transactions. Lalo-lalo na itong interest kasi this are financial transaction. And interest is the cost of money that you pay, no? Kasi ginamit mo yung pera ng iba. So, ito yung magiging isang reconciliation point natin or tax issues in the preparation of financial statement, yung interest, no? Kasi yun yung inexplain ko rin kagabi during our live streaming na itong interest makikita mo na kaagad sa economic activities niya na hindi naman niya talaga kailangan ng pera, no? But anong purpose diyan? Nag-claim ng interest expense para bawasan yung income tax. Bakit hindi niya kailangan ng pera? There's so much cash and there's so much existing na loans, no? Yung example ko sa inyo, yung na-audit ko na meron siyang existing loan with the banks na 100 million and dollars yan and then meron siyang standby credit sa parent company niya na 150 million, no? And then yung sales niya monthly is only 90 million. And then may accounts receivable pa siya on installment sales niya na pina-factor niya yung accounts receivable. Ano yung pina-factor niya yung accounts receivable? Binibenta pa niya, ina-assign niya sa isang supplier yung kanyang accounts receivable. And of course, at a discounted amount, no? Kaya nga sabi ko, yun yung sinasabi po sa batas or sa transfer pricing na walang business reason yung ginagawa na activity. And sabi nga natin, economic taxation tayo ngayon, no? The taxation, our taxation laws are making use also of the economics as a tool in making a tax audit, no? So, wala kang reason bakit mo pa kailangan mangutang and then i-assign mo pa yung accounts receivable mo at a discount. Parang walang commercial rationale or commercial reason to do it, no? Sobra-sobra na yung pera mo, mangutang ka pa. No? Kaya yung mga alam nyo yung ginagawa na to ng mga taxpayers, ano din to advices din to ng mga tax practitioners About if you try to look at sa mga jurisprudence or sa mga cases or already decided by courts, no, sa mga sa other countries, there are times or there are cases na may lapse din on the side of the tax practitioner. Hindi nila nakikita. And that costs too much to the taxpayer. No? Kaya ako, I have been practicing as tax consultant since 2013. No? Nag-retire ako sa BIR. Unang tingin ko pa lang sa taxpayer, sinasabihan ko na kung okay o hindi okay. At hindi ko na pinapatagal yung case. No? Bakit? Parang panluloko yun sa kliyente na bigyan mo siya ng advice na alam mo naman matatalo siya. Why? Kasi as a lawyer, hindi ka naman answerable kung matalo o manalo yung kaso ng kliyente mo, no? Babayaran ka pa rin ng professional fee mo. Pero, hindi ko yun ginagawa Kasi, pag alam ko na matatalo siya, bayaran mo na to, mas okay na to. Kasi, kung hindi mo to babayaran, kakasuhan ka, mas malaki pa yung babayaran mo. No? Ako right away, nagbibigay na ako ng advice. Hindi ko na sasabihin na, mag-file tayo ng kaso, mag-file tayo ng protest. Ito yung bayad mo sa akin. That in the end, mas malaki nawawala sa taxpayer. No? So, iba-iba naman yung merit ng case. Pero pag nakita mo naman na talagang may rights yung taxpayers, then go ahead. Pero kung alam mo naman na tagilid na, ako diretso na sinasabi ko, bayaran mo to. Mas makakatipid ka pag binayaran mo to kaysa kakasuhin mo pa. No? Kasi yung iba, para lang mag-continue yung, di ba yung, natin yung story about a lawyer na father and son, no? Ano yung story doon? Yung sabi ng son, naging lawyer na yung son. Tapos ni-refer sa kanya yung case, no, ng father na matagal na sa father. Sa ano sabi ng son? Father, why is it na tumagal tong kaso na to? Dali lang naman ito. Ano sagot ng father? Son, yan ang kaso na dahilan kung bakit nakatapos ka at naging lawyer ka. So, ibig sabihin, pinapatagal yung kaso para magkakapera. No? So, kanya-kanya diskarte tayo sa buhay, pero not naman na at the expense ng client natin. No? So, yan din po yung nangyayari dyan sa interest expense na yan. There are so many cases, even sa mga local cases natin, na decided na also by courts about this interest, no? Na sobra-sobra. And then we have line number 9, ito yung losses, yung mga loss natin. Ano ngayon ang sa loss natin? Diba? Because during on the pandemic, so meron tayong regulations na nilabas yung BAR na instead yung net NOLCO natin, net operating loss carry over na 3 years lang, because of the pandemic, pwede mong i-claim ng 5 years. No? So, yun yung losses. At ano pa yung mga requirements natin dyan? Yung loss mo in the event of casualty, earthquake, or yung mga calamities, within 45 days, i-declare mo yan sa BIR, no? Magbigay ka ng notice. And then, ano yung ilagay mo dyan sa notice? Ilagay mo yung kung ano yung nawala sa'yo. And then, mag-attach ka ng picture, mag-attach ka ng police blotter, mag-attach ka ng barangay certification, no? Kung anong nangyari. And then, that will be referred to the examiner. And the amount of the loss that you can claim will be determined. No? I-determine pa yan ng examiner. Hindi lahat ng nawala sa iyo, you can claim it as a loss. No? Especially yung losses mo na paid by insurance company, hindi na yan isasama, i-deduct yan. O kaya meron ka pang salvage value doon sa mga nawala. O kaya partial lang yung nawala. Halimbawa, nasunog, pero partial lang yung may value pa. No? So, sometimes, ang loss na inaalaw nila is the cost of the repair to restore the product to its original use, no? Kaya mahaba pang usapin itong losses, no? Hindi ibig sabihin na nalugi ka, claim ka na kaagad, no? May mga requirements pa po 'yan. And then we have the pension trust. Ano itong mga pension trust na to? These are mandatory for the employer for the benefits of their employee. No? Meron itong batas, and then meron itong computation. No? Halimbawa sa mga full IFRS, yung sa mga big taxpayers, they are required to hire an actuarian. No? Pero sa iba naman, sa mga maliliit, yung iba gumagawa sila ng mga plan, no, para sa employee nila pag-retire. And then we have this line number 11, we have the rental. Ano to rental expense? No? Remember, ang pinag-usapan natin expenses, ha? And these expenses are the deductions from your income tax return. Ha? So ano itong rental? Rental, ano yung mga supporting mo dito? Contract of lease, no? The receipts, the official receipt. And of course, you have to withhold the 5% withholding tax. No? Kasi kinlay mo to as a rental. Pagka inaudit ka ng examiner, una niyang hanapin asan yung 5% withholding tax on rental mo. No? So, hindi ibig sabihin na hindi ka top 20,000 taxpayer, hindi ka large taxpayer, hindi mandatory yung withholding sa iyo. For rental, this is mandatory to all taxpayers. No? Yung mga top 20,000, yung mga TAMP, tax account management program ng mga district, at saka yung large taxpayers, mandatory sa kanila lahat ng expenses withhold sila, especially purchases, no? But for maliliit lang o kaya hindi sila kasali doon sa mga mandatory withholding agents na yon, mandatory pa rin sa kanila yung selective na mga account kagaya nitong rental, no? Kagaya ng electricity, salaries and wages, yung mga janitorial natin services, security services, mandatory po yan na may 2% na withholding. At saka yung professional fees ng mga accountants natin and lawyers, mandatory din ang withholding dyan. No? So, for rental, dapat may contract of lease and then may payment of doc stamps. No? Kasi alam nyo, itong mga kiniklaim natin na mga expenses na to, mayroon pa tong tax consequences. No? Kaya dapat alam natin yan. Hindi yung basta lagay lang tayo ng lagay dyan ng expenses, na yung mga expenses pala natin, may tax consequences pa. No? And then number 12 is the research and development. Right now, meron tayong RAMO 1-2019, which is the transfer pricing audit guidelines. Kaya ang ginagawa ko dyan, ini-incorporate ko na yan in the preparation of financial statements. Why? Kasi audit guide dyan eh. Pagdating na ng ginawa mo na yung FS and under audit ka na, hahanapin sa iyo yun. No? Kaya ano tayo, let us be proactive in the preparation of our financial statements. Ano yung proactive? Alam na natin kung ano yung resulta, ano yung effect. No? Prospective tayo. So ano tong research and development? In that RAMO 1-2019, meron po diyang sinasabi na the expense for the research and development should not exceed 3% of the sales. No? Kasi bakit? Should not exceed 3% of the sales. Because this research and development are sometimes made by the taxpayers in order to develop a new product. So kung new product yan, you develop a new product, you cannot claim that as an operating expense. No? We are talking of expenses against your income tax during the taxable year. And when we say taxable year, it is 12-month period. No? One taxable year is a 12-month period, whether you are using a fiscal year or a calendar year. For individual, you are allowed to use only calendar year. And when we say calendar year, the 12-month period begins in January and ends in December. For the fiscal year, the 12-month period begins any time except January and ends any time also except December. No? Kasi yung January to December, that is already calendar year. Kaya ang fiscal year, iba. No? So, ibang month ang beginning. So, you count 12 months and then yun yung ending. So, for this research and development, be very careful. And sa lahat ng expenses na kiniklaim natin dito, they should be supported by receipts. No? Number 13, salaries, wages, and allowances. No? Ito ang maraming requirements. Bakit? Statutory dito, unang-una, you have to follow the DOLE. No? Yung sa Department of Labor and Employment for the amount of the salaries that you will be given to your employees. No? So, regulated yan ang DOLE. And then the employer-employer relationships and also the benefits. And then, for BIR purposes, you are going to uh, prepare a payroll and then compute for the withholding taxes and then remit it monthly, no? And then at the end of the year, mayroon ka pang BIR Form 1604C, no, na isa-submit together with the 2316, the certificate of withholding tax and compensation, and you are going to uh, submit that to the BIR, no? So aside from that, ang daming nangingialam dito sa salaries and wages eh. Aside from that, meron pa tayong mga mandatory contributions sa SSS, PhilHealth, Pang-ibig, no? Kaya alam niyo sa ginagawa ko ngayon na transfer pricing analysis, ano ba yung transfer pricing analysis? That is the report or the study of a certain company that it conforms with the arm's length principle, or ano po yung arm's length principle natin? Ito yung transactions mo is at par or similar with that of the independent party. Why? Kasi pagka hindi yan similar sa independent party, the tax authority can adjust your income so much also with your expenses. No? So, itong salaries and wages natin, hindi lang isa ang regulatory agencies that regulates our salaries and wages. And as an employer, at ito ay inyong kinlaim, dapat lahat compliant kayo with that law. No? So, line number 14, this are SSS, JSIS, PhilHealth, its DMF, and other contributions, employer share lang. Yung employee share, hindi po ninyo isasama dito. Kaya you compute for the employees share, tanggalin nyo yan sa employer share, and that employer share, ito lang yung nakalagay dito sa line number 14. So that, hindi ibig sabihin na during the audit, meron kayong expenses on the SSS, halimbawa, na 10,000, sa inyo lahat yun. No? Babawasan pa yan ng employee share, tsaka nyo i-claim. No? So do not claim the amount in the receipt. Tanggalin nyo dyan yung employee share. Okay. So another na very controversial also na account that we are going to claim in our itemized deductions as a deduction against our income tax is line number 15 about taxes and licenses. No? So ano po itong tinatawag natin na taxes and licenses? These are the amount that we pay for our licenses. Halimbawa, ano yung license natin? Yung mayor's permit natin, barangay. Yung license natin is the exercise of the police power of the state. While yung taxes natin is the exercise of the taxation power of the state. No? So, ano ang mas mataas dito? Mataas dito sa amount na babayaran ang taxes, no? Kasi ang license, ang cost niyan sa regulation lang eh, pero yung taxes talagang may bracket 'yan. No? And then yung licenses natin, ito yung mga binabayad natin sa government, especially local government, no? Yung mayor's permit natin. Although yung mayor's permit natin is also may bracket, no? And what is the effect of your business kung wala kang taxes and licenses? Ano ibig sabihin? Illegal yung business mo because you are not paying any taxes. That's why when you claim for deductions from your income tax return, wag na wag kalimutan ang taxes and licenses. Why? Because the non-payment of taxes and licenses will make your business illegal, no? At ano pa yung dapat nating tandaan when it comes to taxes and licenses? Only basic tax can be claimed as an expense. Hindi po kasama ang penalties. No? And ano pa? Only yung ibang klase ng taxes na maklaim mo, except income tax, hindi yan pwedeng i-claim as a deduction. And also value-added tax, hindi yan pwedeng i-claim as a deduction. No? Why? Kasi yung income tax, kaya ka nagkaroon ng deductions for purposes of computing your net taxable income. So, of course, hindi kasama dyan yung income tax. And then, yung value-added tax, bakit hindi kasama ang value-added tax? Because value-added tax has a contra account. It has an output and it has an input. No? So, hindi na magpapagulo ang BIR dyan na mag-compute ka pa. So, excluded na. And when you report your income, no, sales, gross sales, it is net of VAT, no? Exclusive of VAT yan. Kaya hindi na kailangan na i-claim mo pa yung payment mo sa VAT dito sa operating expense mo. Okay? Isa pa, ito mga findings ko to kasi during the audit sinishare ko sa inyo, no? Isa pa, itong taxes and licenses natin. Halimbawa, you're paying taxes on real property. Don't forget na yung payment of taxes to for your real properties, may property yan. And those properties only that are used in business. And remember that those taxes only incurred during the taxable year. No? Bakit? Mamaya nagbayad ka ng tax mo good for 5 years and then kinlaim mo lahat as an operating expense during the year. Hindi pwede. Dapat i-claim mo yan for a period also of 5 years. No? And then halimbawa na lang, marami kang properties, no? Binayaran mo yan lahat. And then, lahat yan, kinlaim mo as an operating expense. No way. Ano dapat? Only those taxes that you pay for the properties that you used in business. Kasi pag hindi yan used in business, wag mong isama yung taxes and licenses. Remember that we are talking of your business here, no? Yung mga personal mo, hindi yan kasama dito. No? So, yung taxes and licenses, yung taxes na binayad mo doon sa mga personal properties mo which are not used in business, hindi mo rin yan pwedeng isama dito, hindi mo pwedeng i-claim. No? Isa pa na mga findings dito, the property is owned by a stockholder used by the corporation. Pagdating na ng claim ng expenses, kiniklaim ng corporations ang taxes and licenses of the property of the stockholder. Hindi po yan pwede. Sabi ng stockholder, because the corporation is using the building or is using the land owned by the stockholder. Kahit na po ganyan pa nangyari because there is a separate entity in the person of stockholder and also the corporation. Remember, ang corporation is a juridical entity. No? Para din siyang isang tao. No? Kaya nga, yung definition ng person includes juridical entity. No? So, iba yung corporation, iba yung stockholder. Hindi mo siya pwedeng pagsamahin. Lalo-lalo na in the claim of expenses. No? So, anong mangyayari doon? The owner is the stockholder and then kiniklaim ng corporation. So, iwasan nyo yan. No? That's potential findings during the audit. So, we also have transportation and travel. Ano yung transportation and travel? Ito yung during the pandemic, walang travel, no? At saka during the pandemic, work at home. So, siguro itong transportation and travel na bawasan to. Okay. So, anong common na issues dito? Yung transportation and travel ng mga common carrier that does not require issuance of receipt. So, how can you claim that, no? Halimbawa sa jeep, wala namang talagang resibo ang jeep. Paano natin i-substantiate itong transportation? Of course, sa jeep, that is a public knowledge na wala talagang resibo dyan. So, pwede mo i-claim kahit na walang resibo. But of course, magkano lang ba ang pamasahe sa jeep? No? Na walang resibo kasi ang bus meron na, ang taxi meron. No? So, magkano lang dapat i-claim mo? Very minimal amount. Kasi hindi naman oras-oras nakasakay sa jeep yung tao mo. No? Kasi sino ang nag-i-incur dito ng transportation expense na sumasakay sa jeep? Yung mga liaison officer mo, o kaya yung mga inuutos-utusan mo, o kaya yung nasa sales mo. But this should be very minimal. How about travel? Travel, meron din yung limit. Dapat related to the business. Kasi baka nag-travel ka, pumunta ka kung saan-saan, leisure trip. No? Hindi rin yan pwede. Halimbawa, na lang your business mo is local. No? Bawa, general merchandise ka. And then yung mga goods mo are local goods. Bakit kailan mo pang pumunta sa ibang bansa? No? Yung travel mo, nag-abroad ka, nagpunta ka sa Bali, Indonesia, pumunta ka sa saan pa yung mga sa Hong Kong, no? Na wala namang kinalaman doon sa general merchandise mo. So those are personal expenses, hindi yan pwede dito, no? So this transportation and travel limited also to business activities. No? There are times na wala itong resibo, but be sure na they are not excessive expense. Kasi yung kagaya sa jeep, that is a public knowledge na wala talaga siyang resibo. Other deductions subject to withholding tax and other expenses. Ito yung janitorial and messenger services subject to 2% withholding tax kasi services, no? Professional fees subject to 10% and 5% withholding tax in case of individual and 10% and 15% in case of corporation, no? For security services, ito ang may mga very technical po ang taxation. So security services is subject to 2% but based on gross profit, no? Excluding the salary of the guard, no? Kaya ano ang tax base na itong security services? Only the agency fee. Hindi kagaya yung janitorial and messengerial services na based on gross, no? So security services based on agency fee only. Okay. So I have discussed to you this ordinary allowable itemized deductions na ito yung nakapaloob sa income tax return natin, no? 1701. Okay? So there are also special allowable itemized deduction. So ilagay mo diyan kung ano siya, anong klase, anong description, no? Kasi wala diyan sa yung itemized kanina na na-discuss natin. At ilagay mo kung ano yung legal basis, no? And then the amount. So, total special allowable itemized deduction, taxpayer or filer, and the spouse, no? Okay, so total special allowable itemized deduction, spouse. And then, meron parang computation po dito, yung computation of the net operating loss carryover or the NOLCO. No? So take note na because of the pandemic, hindi na siya, yung loss during the pandemic, define talaga yun yung mga incurred loss na yun, is 5 years, no? Hindi na 3 years. So that's why when you claim for the net operating loss carryover, you have to fill up this Schedule 6 at ano yung ilalagay nyo dito. The net operating loss and the year incurred, the amount, and then the NOLCO applied previous years, the NOLCO that expires, no? Bakit nag-expire siya? Kasi yung bago the pandemic, 3 years lang siya mag-expire. So, ang net loss mo, pwede mo i-claim for a period of 3 consecutive years. After that, it will expire. And then, in letter D, ilagay mo rin yung NOLCO applied mo during the current year. And then, you have the net operating loss unapplied. Kung magkano pa yung balance. That, you have to carry it over. At makikita yan dyan sa itemized dito sa return mo. No? And also in your books of accounts. Why? Kasi nga, nag-expire na yung iba, so magkano na lang yung unapplied pa na pwede mo pang i-apply. No? Yung expired, hindi mo na isama yan dyan sa unapplied, ha? Okay. And then we have part 9, reconciliation of net income per books against taxable income. Paano natin to gagawin? Meron tayong non-deductible expenses or taxable other income, no? So, i-add mo yan, idagdag mo. And then you have the total. And then i-less mo yung non-taxable income and income subjected to final tax. Ano yung mga income subjected to final tax? Halimbawa, ikaw yung naka-receive ng friends benefits, that is already subjected to final tax. Halimbawa, naka-receive ka ng dividend, no? Subjected yan to final tax. Naka-receive ka ng royalties because may composition ka o author ka ng books, no? And then nakakabenta yan, so binigyan ka ng royalty fee nung publisher, no? So, yung income mo on that subjected to final tax already, i-report mo din po dito, yung royalty payment of the books for you as an author. And then the letter B, the special other allowable deductions kung meron. So, ilagay mo dito sa line number 8 or 9. Then you have the total sum of items 6 to 9 And then you have to the net taxable income or loss. Dapat itong net taxable income or loss will tally with that in the first page, no? Kasi bakit? Kasi ito na yung babayaran mo na income tax, no? Kaya dapat may reconciliation ka. Paano mo magawa itong reconciliation? Dapat tapos na muna yung financial statements mo and dapat kumpleto ka ng record mo sa books of accounts. Kasi pag hindi, sobrang hirap pag dinrawing mo lang to or nanghuhula ka lang. Pag nanghuhula ka, sobrang hirap pagdating sa reconciliation. Okay. Please feedback po ha sa mga participants natin. Please feedback. May feedback ba, Hari? Sige. Comment po kayo kung tama lang yung facing natin, kung masyadong mabilis or mag-feedback kayo na kung ano yung palagay ninyo mas nakaka-improve po sa atin, no? Kasi ako tuloy-tuloy na ako sa salita dito. Hindi ko kayo ma-imagine kung how. Although every time naman na nagla-live stream, after that pinapakinggan ko, no? And sometimes nagugulat na lang ako sa mga sinasabi ko. Kaya paki-feedback na lang po, no? Gugulat ako, bakit ko nasabi? Kasi sometimes I'm a very emotional person. Nakikerry ako doon sa mga sinasabi ko during the So, pero awan naman ng Diyos na tanggalan kami dito isang video lang pa lang ng YouTube, no? Ano yung violation? Gumamit kami nung Bayang Magiliw, kaya tingnan nyo, wala na kaming Bayang Magiliw ngayon kasi copyright pala, nagreklamo yung Bayang Magiliw, no? Pero sabi ko, kung kaya ko sana, gagawa ako ng Bayang Magiliw. At hindi ko i-copyright, no? Ipagamit ko sa lahat-lahat. Pero na lang, Bayang Magiliw, national anthem, tapos i-copyright mo pa. Pero okay lang yun. We just follow, kaya na-strike out kami sa video. No? Okay. Minsan lang naman yun, Hari, no? Pero yung iba natin, hindi na-strike out. Tinanggal mo na. Kasi marami yun eh. Tinanggal mo ba yung iba? Yung Bayang Magiliw?
Isa lang yan.
Ang dami nating Bayang Magiliw sa seminar. Isang beses lang tinanggal. So yung iba hindi tinanggal.
Siguro yung dati kasi flash yung video talaga.
Mm.
Dati nakapokus sa isang lang na.
Okay. Kaya ingat-ingat, no, sa mga nagbibideo. Minsan, akala natin, tama pa yung ginagawa natin. Sometimes, kaya it's really good na nagre-revisit din tayo ng mga regulatory requirements. And it's very important to read the information, no? Kasi akala natin, okay lang, yun pala, bawal na, no? Okay. So this is our annual income tax return for the optional standard deduction and 8% flat income tax rate or the option rate. No? Ito yung gagamitin 1701A. So do not be confused na gamitin ninyo yung 1701 kasi practice of profession kayo o kaya you have the business. Pagka ang ginamit mo, optional standard deduction, at saka yung 8% na rate, dapat ito po yung gagamitin ninyo na 1701A. At ang tanong, mayroon pa bang attachment ito, no? Para sa akin, wala na, no? Kasi wala naman din nakalagay dito na mag-attach ka pa. And another question along this line, na pagka optional standard deduction ka raw ba o kaya 8%, you avail of the 8% option rate, mayroon pa daw bang books of accounts? Siyempre, meron pa po. Yung books of accounts, wala po niyang exemptions. Even organizations enjoying tax exemptions from the payment of income tax, requirement pa rin po sa kanila, nag-i-issue ng resibo, the administrative requirements of issuing receipts and also keeping your records, writing in your books of accounts, those are mandatory requirements. Wala pong exemptions yan. No? And we have also our itong 1701A na form natin po. This is revised January 2018, yung during the train law na implementation natin. No? Kasi yun yung first time na meron tayong 8% na option rate. Okay. So, for 8% income tax rate, those whose sales or receipts or others did not exceed 3 million opted at the initial quarter for this rate. Ano yung opted at the initial quarter? During the first quarter, no? Pinili mo na yung option rate or flat rate. Okay. So, nakalagay dito yung schedule. And then, we have the tax credit payments kung meron. No? So, very important dito, attached proof. Kasi, nag-claim ka dito, so dapat may 2307 yan. At saka yung creditable tax withheld for the first quarter. No? And then your payment for the first 3 quarters. No? And also your payment for amended return. Kailan po ba may amended return? There is an amended return if you have filed an original return for that particular taxable period and then nagkamali ka or you want to adjust or mayroon kang kulang, then you file another return correcting the previously original return that you filed. Ang tawag po dyan, amended return. How often can you file an amended return? No? Wala pong sinasabi as long as wala ka pang letter of authority. Kasi the moment you are subjected to audit, hindi mo na pwedeng baguhin yung return mo. No? So, anong mangyayari doon? Halimbawa, alam mo may mali ka, hindi mo inamend. No? So, isama mo na yan sa findings ng examiner during the tax audit. Yung iba sinasadya eh. Ay, huwag muna nating bayaran yan sa regular. Bayaran na lang natin pagdating ng deficiency kasi bibigyan din tayo ng deficiency ng examiner. No? So, kanya-kanyang style. But, sinasabi na natin na makikita din yan ng examiner. Okay, so for the deductions from gross income, ito yung mga explanations natin sa statutory or the legal requirements of our expenses. No? So if you try to look at the handouts na binigay ko sa inyo, kasama na po yan reading materials. Ha? Hindi natin yan kayang i-discuss lahat, pero for the sake na hindi na kayo magre-research, and if you want to read and expand your knowledge, na iintindihan na po ninyo. No? So, we have the deductions from gross income and yung expenses, no? So, letter A are expenses, and what are these expenses? These are ordinary and necessary trade, business, or professional expenses, no? So, yun lang po yung ina-allow na deductions. Yung hindi necessary, hindi ordinary, kasi how do you determine ordinary and necessary expenses? Depending on the nature of your business, no, or the industry you are in, no? Kasi kagaya ng retail or merchandising business, ano yung mga ordinary unnecessary expenses niya? Of course, nandyan yung direct cost, nandyan yung operating expenses na mandatory. Halimbawa naman, transportation companies, ano yung ordinary expenses niya? Repairs and maintenance, fuel and oil, no? Pero dun sa retail and merchandising, yung fuel and oil, repairs and maintenance is very minimal. But pagdating sa transportation, direct cost niya yon, no? So, depende sa nature and kind of industry to determine the ordinary and necessary expenses. Okay? Yan, yung mga salaries and wages, na-explain ko na yan sa inyo, sa mga rental. Actually, ito yung mga, substantiation requirements. No deduction from gross income shall be allowed, no? Unless the taxpayer substantiate with sufficient evidence, such as official receipts or other adequate records, the amount of the expense being deducted the direct connection or relation of the expense being deducted to the development, management, operation, and or conduct of the trade, business, or profession of the taxpayer. So ito po yung tandaan natin. For the substantiation requirements of the expenses incurred by the company or incurred by the business, pag nanghingi kayo ng resibo at i-claim nyo yung expenses na yan, it should be in the name of the company or in the name of the taxpayer doing business. Hindi mo ipangalan sa kung sino-sino lang yan. Halimbawa, may inutusan ka na staff mo na bumili ng ganito for the use of the business and then pinangalan dun sa staff mo. Bakit? Kasi hindi alam ng staff mo eh. Halimbawa, inutusan mo siya bumili ng ganito. Sabi nung ano pong pangalan nyo? Sinabi niya kaagad yung pangalan niya. Hindi naman sa kanya expense yun. So you cannot claim that as an expense. So ano dapat? Dapat nakapangalan in the name of the company. No? So sufficient evidence yan. At pagdating naman po sa resibo, be sure na ang hiningi ninyo are official receipts, hindi fake receipts. Why? Pagka fake receipts yan, you cannot claim that as a deduction. So sayang pera nyo. No? Paano, how to determine a fake receipts? Meron po tayong video on our tax training, how to know na fake yung resibo. Excuse me. And in the substantiation requirements, take note also na dalawang resibo lang yung hinihingi sa atin ngayon, the official receipt and the sales invoice. Sales invoice for your purchase of services and sales invoice for the purchase of your goods, and then official receipt for the purchase of services. No? So yun po yung tama. For goods, sales invoice. For services, official receipt. No? So yan ang substantiation requirements din na ipapakita ninyo once you claim for that deductions. No? Kasi regulated din po yung pag-issue natin ng resibo. Even the printing of the receipts, they are regulated by the BAR and only accredited printers can print your receipts. And before you can print your receipts, you have to ask for a permit to print. At lahat yan ang number, they are controlled. No? That should be sequential and sunod-sunod yan. No? At ano pa yung requirements natin for the receipts? May validity po yung resibo, which is 5 years. After 5 years, it is expired. It is as good as you have no receipts pagka gumagamit ka ng expired na resibo. No? Okay. So, akala natin ganun lang kasimple, no? Ay, gawa lang tayo. Gawan mo ako ng ITR. No? So, hindi mo pala alam, lahat ng nakapalagay, nakapaloob dyan sa income tax return mo, they are regulated. So, may mga regulations pala dyan. Okay, lalo na itong claim for deductions, no? Another, bribes, kickbacks, other similar payments. O ano itong mga bribes, kickbacks, similar payments? Yung ayaw magpila, no? So, magbibigay na lang para mabilis, no? No? Anong mangyayari dyan? No deduction from gross income shall be allowed for any payment made directly or indirectly to an official or employee of the national government. Ito yung mga bribe or kickbacks, no, na ibabayad natin para mapabilis yung ating processing, halimbawa. No? Ito naman, expenses allowable to private educational institutions, may option sila, dalawa. Ano yun? Pwedeng i-outright claim nila as an operating expense, pwede rin i-claim nila as an asset, depreciable assets, and then i-claim nila as to the number of years of that depreciable assets. No? So, meron silang option. Only these private educational institutions are given that option. Why? Kasi itong private educational institution at saka itong mga hospitals, no, binibigyan niyan sila ng preferential rate ng government. Why? Because of their contributions to our society. No, ano tong education? Ni-educate nila yung ating mga tao, yung ating mga children. Ano naman tong hospital? Binibigyan niya tayo ng healthy na mga persons or mga citizen, no? Kaya meron silang public interest na siniserve. Okay? So interest, I have discussed that already, no? Yung mga interest arbitrage. And then, states and donors taxes, no? For state and donors taxes, hindi sila pwede din i-claim as a deduction sa income tax, no? Okay. Also, taxes assessed against local benefits of a kind tending to increase the value of the property assessed, no? Okay, so may yung mga limitations and deductions ng mga expenses I have mentioned to you already. Ano yun, yung limitations ng representation expense or yung entertainment, na meron tayong sabi ko na limit, 1% for sale of services and 1.5% for sale of goods. And then, ano pa yung isang may limit, the charitable contribution, no? Magkano? 5% of the net income before deducting charitable and other donations, before deducting it sa income tax natin, no? So, pagka corporations naman, 10% of the net income before deducting the charitable contributions. Okay. Credit against tax for taxes paid on foreign countries, no? Pwede siyang i-credit, no? Sa citizen and domestic corporation. Ito ngang Google Ads, di ba, Hari, nag-flash na siya na may tax na and then i-withhold na ng Google Ads, no? So if you are earning millions in the Google Ads, then siguro million din yung magiging withholding tax. Why? Kasi ang taas na ng rate natin ng income tax ngayon. And pag nandun ka sa maximum bracket, no, 35%. Okay. Partnership and estates. Okay. So, ano yun? Proportionate share of taxes of the general professional partnership or the estate or trust paid or incurred during the taxable year to the foreign country. No? Okay. Alien individual and foreign corporation shall not be allowed credit against the tax for the taxes of foreign countries allowed under this paragraph. Bakit? Kasi kung meron siyang taxable income dito sa Pilipinas, babayaran niya. No? And usually yung income tax due on alien individual, foreign corporations are based on gross. Okay. Ano pa ang limit naman dito sa taxes paid to other country? It should not exceed the same proportion of the tax na babayaran dito sa Pilipinas. Halimbawa, yung na-withhold sa Amerika is for that certain income, kagaya ng income ni Senator Manny Pacquiao. Halimbawa, the amount of withholding tax that should be withheld in the income of Senator Manny Pacquiao in the US, withholding tax lang to halimbawa is 1 million, no? Pagdating dito sa Pilipinas, on that same income, because Senator Manny Pacquiao is a citizen of the Philippines, so of course he is taxable on his income within the Philippines and outside the Philippines, no? Halimbawa, on that certain income, may withholding ang foreign country, which is the US, ng 1 million. Pagdating dito sa Pilipinas, when you try to compute the income tax due of Senator Manny Pacquiao for that particular income na binayaran niya ng 1 million sa US, babayaran niya dito sa Pilipinas 800,000, no? So anong sabi niya dito? Limited lang siya sa amount of the tax na babayaran dito sa Pilipinas. So magkano lang yung i-consider ng Pilipinas na credit? Only the 800,000. Hindi niya i-allow lahat yung 1 million na tax paid in the US. No? So, yun po yung ibig sabihin dyan. Okay. So, itong iba, na-discuss ko na yung mga important point, the losses, no? Explanation na lang to ng tax code. So, I will advise you na basahin nyo to because we will have a 15 minutes break. We will be back at 10:30, no? 10:30. Tama ba ang ating oras? No? Basahin ninyo ito. Lahat yata, paki-feedback lang yung hindi pa naka-receive. Yung mga bagong nag-time in lang, Hari, or the joint, napadalhan na?
Bigyan ko sila ng link para ma-download yung.
Ano na?
Bigyan ko ng pupusan ko ng link para ma-download nila yung. Kasi nag-attendance sila po, pangalan lang, kaya hindi ko masig.
Yes po. Magbigay pala kayo ng email address nyo or yung link nyo para mapadalhan po kayo ng handouts, no? So, mayroon pa palang umaattend ngayon na hindi napadala ng handouts, no? So, saan nila ilalagay yung kanilang mga links para mapadalan sila ngayon?
Hindi ako na yung magpo-post ng link, tapos pag-click nila doon,
Ah,
download na nila yung.
o sige, sabihin mo. Ikaw, sabihin mo sa kanila kasi kawawa naman, hindi sila makakasunod. Oh. Sige, doon ka.
Yes.
Doon ka, doon. Para makita ka nila.
Dito.
Dito.
Masyadong ano na doon eh.
Ay, para ma-close up kasi.
Sa mga bagong nagpa-register, yung mga hindi nag-send ng email, magbibigay na lang po ako ng link, tapos click nyo na lang po yan para ma-download nyo po yung dun sa chat box mismo.
Sa chat box
Apo.
po mismo.
Pag-click nila doon, nandun na yung files.
Yung iba, alam ba nila kung nasaan yung chat box?
Apo.
Saan?
Doon din sila nag-attendance sa YouTube. Apo.
Okay.
Kung saan sila nag-attendance. Kung saan din sila nag-i-input ng mga tanong nila.
Okay.
Ilalagay ko na lang din doon yung link para pag na-click nila yun.
Lang nila doon.
Click lang nila, madadownload na nila yung mga
Okay. Be
files.
sure lang na yung kanilang is compatible, kaya. Kasi malaking files ito.
Hindi naman ma'am, maliit lang.
Liit lang yan.
PowerPoint lang, maliit lang.
Sige. So, ganun po yung ating handouts or yung mga ngayon lang po nag-register. So, hindi pa kayo nabigyan ng i-click nyo na lang dyan sa comment portion po ng ating YouTube channel and then you can have your handouts, no? Kasi very important, wag po tayo na, di ba, you invest already 2 days to attend the seminar. Wag yung, ang kailangan nyo lang certificate, no? That certificate is nothing kung wala kayong natutunan, no? So, para ma-make use natin itong ating seminar, do not rely also on my lecture here, no? Kaya ako binibigyan ko kayo ng, I give you all, no? I give you all. Binibigyan ko kayo ng reading materials. Alam niyo yung ibang webinar, hindi nagbibigay ng reading materials, no? Bakit? Kasi ayaw nila na matuto kayo lahat para attend kayo ng attend, no? Ako binibigay ko sa inyo lahat. Nasa inyo na lang kung basahin nyo. Sa sobrang dami din naman ang binibigay ko. Yung iba ayaw na nga tingnan, no? May participant akong ganyan. Basahin mo yung binigay ko sa iyo. Mama, ang dami eh. Wala tayong magawa, no? And then, tanong ng tanong sa akin. Sa isip-isip ko, yung lahat ng tanong mo, nandyan lang yan sa handout. So, ibig sabihin, hindi mo binabasa. Hindi ko sinasagot. No? Ganun ang ginagawa ko. Kasi, sabi ko, hindi naman pwede na sa lahat ng problema, you are a practitioner. Yung utak ng ibang gamitin mo, yung utak mo gamitin mo. Binigyan ka na ng facilities, ayaw mo. No? Ano ang mangyayari pag ayaw mo magbasa? Hindi mo matutunan. So, every time, haharap ka ng kliyente mo. Pwede ba yun? Harap ka ng kliyente mo, tapos tatawag ka pa. Ma'am, paano to? Ma'am, paano to? Hindi po ganun. No? Kasi pag nabasa natin, minsan lang yan, alam na natin yan. Yan na yan, no? Except kung na-amend yan, no? So, ang susunod natin gawin, magmo-monitor na lang tayo ng mga amendments. But right now, itong mga binigay kong handout sa inyo, basahin nyo so that hindi kayo limited lang doon sa naririnig nyo, no? Mas i-complement ninyo yung naririnig at saka yung nababasa, no? Para mas nakukuha nyo yung gist ng seminar, no? Sayang. Okay, so let's have a 15 minutes break. Let's be back at 10:30. Hari, hindi kayo limited lang doon sa naririnig nyo, no? Mas i-complement
Transfer price mo.
Saan na yung day 1?
Transfer price between. Ito.
Okay. So how to prepare notes and other disclosures to financial statements? This is our second topic. No? We are very particular in notes and disclosure to financial statements because these are being regulated by the SEC. Especially sa corporations, nagpe-penalize sila pagka kulang-kulang o kaya mali yung mga disclosures natin to financial statements. No? So what are the notes to financial statements? Notes to financial statements provide narrative description. Ito yung nag-i-explain. Because if we try to look at the basic financial statements, ano yung basic financial statements natin? We have the balance sheet or the statement of financial position. We have the income statement, statement of changes in equity, and in the cash flow. If you try to look at the account or the line items on those financial statements, di mo siya masyado naintindihan. So, anong purpose ng notes to financial statements? To explain, no? To have an explanation of those accounts para mas naiintindihan, no? ang sabi dito, provide narrative description or disaggregation. Disaggregation meaning i-breakdown mo of items presented in the financial statements and information about items that do not qualify for recognition. So, in short, bibigyan niya ng explanation yung accounts para mas naiintindihan ng users. Notes contain information in addition to that presented in the statement of financial position, income statement, statement of comprehensive income, statement of changes in equity, and statement of cash flows. And notes to financial statements are very, very important and a favorite source of audit, no? Kasi minsan wala kang findings, wala kang makikita sa balance sheet, income statement, pero sa notes to financial statements, there are so many findings, no? Kaya nga, yung discussions natin kagabi about documentation, nakalagay doon na sometimes yung information mo, yan din yung tutulong o kaya magpapahamak sa iyo yung information mo na nandyan, no? Kasi the information, kaya nga sabi ng tax authority, these are the notes that we've taken in coming from your financial information, no? So ibig sabihin, yung mga sinasabi mo na yan, galing din yan sa iyo na ginamit lang ng tax authorities in making an audit. Ganyan din po ang purpose ng notes to financial statement. It can be taken in your favor or against you kung may mga tax consequences. That's why yun yung sabi ko sa inyo na we have to be very careful in making our financial statements, especially the tax consequences. So in other words, notes to financial statements are used to report information that does not fit into the body of the statements in order to enhance the understandability of the statements. Kasi halimbawa, you just bank on the account in the income statement or in the balance sheet. Pag nilagay mo na cash dyan, cash lang. You can just imagine ano yung mga cash na yan. If you try to define cash as defined by the IFRS or the International Financial Reporting Standards, then cash, hindi lang siya cash on hand. Hindi lang siya pera, no? Nandyan pa yung mga liquid na financial instruments na magmamature within 3 months. Kasama pa rin pala siya sa cash, no? Nandyan yung mga cash on hand and in banks, no? So hindi mo siya masyadong maintindihan kung sa balance sheet ka lang titingin, no? Inventories, halimbawa, anong klaseng inventories to? Pag tiningnan mo yung notes to financial statements, since manufacturing yan, meron pala yung raw materials, goods in process, and finished goods. Tatlo pala yan, no? Okay. Notes provide additional information and help clarify the items presented in the financial statements. So, Philippine Accounting Standards 1, paragraph 113 provides that an entity shall, as far as practicable, present notes in a systematic manner. No? So, dapat daw systematic manner yung presentation ng notes to financial statement. Why systematic manner? To make it more understandable. Okay? So it's an item on the face of the statement of financial position or income statement, statement of comprehensive income, statement of changes in equity, and statement of cash flows shall be cross-referenced to any related information in the notes. So try to take a look sa inyong balance sheet or income statement, di ba nakalagay dyan, note 1, note 2, note 3. Nung bago-bago pa lang ako nagpa-practice, di ko yan nilalagyan. No? And I was always, yung client ko, pinapadalan palagi ng sulat ng is easy, no? Na i-revise, ipanya-revise, and sometimes pinipenalize. O kasi hindi ko nilalagyan ng note to financial statement. Yung note 1, note 2, note 3, hindi ko nilalagay. Basta balance sheet lang, no? Okay. And when I applied for accreditation sa SEC, no? Lahat ng mga ginawa kong financial statements were scrutinized and evaluated by the SEC. No? Ang dami pang findings. No? Buti naman na-explain ko lahat and I was able to get my SEC accreditation only last January of 2021, no? After 3 attempts, no? Kasi yung first attempt ko, sabi 3 years lang dati, accredited ka na sa SEC from the issuance of your BOA. Nung nag 3 years na ako, ginawa naman 5 years. My goodness. Wait for another 2 years. And then, ito na, after several attempts, na bigyan din ako last January. That's why I'm very particular. That's why I want to share to you yung mga notes to financial statements para hindi penalize yung ating client. And sometimes, pag na-penalize yung ating clients dahil kasalanan natin, iba na yung tingin ng client sa atin, ay hindi ito marunong na si pay. No? Samantalang negligible lang para sa akin, parang hindi ko siya nilagyan ng masyadong importance. No? Eh yun pala, ang laki ng effect kasi stricto na sila. Tinitingnan na pati yung notes to financial statements natin. Okay. So it's item on the face of the statement of financial position, income statement, statement of comprehensive income, statement of changes in equity, and statement of cash flow shall be cross-referenced to any related information in the notes. Anong sabi dito? It's item. So, kung nilagyan mo dyan ng dami-daming account dyan sa financial statements mo, dapat each item daw may cross-reference. So, ibig sabihin may notes. The note to financial statements shall be highly detailed. Oh, yan na. Yan ang requirement na highly detailed. Ibig sabihin, detalyado, no? Nakalagay yung specific information. Precise. Oh, precise. Complete, no? Tumbok talaga niyo yung points, ha? Precise, hindi yung paikot-ikot. Complete, kompleto, and easily understood by a reader who has a reasonable understanding of business affairs and is willing to study the financial statements. No? So take note na paggawa natin ng financial statements, it should be highly detailed, precise, complete, and easily understood by the reader. No? Okay. Purpose of notes to financial statement. The purpose of notes to financial statements is to provide the necessary disclosures required by Philippine Financial Reporting Standards. No? So yan ang purpose ng notes to financial statements. No? Necessary disclosures. At sino ang require? Philippine Financial Reporting Standards or the PFRS. No? And the BIR follows also the Philippine Financial Reporting Standards. Kaya kung ano yung nire-require ng standard, sinusunod din po yan, pina-follow ng BIR. No? Specifically, Philippine Accounting Standard 1, yan, binigay ko rin yan dito sa inyo at the end of the handouts na day 1, no? Nakalagay dyan. Yung mga nabigyan na, yung mga humabol? Okay. So, specifically, PAS 1, paragraph 1112 provides that the notes to financial statement shall A, presentation information about, hindi to presentation na, present lang. Present information about the basis of preparation of the financial statements and the specific accounting policies used. So ano yun, yung basis ng preparation of financial statement. Ito yung standard na pwede siyang PFRS, full PFRS, for small and medium entities and for small entities, no? Or other special na accounting standards. Disclose the information required by Philippine Financial Reporting Standards that is not presented in the financial statements. Pero mo pati yung hindi na i-present sa financial statements, kailangan, no? So dito sa presentation sa financial statements, sa notes to financial statements, wala dito yun kasi bago yun. Yun yung note sa transfer pricing po natin, yung RR 34-2020 po ng BIR on the submission of BIR Form 1709 on the related party transactions na limbawa hindi kayo required to attach because there is a threshold. Ibig sabihin, meron lang certain amount limit na mandatory sa kanila to attach sa BIR Form 1709. But what is mandatory to all is that you have to disclose in the information ninyo sa notes to financial statement the reason why you did not submit the BIR Form 1709, no? Anong reason mo? Hindi ka for example, hindi ka required because of the threshold level, no, ng RR 34-2020. So that can be a reason. Pero kailangan naka-disclose yan sa notes to financial statement mo. Oh, yun yung addition, yun yung bago. Okay. Letter C, provide additional information which is not presented in the financial statement but is relevant to an understanding of the financial statements. So wala siya sa financial statements pero so take note dito sa letter C. Sa A, lahat kanina sinabi lahat ng item na meron mag-provide tayo ng explanation. Pero dito sa letter C, parati yung wala sa financial statement but otherwise important in the understanding of the financial statements, dapat lagyan din natin. No? Okay. Order of presenting the notes, paano natin siya ipipresent? No? So, for the Philippine Accounting Standards 1, paragraph 114, provides that an entity normally presents notes in the following order to assist users. So, paano natin i-present yung notes, no? Letter A, statement of compliance with PFRS, no? So, yun yung una, no? Na ilagay mo diyan sa disclosure mo that the company presented financial statement in accordance with ganito. And then letter B, summary information or computation for line items presented in the financial statements. Ano yung mga summary information? Halimbawa, itong statement of compliance with PFRS, ang haba nito Sometimes, umaabot ito ng mga 20 pages, 30 pages, no? And then here comes the letter B, summary information or computation for line items presented in the financial statements. Marami din to, no? Kaya if you try to take a look sa mga malalaking companies, napakakapal ng kanilang financial statements because of the notes to the financial statements. No? Bigyan mo nga ako hari ng sample, yung nandyan sa atin, yung pinakamakapal na financial statements. O, ipakita natin sa kanila. Yung pinakamakapal. Kasi yan po yung nandyan yung mga notes to financial statements. At makikita ninyo gaano kakapal yan. And we have to prepare all of them, no, as tax preparer. So take note na yung ating notes to financial statements are also evaluated and also used during the tax audit. Akin na. Ito yung pinakamakapal, no? Sa mga bag. So, ito, kasi po, ginagawa namin ito sa mga transfer pricing analysis namin, no? Kasi sa transfer pricing analysis, para ka nagtithesis. So, ganyan po kakapal ang financial statements, no? So, ganyan kakapal. Bakit kumapal yan? Ang financial statement per se na balance sheet, income statement, no, is konting-konti lang, no? Ayan lang, net sales, income statement. Yung income statement, hindi nga napupuno yung isang page, no? Tapos yung statement of cash flow, no? So, isang page lang din. O kaya 2 page, the most. Statement of changes in equity, isang page lang. Oh? So, ano yung nakakapagpakakapal dito? The notes to financial statement. Oh? So, ito. Ito na. Papakita ko sa inyo. Yan ang notes to financial statements, no? So, nakalagay dyan, notes to the separate financial statements, ito yung reporting entity. No? And then the number 2, the basis of the preparation. So, nakalagay lahat yan. And then ito na, ganyan nakakapal po yung notes, no? Sa dami ng mga dapat mong i-disclose, no? So, ano tong makapal? Yung basis of preparation. No? Ang dami. Lahat ng mga accounting standards ini-explain. No? And then may checklist pa siya ng mga accounting standards na napapollow. Okay. Ito yung sabi na disaggregation, no? Disaggregation o breakdown, no? Halimbawa, kagaya niyan, may mga breakdown ng bawat accounts, no? So, bini-breakdown sa notes to financial statement. In short, ini-explain, no? Kagaya dito, nandyan sa note number 20, yung operating expenses. So, nandyan yan. Anyway, makikita natin po ito sa mga sample ng financial statements na i-discuss natin bukas. Kasi bukas, puro financial statements naman yung ating i-carry. So, more or less, may idea po kayo na ganito siya kakapal. No? Ito kakapal ang gagawin natin na notes to financial statements. So, kung pag ganyan kakapal yan, hindi mo yan kayang gawin ng isang ano lang, although may template na to no? Pagka kayo na yung gumagawa ng financial statement, sunod-sunod na yan, pare-pareho na yan, no? Okay. So, you have the idea now, ano yung notes to financial statements na gagawin, no? Okay. So, the order of presenting the notes is the statement of compliance with PFRS, the summary information or computation for line items presented in the financial statements, and supporting information or computation for line items presented in the financial statements. Ano yung sinasabi natin na line item? Yun yung item na nakalagay doon sa ating financial statements. Other disclosures, no? Ano yung other disclosures? May example siya dito. Such as contingent liabilities or the unrecognized contractual commitments and non-financial disclosures. These are very, very important. No? Kaya yung kung ano yung mga nakalagay dyan, sabihin ng court later on. This information is coming from your documentation in page ganon. No? So, other disclosures such as contingent liabilities. Ano itong contingent liabilities? Hindi mo pa ito pwedeng i-claim as an expense because contingent pa lang. But it requires disclosures. Why? Because in the future, it will happen at magkakaroon ng claim sa company. No? Okay. Kagaya ng contractual commitments. No? So, very particular tayo yan. Very important. Especially yung mga commitments na kailangan talaga ng contract. Pero sabi na iba, ma'am, walang contract yan. Remember, meron tayong requirement in our civil law na there are forms of obligations that should be written. No? So, pag sinabi mo na yung forms of obligation, reduced into writing contracts na yan. No? Kasi may obligation ka dyan, may gagawin yung isang party, may gagawin yung isang party, no? And they are actionable documents na pag hindi nyo sinunod, pwedeng i-enforce sa inyo. No? That's the contract. In some circumstances, it may be necessary or desirable to vary the order of specific items within the notes. However, the entity must retain the systematic presentation and structure of the notes as far as practicable. So kung kayo yung gumagawa ng notes to financial statement and then nakasunod-sunod na yan, then anong dapat yung gawin? Naka-structure na. So, consistent na kayo. That's why ang ginagawa ng iba, hindi na masyadong mahirap, kagaya yung ginagawa namin sa transfer pricing. Consistent ka na at saka naka-structure na. So, ang pinakamahirap mo dyan is the first study na complete mo. After that, Sunod-sunod na lang may template ka na. No? Systematic. Compliance with PFRS, no? PAS 1 or Philippine Accounting Standards 1, paragraph 16, provides that an entity whose financial statements comply with Philippine Financial Reporting Standards shall make an explicit unreserved statement of such compliance in the notes, no? So, ilagay nyo talaga dyan na nag-comply kayo. Yan yung sinabi ng Philippine Accounting Standards 1, paragraph 16. Yung Philippine Accounting Standards 1 or PAS 1, meron po akong kopya na inattach dyan na in-email din sa inyo na may soft copy kayo dyan. Okay. So, accounting policies. What are the accounting policies ng company? So, accounting policies are defined as the specific principles, methods, practices, rules, bases, and conventions adopted by an entity in preparing and presenting financial statements. So, dapat naman yung accounting policies mo also follows with the standard, no? Kaya nga, kagaya ng transfer pricing, no? Gagawa ka ng transfer pricing policies. So, anong gagawin mo? It should conform with the existing na mga rulings. Hindi pwede yung gawa-gawa ka lang. Like also these accounting policies, hindi pwede na, since ikaw yung gagawa ng accounting policies mo, hindi mo na sundin yung statutory or mandatory requirements as required by law. Dapat kung ano yung law na nakakasakop, sundin mo lahat yan. No? Kasi makikita yan during the audit. And then we have the significant accounting policies. So what are these significant accounting policies of the company? The significant accounting policies are the summary of that should be disclosed, no? Like the measurement basis used in preparing the financial statements. So yung measurement basis, yun yung nandoon sa note 2. Disclosure of measurement basis, no? So it is important for an entity to inform users of the measurement basis used in the financial statement because the basis on which the entity prepares the financial statements significantly affects the user's analysis. No? Kaya parang highlights yan na pag may user ka, ma-analyze niya kaagad yung mga disclosures mo. The measurement basis include historical cost, current cost, realizable value, and present value. The most common measurement basis is historical cost. No? So, yun yung basis ng measurement ng accounts. Disclosure of accounting policies. So, sabi natin, mag-adapt ka ng accounting policies and you disclose it in your financial statement. So, how are you going to disclose? In deciding whether a particular accounting policies should be disclosed, management shall consider whether the disclosure would assist users in understanding how transactions, other events, and conditions are reflected in the financial statements. So, ano palang gagawin ng management? I-consider niya kung yung disclosure would assist users in understanding how transactions, other events, conditions are reflected in the financial statement. No? Another is the disclosure of particular accounting policies is especially useful to users when those policies are selected from alternatives allowed in Philippine Financial Reporting Standards. No? So yung may mga alternatives o may discretion ang taxpayer, no? It should also be disclosed. Disclosure of judgment, no? Philippine Accounting Standards 1, paragraph 122, provides that an entity shall disclose in the summary of significant accounting policies the judgment that management has made in the process of applying accounting policies and that have a significant effect on the amounts recognized in the financial statements. Specifically, management makes judgment in determining the following. Bakit judgment? Because the taxpayer or the company or the management of the company are empowered, no, to make judgment, but it should be disclosed in the financial statement. And what are these judgment? Sample. Whether financial assets are to be measured at the fair value or at amortized cost. No? So, yun yung sa presentation ng financial assets. Ang sabi dyan, fair value or amortized cost. And letter B, whether substantially all the significant risk and reward of ownership of the leased asset are transferred to the lessee. Lahat, sabi niya, kung ano man yung risk and reward ng ownership, tinransfer niya doon sa lessee o yung umuupa. Whether in substance, particular sales of goods are product financing arrangement and therefore do not give rise to revenue. No? You can just imagine the substance no sales of goods. No? Usually they are product financing arrangement. So, do not give rise to revenue. So, pag walang revenue, what happened to the tax? Wala na. No? Kasi hindi ni-recognize na revenue. Okay. Disclosure of estimation uncertainty. No? So, PAS 1, paragraph 125 provides that an entity shall disclose information about the assumption it makes about the future. Kaya nga, estimation lang about the future pa. And other major sources of uncertainty at the end of reporting period that have a significant risk of resulting in a material judgment to the carrying amount of assets and liabilities within the next financial year. So you have to disclose them also, no? Yung mga estimates. At saka yung future assumptions, sources of uncertainty, no? At the end of the reporting period. No? Ito yung pinakamasaklap. Kasi you have to disclose those uncertain events, no? At sinabi niya na may significant risk of resulting in a material adjustment to the carrying amount of assets and liabilities within the next financial year. So, ano pala ang result nun? Magkaroon ng adjustment sa carrying amount ng assets and liabilities. So, pagka ginalaw mo na yan, magalaw yan, maraming maapektuhan na accounts. Okay. So, with respect to those assets and liabilities, the notes shall include the nature, yun yung requirements, carrying amount of the assets and liabilities at the end of reporting period. No? Nakalagay dyan yung carrying amount of the assets and liabilities at the end of the period. These are example. Makikita natin to sa example ng mga financial statements po ng manufacturing, yung contractors, no, yung mga NGOs, at saka yung non-stock non-profit. No, makikita natin. Kasi itong ginagawa natin ngayon, these are the theories. Mamaya yung actual na. Okay. So what are the other disclosure required? Okay. So according to Philippine Accounting Standards 1, paragraph 138, no, so ano pa yung dapat daw i-disclose ng entity? The domicile and legal form of the entity, no, kung saan siya resident, its country of incorporation, and the address of the registered office or principal place of business. No? So kung foreigner, halimbawa yung company, no? So you have to disclose the domicile and the legal form of the entity. Excuse me. Description of the nature of entities' operations and its principal activities. No? So yung ano ba yung description ng nature of entities' operation and its principal activities. Magtaka ako sa isang company, no? Yung kanilang mga staff. Kasi kailangan natin sa analysis. Ano ba yung functions nyo? Ano yung descriptions ng entities? Ma'am, hindi namin alam. Magbigay ka ng example. My God. Yung sarili mo mismong pinagtatrabuhan, hindi mo alam. No? Kaya pagdating dito sa disclosures, pag kayo gumagawa, you're the tax preparers, alam nyo na to. Why? Kasi, habang gumagawa kayo ng financial statements, gagawan kayo ng description. No? So, description of the nature of entities' operations and its principal activities. Sometimes, saan to nakikita yung documents nito? Doon sa articles of incorporation mo, doon sa purpose, no? Primary and secondary. And then we have letter C, the name of the parent and the ultimate parent of the group. No? Imagine, sa past one, nire-require na to. No? Name ng parent company and the ultimate parent of the group, meaning they are related parties. No? That's why yung BIR ngayon, very particular na sila sa mga related parties because sinasubject na sa transfer pricing audit. At ano yung transfer pricing audit? Yung application ng arm's length principle which requires na yung related party transactions between the parent and its group should be similar with that of the independent parties. So yun na yung requirement dito sa mga related parties na to, parent and ultimate parent of the group. No? Paragraph 137, ito yung other requirement. Provides that an entity shall disclose the following. No? So we are still in the disclosure to financial statements. Letter A, the amount of dividends proposed or declared before the financial statements were authorized for issue but not recognized as distribution during the period and the related amount per share. No? So dito ako na penalize ng SEC. Kasi hindi kompleto yung explanation ko about dividend. Basta nilagay ko lang, the company declared dividends to its stockholders of record, ganito. Pero kulang siya ng mga data or information na iba, just like magkano yung dividend, at saka kailan siya ibibigay. No? Kulang yung information. So, penalty. The amount of any cumulative preference dividends not recognized. No? So yung mga preferred stocks, no? Cumulative preference dividends, siyempre yung mga preferred stocks mo, pag nag-declare ka ng dividend, bibigyan din sila. Preferred pa nga sila. No? Mas nauna sila. You have to disclose it. Okay. So, example to financial statements, ito na yung example natin. So, note 1, compliance with BFRS. So, yun yung note 1. Yung pinakita kong sample kanina sa inyo, nandyan. Pero, sa actual, we have soft copies, which is lahat ng statements na i-explain natin sa inyo bukas, meron na yung example. No? So, in this example, yung note 1 is compliance with BFRS. So, pag sinabi mong compliance with BFRS, Philippine Financial Reporting Standards, no, you have to show proof na you comply with BFRS. No? So the financial statements have been prepared in compliance with the Philippine Financial Reporting Standards and Rules and Regulations of the Philippine Securities and Exchange Commission. Bakit napaka-powerful dito ang Philippine Securities and Exchange Commission? Because sila yung nagre-regulate ng corporations, and for your information, napakarami po nating corporations dito, no, sa Pilipinas. The accounting policies in the preparation of financial statements have been applied on a consistent basis. So, kasama po yan sa disclosures natin. Sa note 1 pa lang tayo. Kung ang dami-dami mong notes. No? Okay. Note 2 is the significant accounting policies. No? So, measurement basis. Ano yun? Financial statements have been prepared on the basis of historical cost. No? And except where stated, do not take into account changing prices and current cost of non-current assets. No? Excuse me. Inventories. Inventories are measured at the lower of FIFO, yung first in, first out, cost and net realizable value. Excuse me. So, papaano yung inventories na measured? Lower of cost and net realizable value. Pero for BIR purposes, only cost, no? Hindi na niya binabago yung iba, basta cost ng inventories. At pag sinabi mong cost ng inventories, ano yung supporting documents mo? Yung resibo mo pag-purchase, no? Kasi inventories ito. Store pre-opening cost, no? So, bago ka pa lang magpa-register, meron ka ng pre-opening cost, no? Such costs are charged to expense in the year-in card, no? Yan yung store pre-operating cost. So, kailan siya i-charge? Expense in the year-in card. Okay. So, note 2 are the significant accounting policies. No? So, paano natin sundin at gawan ng documentation yung significant accounting policies natin. Excuse lang po 5 minutes lang, CR lang ako. So, let's continue. So, anong gagawin po natin sa store pre-opening cost natin? Charge to expense in the year-in card, no? So, ito yung marami tayong tanong from our viewers na, ma'am, nagpa-register kami doon lang February, no? 2021. But, we already have our expenses before kami nag-register. So, how do we record it in our books of accounts? Sabi ko, i-record nyo as an expense. No? But the store pre-opening cost charged to expense in the year-in card. No? Pero, see to it that the expense are will benefit only the taxable year. Kasi kagaya na yung sinasabi natin na mga pre-opening cost mo, halimbawa, may leasehold improvement ka, and that leasehold improvement mo will benefit according to the years of your contract. So, hindi mo siya pwedeng i-expense lahat. Ito kasi, store pre-opening cost lang to na maliliit. But yung mga amortizable na cost, i-amortize mo yon, no? Okay. Property, plant, and equipment. Property, plant, and equipment are recorded at cost. The straight line method is used in recording depreciation on the basis of the estimated useful life of the assets. Tingnan nyo ha, ito Ito notes to financial statements natin, ito accounting standards, may relevance din ito doon sa mga itemized deductions that we discuss. Why? Kasi yung sabi ko sa inyo na yung mga account na yan, may mga requirements yan. So ito na din yun. No? You try to consider or to take a look dito sa mga explanations ng property, plant, and equipment. And then yung mga depreciation, no? How to compute the depreciation. The BIR follow the accounting standards, but yung basis ng depreciation for tax purposes is only the cost, hindi yung fair value, no? Or appraised value. Capital expenditures, no? So these capital expenditures incurred subsequent to the acquisition of property, plant, and equipments are expensed outright if the amounts are 5,000 and below. Capital expenditures nga siya, pero 5,000 and below lang naman siya. So, outright expense na. Such expenditures amounted to 100,000 in 2018, 30,000 in 2017 on the aggregate. So, expense mo yan kaagad. Pero kung malakihan na, hindi na pwede. No? So, cash equivalents. What are the cash equivalents? The entity considers all highly liquid investments with maturities of 3 months or less when purchased as cash equivalents. Kaya nga, yung sabi natin, when you try to take a look at cash, hindi lahat yan cash na pera, no? Mayroon yang investment. No? Halimbawa, bumili ka ng securities na magmamature na siya within 3 months. So, anong dapat mo na classification? I-classify mo yan, not as an investment, but doon na sa cash. No? Yan ang sinasabi ng standard. Okay, so intangible assets, like goodwill. No? So, goodwill represents the difference. Ito na. Actually, ito yung dinidiscuss natin sa case. Yung goodwill, no? Na yung goodwill, din-appreciate nila. Pero sa ibang bansa yun. Kasi sa atin, hindi natin kinukonsider ang goodwill when it comes to tax, no? At ang sabi ko sa inyo, yung orientation ko dito sa mga lectures ko about taxation, no? So, intangible assets, like goodwill, no? Although ang intangible assets, marami yan, hindi lang goodwill. So, goodwill represents the difference between the purchase price of an acquired entity and the related fair values of net assets acquired. Goodwill is not amortized, but tested for impairment annually. No? So, hindi siya ina-amortize ang goodwill. Kaya, nagkaroon ng adjustment yung isang company, no? Pero sa abroad to, because in-amortize nila, din-appreciate nila yung goodwill. And for 16 years, and 57 million a year. That's why, before sila na nag-amortize ng goodwill, net income pa sila. So mag-umpisa, kaya sila na-adjust. Nakita ng tax authority na, bakit naging net loss na ito for how many years? So, nagde-declare siya ng net income. Yun pala, nag-recognize sila ng goodwill, nag-merge sila ang mga related parties, tapos, nag-recognize sila ng goodwill, na sila rin na within the group din na company, and then in-amortize nila ng 16 years at an amount of 57 million year. So, anong ginawa ng tax authority? Disallow. No? Okay. Dinala sa korte, panalo yung tax authority. No? Okay. The cost of patents, so still in the intangibles. Kasi itong intangibles natin, very particular na tayo ngayon, not only goodwill. Kasi dati, sa old pa na accounting natin, ang pag sinabi mo intangibles, goodwill na kaagad. Ngayon, hindi lang goodwill ang intangibles. So, nandiyan na yung patents, copyrights, other intangible assets like software, no? Yung mga dine-develop natin with no physical attributes, pero they are value drivers of the company. If you try to take a look now sa ating new world, we focus more on intangibles. Bakit? Kasi kahit yung ating taxation ngayon is taxation without physical presence na. So wala ng physical attributes pero nakakapag impose ka pa rin ng taxation. Itong ating internet services, no? Kikita nyo ba, nag-deliver ba ako personally sa inyo? Hindi, but because of the facilities of the internet, no? Nagkakatagpo-tagpo tayo in a virtual uh, study room, no? So, the intangibles are amortized over their estimated useful life. Oh, the straight line method is used for amortization. So ito yung intangibles, no, na mga patents, copyrights. Pero try to take a look for patents, no? Kasi ang patents regulated 'yan. Meron yang registration with the IPO or the Intellectual Property Office, and then yung patents becomes of patents after 20 years, no? But you have to consider the estimated useful life. Even if the patent is registered with the IPO and the life is 20 years, but sometimes that patents, kung marami nang gumagamit sa kanya o marami nang gumagaya, the estimated useful life is only 5 years, no? So if you are the accountant, you have to amortize it for its estimated useful life na 5 years at hindi yung kanyang protected life na 20 years in the IPO or in the Intellectual Property Office. Kasi bakit? It becomes worthless after 5th year, no? So, ikaw as an accountant, be sure na alam mo i-explain kung bakit yung patents na 20 years, ginawa mo lang 5 years. No? So, be careful. The straight line method is used for amortization. Another is the research and development. All expenditures for research and development are charged to expense in the year incurred. We are still in the notes to financial statement. So, pati itong research and development, magkaroon kayo dito ng explanations. All expenditures for research and development are charged to expense in the year incurred. Sabi niya dito, all. Pero anong sabi doon sa Ramo 1-2019 natin? 3% of the total sales. Why? Kasi research and development, kung sobrang laki na, you have to capitalize it on the cost of the project or the items that you are going to develop. No? Limbawa, nag-develop ka ng new product and then you incur expenses of research and development. Of course, for that research and development of the new product, you cannot claim that as an operating expenses. No? So, sabi niya dito, all expenditures for research and development are charged to expense in the year incurred. Mag-o-object dito yung tax authorities. Why? Kasi, na-incur nga siya noong 2021. Pero ang purpose ng research development is to develop that new product. No? Research and development lang yan na spend during the year as an operating expense. Pero pagka development of new product, hindi na pwede. No? So, income taxes. Income taxes include the deferred income taxes that result from all taxable and deductible temporary differences between carrying amount for financial reporting and tax base for tax reporting of assets and liabilities. Meron tayo pong video dyan on accounting for income tax, no? Kasi meron tayo mga deferred na income tax at saka may reconciliation tayo dyan, no? So, balikan natin sandali itong research and development, no? May isi-share lang ako sa inyo dito. Kasi, if you try to read the Philippine Accounting Standards 1, ano sabi dito? Research and development, all expenditures for research and development are charged to expense in the year incurred. So right away, pag nakita mo, sinabi ng standard research and development, charged at the year incurred. Bakit iba naman yung sinasabi ng BAR? No? Ito po yung nangyari. This is an actual case. No? Kasi when I was sa Marikina, ito nangyari. Because when I was chief of the assessment at the same time, may tao ako as group supervisor. No? So may may examiner ako na magaling talaga siya. No? Ito yung isang dispute nila. May kinuha sila na, yung isang company, may kinuha sila na product endorser, no? Si Chris Aquino at that time. Kasi napakasikat ni Chris during the time na si Noynoy Aquino yung presidente, di ba? Anong tawag kay Chris at that time? queen of billboards, no? If you try to take a look dito sa EDSA, alam nyo, itong mga advertisement, natutuwa ako dyan. Kasi pag dumaan ka sa EDSA, dami-daming billboards. Ang tingin ko dyan parang comics. Why parang comics? Because bawat billboards may story yan eh. No? So, si Chris Aquino at that time is the queen of billboards kasi siya ang sikat dahil nga kapatid ng presidente. So, ang daming mga companies na kinukuha siya to endorse the products para anong purpose ng advertising? Di ba? Para sumikat yung product mo. Okay. So, itong examiner ko, ano siya, may in-examine siya, no? Na isang manufacturer ng mga beauty products. Ngayon, dinis-allow niya yung advertising because it's not an ordinary expense, ha? Kaya tingnan nyo pa rin na sa classification ng expenses, pagka extraordinary expense na, question mark na agad yan if i-charge mo yan sa operating expense. No? So nakita niya, it's not an ordinary expense kasi during the year, kinuha nila si Chris Aquino as an endorser at a cost of pinakamababa, 12 million, 20 million yan ha, ang endorser lang. So 20 million or 30 million at that, parang 30 million. Endorse lang. 3 minutes lang yata yun ang ads, no? So that's 30 million. So anong ginawa nung examiner ko? Dinis-allow niya, hindi niya pina-outright na claim ang advertisement. At anong reason niya? You can outright claim an expense for the year in card kung yung the year benefited yung current year lang. Pero if sabi niya, benefited yung ibang taxable year, hindi mo pwedeng i-outright yan. No? And according to him, pina-amortize niya for a period of 3 years. So yung 1-year period lang, ang pina-claim niya as an expense. Doon nag-dispute yung, doon yung nag-dispute ang taxpayer. No? So, ako, I stand talaga na yung advertisement, if it benefits not only 1 year, then you have to amortize and then amortize it sa number of years. It brings benefit to the company, no? And in that case, 3 years, no? So ito na ngayon, kinuha akong advisor ng isang group of students ng UP na magko-contest sila abroad for the transfer pricing, no? So, matatalino yung mga estudyante sa UP, no? So, sabi ko, kasi binigyan sila ng senaryo. Ito yung senaryo, anong gagawin nyo? So, dinagay ko. So, sabi ko sa kanila, amortize the advertising expense. Sabi ko sa kanila, kasi gano'n. Yung isa ayaw talaga pumayag, no? Ayaw pumayag, yung isang estudyante. Kasi alam niyo, yung mga estudyante dyan, kahit sa parents nila, hindi yan sumusunod, no? Basta alam nila may logic. Ako gusto ko yun, no? Pero, so nag-ano kami, hindi ako nag-give in sa kanya. Sabi ko, you amortize that. Ma'am, hindi. Tapos kinabukasan pa, the following day, ininsist na naman niya, ma'am, hindi. Tinawagan ko yung professor ko. Sabi niya, outright expense daw talaga yung advertising. Sabi ko, hindi. Bihin mo sa professor mo, no? Hindi din ako pumayag, no? Patigasan kami ng ulo. Okay. So, di ako pumayag na yung advertising expense is outright expense. Sabi ng professor ko, ma'am, outright expense. Sabi ko, hindi, huwag kang maniwala. No? So, anong reason ko? It benefits more than 1 year. At isa pa, pangalawa, it's not an ordinary expense. Wala naman siya ordinary expense na 30 million in a year. Yun lang year na yan. No? So, ibig sabihin, extraordinary expense yan, hindi yan pang operating expense, no? So, ganun ang ano ko sa kanila. Although, hindi siya convinced, no? Alam mo naman sa argument, kahit na ipilit mo yung sayo, the other party still has their own opinion na hindi mo pwedeng tibagin, no? So, bahala siya. Basta ako, ito yung sinabi ko. Okay, ito na ngayon. Lumabas na sila ng bansa, they joined the contest. Panalo sila, no? Okay, so ganun lang. Kasi may mga principle dyan na may reason ka eh, no? So ano yung reason mo doon sa advertising expense na outright expense? Extraordinary siya at saka it benefits the future period, no? So yun lang. Qualified na siya na i-amortize. Okay. Okay, next is the earnings per share, no? So the earnings per share amounts are based on the weighted average number of ordinary shares outstanding after recognition of preference dividends, no? So potential ordinary shares are not material. Especially itong sinabi niya na recognition of preference dividends, especially kung merong iba't ibang klase ng shares of stocks issued yung corporation, no? So meron siyang common stocks, meron siyang preferred shares, no? So compute mo lahat 'yan, no? Kaya kasi may preference 'yan yung dividends, no? At saka may feature yung preferred shares kung ano 'yan, so you have to compute that. Okay, so may effect 'yan sa computation mo ng earnings per share. Okay. Next is the example of disclosure on inventory, no? So ano yung inventories dito? The components of the year and inventories are as follows, no? So ito yung finished goods, ito yung goods in process, ito yung raw materials, manufacturing supplies, and then i-less mo yung allowance for inventory write-down. Bakit ano yung allowance for inventory write-down? Ito yung mga normal loss, ito yung mga theft, no? Yung mga nawawala dyan sa inventory mo, o kaya yung mga damage, no? O kaya yung mga naging obsolete na, o kaya nag-expire na, no? So you have to write it down as allowance for inventory write-down. So you come up with your inventories, no? Yan yung ipapakita nyo sa disclosure. Pero dito sa disclosure sa inventory, may narrative ba to? May explanation pa? Kasi ito, components lang to ang pinapakita sa atin. Meron pa yung narrative. At pagdating po sa narrative, na explanations of our notes to financial statements, at least 3, no? At least 3 explanations ang ilalagay mo. Hindi pwede na one-liner ka lang dyan. Okay. Note 4, property, plant, and equipment. No, may mga examples tayo doon natin i-elaborate yan. So, example, on February 1, 2020, the entity entered into a contract for the construction of an office building. The fixed contract price is 8 million. The building is expected to be completed in 12 months. No? So, land, buildings, machineries and equipments, furnitures and fixtures, patterns, molds, dies and tools, total accumulated depreciation and incurring amount. No? So, yan yung for the year 2020 and 2019. So, that is the example kung paano mo siya i-disclose yung property, plant, and equipment. Pero pagdating po sa balance sheet, notes to financial statement natin talaga, meron doong lapsing schedule, no? Kasi ito, simpleng-simple lang to na disclosures. Pero doon, may mga iba pang transactions that affects the property, plant, and equipment. At yun yung mga additions and disposal during the year, no? And very important yan. Anyway, itakil natin yan doon sa financial statements na preparation for particular industry. Note 5 is the contingent liability, no? So the entity is the defendant. Ito example na to how you disclose it in the notes to financial statement, no? So the entity is the defendant in a patent infringement suit seeking damages of 2 million. Defendant siya. So siya yung accused, no? Siya yung magbabayad ng infringement suit doon sa defendant. Siya yung inireklamo. Okay? So the suit is still pending and the entity's legal counsel firmly believe that the case will not prosper. No? So kasama yan sa disclosure. Another is note 6, long-term debt. Itong mga notes na to, hindi ito practically na ito yung pagkasunod-sunod kasi depende sa account nung taxpayer or ng client. No? So note 6, long-term debt. The bonds payable of 5 million mature on December 31, 2022. No? Pay semi-annual interest of 12% on June 30 and December 31. So yun yung bonds payable niya. So ibig sabihin siya yung may utang, siya yung nagbabayad. No? Kaya siya yung nagbabayad ng annual interest. And what is the annual interest? Legal interest ngayon, 12% per annum. Okay, so note 7, we have shareholders' equity. We have preference share capital, 100 par value, 100,000 shares authorized, issued out and outstanding at both December 31, 2020 and December 31, 2019. No? The preference share is cumulative and there are no dividends in arrears. Ordinary share capital is 50 par 1 million shares authorized and 800 shares issued at both December 31, 2020 and December 31, 2019, of which 50,000 shares are held in treasury and recorded at cost of 3 million. Okay. Written earnings are appropriated to the extent of the cost of the treasury shares. Okay? Sa written earnings naman to. The balance of the written earnings represents unrestricted amount legally available for dividends. So ano yung sabi niya dito na unrestricted yung written earnings? No? Amount legally available for dividends. Kasi ano requirements natin sa corporation code? Pag nag-declare ka ng dividends, it should be coming from your unappropriated written earnings. Ano yung written earnings? Yan yung residual account mo, doon lahat pumupunta yung income o yung kita ng corporation. No? So doon ka kukuha ngayon ng dividends na pambayan mo sa mga stockholders mo. Halimbawa, yung written earnings mo is restricted. Why restricted? Because it would be used, it is appropriated for expansion of the business. So hindi mo siya pwedeng galawin. No? So in that case, hindi ka pwedeng mag-declare ng dividend even if meron kang written earnings. So kailan lang pwedeng mag-declare ng dividends if the written earnings are unrestricted or unappropriated. Okay. So we have our note 8 is the share options, no? So December 1, 2020, shareholders of the entity approve the share option plan which provides for granting of options to purchase 50,000 ordinary shares at 100% of fair value at the date of the grant. The options are exercisable immediately. So itong mga options na yan, na sinasabi dyan, exercisable immediately because after the lapse of certain time, hindi mo na ma-avail yung options. No? Okay. Okay, so yun yung ating notes to financial statement coming from financial reporting Philippine Accounting Standards 1. No? Now let's go to the additional disclosures in the notes to financial statement as required by the SEC or the Securities and Exchange Commission. No? According to Annex 68K, no? So in addition to the requirements under the applicable PFRS, corporations covered by Part 2 of this rule shall comply with the disclosure requirements of this annex. No? So statement of financial position. A registrant shall disclose statement of financial position, ito yung balance sheet, no? A registrant shall disclose either on the face of the statement of financial position or in the notes to the financial statement. Further subclassifications of the line items presented in accordance with this annex and in a manner appropriate to the registration operations and the nature and functions of amount involved, no? So ano daw sabi niya, magdi-disclose na tayo on the face of the statement of financial position or sa notes to financial statements, no? Ano 'yon? Yung subclassification of the line item, no? Presented. Okay. in a manner appropriate to the registrant's operations and nature and functions of amount involved. Okay. So you have to disclose also in trade and other receivables, the state separately receivable from, so saan galing yung receivables? From customers or trade, from related parties, no? Bakit sa receivable, very particular tayo dito sa receivables from related parties? Kasi pag nag-declare ka ng bad debts at yung receivable mo coming from related parties, question mark ka agad yan. Why? Kasi ni-write off mo later on yung bad debts mo, pero sa sarili mo lang ang nakumpanya doon ka ng utang. No? So, bawal yun. Hindi bawal yung mangutang, bawal yung mag-write off ka. No? Kasi ikaw din yun eh. Okay, so other than trade debtors such as loans or advances to officers and employees. Yun yung receivables. Disclose the amount of balances, volume during the period, and specific terms of the receivables from its related party which are eliminated during consolidation. So, kung yung mga balances na yan, galing yan sa related parties, then you have to disclose also. No? So, if significant in amount, other receivables shall be segregated by type. No? Otherwise, they may be grouped in one figure caption as accounts receivable, others, or other equivalent title. No? So, magkaiba yung title, pinapa-breakdown, pinapa-segregate. No? Kung halimbawa, saan galing yung receivables mo? Bawa, coming from your installment sales, coming from your real estate. No? So, i-break down mo siya or segregated. That's why, mayroon din tayong seminar na we explain the segmented financial statement. No? Okay. Letter B, the inventories. No? So inventories disclose any unusual purchase commitments and accrued net losses, if any, on such commitments. No? So losses which are expected to arise from firm and uncancelable commitments for the future purchase of inventory items shall, if material, be recognized in the accounts and separately disclosed in the statement of comprehensive income. So yan po yung sa inventories. Excuse me. Okay. Other current assets, no? So you have to state separately any amount in excess of 5% of total current assets, no? So the remaining items may be shown in one amount, no? So yan yung other current assets. Pag exceed na daw siya ng total 5% ng total current assets. So hindi lahat pala kasi sabi natin sa other current assets, this is also the residual account, no? Kung hindi siya current, so pwede na natin ilagay diyan sa other current assets. But remember, sabi dito ng easy, if separately the amount in excess of 5% ng total current assets, exceeding na siya, then the remaining items may be shown in one amount, no? So hindi lahat ng assets na gusto mo, ilagay mo dyan sa other current assets. No? Indebtedness of or advances to related parties. Show separately under this caption non-current advances to related parties. Include also the disclosure on whether or not the corporation has an approval requirement and limits on the amounts and extent of related party transactions. Ito na yung ini-explain ko sa video natin, sa live streaming po natin, sa basic transfer pricing, na pagka related party transactions, tapos may loans, tapos ni-write off, red light ka agad dyan sa BIR. No? Kaya nga sa indebtedness, advances to related parties, ano requirement dito? Show separately under this caption non-current advances to related parties. Include the disclosure whether or not the corporation has an approval requirement and limits on the amount and extent of related party transaction. So in short, ano to? Policy ng corporation, no? Ano yung policy niya? Meron siyang approval requirement at saka limit na ibigay mo as an amount and extent related to related parties, no? So ito yung mga advances to related parties. So dapat may policy kayo dyan na nililimit nyo lang. Hindi yung advances to related parties mas malaki pa sa stockholders equity, no? Ang advances to related parties, yung related parties ang may utang. Pero kung indebtedness, no? Yung company ang may utang sa related parties, no? Okay. Other assets. State separately any item which is in excess of 5% of total non-current assets. No, anong sabi niya? Pagka ang other assets na is in excess na of 5%, then i-separate mo na yung item na yan, no? Kaya hindi yung other assets is also a residual account. Hanggang 5% lang siya. So much so yung other current assets hanggang 5% lang din siya. Trade and other payables, so ito yung mga utang, no? Shall be stated separately in the notes to financial statements. The trade payables, the payables to related parties, advances from directors, offices, or ito yung industry, no? Employees and principal stockholders and related parties of the company or its related parties. Exclude from this item amounts for purchases subject to usual trade terms, for ordinary travel expenses, and for other items arising in the ordinary course of business. No? Disclose the amount of balances, volume during the period, and specific terms of the payables to its related party which are eliminated during consolidation. No? So yun yung amount of balances. No? Accruals, no? So show separately significant accruals for payrolls, taxes, other than income taxes, interest, and any other material items. So ipakita nyo rin yan, no? Yung mga significant accruals. The following information shall also be disclosed. Any current liability guaranteed by others and assets placed against secured liabilities, no? So, nakalagay dyan, the asset is pledged to the loan acquired by the company on mga ganon. No? Yun yung example. Okay. Other current liabilities, if material, state separately in amount the following in the notes to financial statements. Sa other current liabilities naman, dividends declared and not paid at the end of the reporting period. No? So, wag mo lang siya lagyan ng other current liabilities pagka dividend siya. Dapat naka-disclose separately. Acceptances payable. No? Liabilities under trust receipts. Portion of long-term debt due within 1 year. And then, we have the deferred income and any other current liability in excess of 5% of total current liabilities, no? So, may selling na ngayon, 5% of total current liabilities. Disclose mo na siya. So, other long-term liabilities, state separately in the statement of financial position or in a note thereto, any item not properly classified in one of the preceding liability captioned such as deferred income taxes and other long-term deferred credits, which is in excess of 5% of total long-term liabilities, no? So dito meron na silang limit, no, na 5%, and then more than that magdi-disclose ka na. Capital stock, provide a summarized discussion of the company's track record of registration of securities under the Securities Regulation Code, no? Formerly revised Securities Act, by indicating the number of shares registered, issue, offer price, date of approval, or date when the registration statement covering such securities was rendered effectively by the Commission and the number of holders such securities as of year-end. No? So, sa capital stocks yan ang disclosures. Statement of comprehensive income. Revenues, no? State separately on the face of the statement of comprehensive income revenues from each of the following. So, i-separate mo itong mga account na to. Revenue from sale of goods, revenue from rendering of services, share of the profit or loss of associates, and joint ventures accountable for using the equity method, and other income. Cost, no? For the cost, you have to state separately in the face of the statement of comprehensive income cost as follows: cost of sales, cost of rendering services, operating expenses, and then other expenses, no? And then we have the finance cost. Ito yung sa mga interest natin, insurance, no? State separately in the notes to financial statement the amounts of interest, expense, and amortization of debt discount and expenses for each of the following, no? So ano yung i-state mo separately? Short-term promissory notes, long-term promissory notes, bonds, mortgages, and other similar long-term debt, amortization of debt discount, expenses on premium, and then the other interest, no? So you have to disclose the finance cost. And then other income. State separately in a note to financial statements the items and nature of its material other income, including a disclosure on whether or not it is a result of a related party transactions. No? So you have to explain na hindi siya related party kung hindi. Gain on sale of assets. State separately gain or loss from sale of its class of assets. And then we have miscellaneous income. State separately any material amounts of miscellaneous income indicating clearly the nature of the transactions of which the items arose. No? Other expenses. State separately expenditures with material amount or that which constitutes 5% or more of the total revenue of the registrant. And we have our specific disclosures on the face of the statement in the notes, no? Ito yung net asset value per share in case of mutual funds or investment companies, no? So we have so much discussion on the notes to financial statement, no? So after this, this afternoon po natin, we will continue with our next topic, no? Ano yung next topic natin this afternoon? How to prepare consolidated financial statements. We will give you samples. And then in the afternoon, the reconciliation of earnings available for dividends and other schedules as provided for by the SEC or the Securities and Exchange Commission, no? So we have discussed to you this morning how to claim itemized and other deductions. And then the second topic, how to prepare notes and other disclosures to financial statements. So I would like to say na thank you very much and let's have a break. And let's go back at 1:05, no? Magpapahinga lang po tayo and then we will continue with our discussions on the last two topics. And we will entertain questions after the second topic, no, in the afternoon. Depende yan kung matatapos tayo kaagad, mabilis tayo. So we will have our answering of questions earlier, pero kung hindi, siguro, abutin tayo ng 5. So kung maraming questions, abutin tayo ng 6 o'clock or whatever, no? Pero tapusin po talaga natin yung mga questions ninyo. So I'd like to say thank you and let's have a break. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome again to another our afternoon session po ng ating today seminar for tax preparer, no? So let's have a call on the afternoon attendance, no? So we have Abad Annabel, Abrio Caroline, we have Alag Angelica Marie. So paano tong mga PM lang, walang AM? Hari.
Dapat kompleto.
Sige.
Pero minsan lumahapon sila.
Alas, Fatima, Amistoso, Kerlin. We have Bautista, Jana May, Benitez, Carol, Bintayo, Pamela, Lowy, Carion, Giselle. We have Concepcion, Jeffrey, Evardoni, Darrell, Jokoy, Princess, Lamayo, Maria Cindy, Limen, Cleo, Malaluan, Arnold, Martala, Noemi Amor, Orlina, Abigail, we have Salbamanti, Jenibeth, Sano Michael, Tan Edetha. Oh, si Ma'am Edetha Tan. Partisipan natin yun sa Pikpasan, ano. Oh, shout out to you, Ma'am Edith. Tan, sipag mo talaga. Di, ano yan? Taga Cagayan de Oro. Ang pangalan lang. Tenorio Efraim. Dagdag. And we have Bactad, Charlene. We have Perdiguera, Charito. We have Rex, Alina. And then, ito yung Baby Lynn De Leon, Joel Pagaran, Elizabeth Corpus. Ilan na yung ano natin ngayon? Oh, hindi yan. Oh, so i-check na maigi kasi wala kang 50 yung natawag natin, no? So please confirm your attendance, no? Kasi para yan sa ating certificate of attendance, no? So our first topic this afternoon is how to prepare consolidated financial statements. This is the third topic for the day, which is the first topic for the afternoon. Okay, so under the Securities Regulation Code, Rule 68, no? So yun yung basis natin ng preparation ng consolidated financial statements, no? So for the consolidated financial statements, in addition to those required under the applicable financial reporting framework, sino yung required, no? So the following requirements shall be complied with by the companies covered by Part 2 of this rule, no? So yung mga parent at saka subsidiaries, may mga investors. A company covered by Part 2 of this rule that has a significant foreign subsidiary or subsidiaries shall submit to the Commission copies of the financial statements of said subsidiaries. So yung mga parent company, no? Parent company covered by Part 2 of this rule shall submit consolidated AFS, annual financial statements, accompanied by its separate AFS that is duly received by the BIR or its authorized banks, unless the BIR allows an alternative proof of submission for its authorized banks, like bank slips, no, or prohibits acceptance of the financial statements in certain cases, like my ongoing examination. So we have an example here of the consolidated financial statements, no? So sample yan. So if you think your company is subject to a preparation of consolidated financial statements, then these are the examples, no? So we have ABC Prime Holdings Inc. and subsidiaries consolidated balance sheets, amounts in thousands, no? For the year ending December 31, 2020 and 2019. So remember that the presentation of our financial statement is comparative, meaning 2 years, no? So dalawang taon yan, comparative ang presentation ng financial statements. So we have here the assets. For the assets, we have current assets, no? So we have cash and cash equivalents. So tingnan nyo sa note 6, 20, 27, and 28. That explains, yan ang disclosures to cash, no? Okay. So, we have receivables and the contract assets. No, may mga contract assets siya. Ito siguro yung mga um, tingnan natin kung ano yung kanyang description or kanyang explanation sa notes 8, 15, 20, and 27 and 28, no? For the receivables and contract assets. Kung ano yung mga contract assets niya na nandyan, no? And then meron siyang real estate inventories. So, dito pa lang sa account pa lang malalaman mo na anong klase siyang company, no? So, ibig sabihin, engage siya in real estate kasi may inventory siya. For the real estate inventories, ano itong mga nakalagay dito? Mga land, no? Kung condominium developer siya, then sa condominium. And then we have the equity instrument at fair value through other comprehensive income. Notes 10, 20, 27, and 28. We have derivative assets, no? Notes 27 and 28. And also prepaid expenses and other current assets. Notes 11, 20, 27, and 28. Doon sa requirement ng Philippine Accounting Standards 1, which we discussed this morning, ano po yung requirements doon? Each item in the financial statements should contain a note or explanation or disclosures, no? So, lahat. Kaya tingnan nyo, bawat account dito sa balance sheet niya, may nakalagay na notes. Ibig sabihin may explanations. And not only one, marami pa. So, yung isang account niya, more or less, merong 4 notes, no? Or dalawa. So depende sa account. So, we have non-current assets, no? So, balance sheet pa lang po ito. We have equity instruments at fair value through other comprehensive income, net of current portion. No? So, yan po yung account niya. And then, there is a property and equipment. Mamaya tingnan natin yung notes. And explain ko sa inyo lalo na itong lapsing, no? Kasi favorite ko to yung property and equipment. And there is also the investment properties. No? So, iba itong investment properties, iba yung sa real estate inventories. Kasi yung real estate inventories niya, those are also properties. But, it is not an investment property, but held for sale. Kaya nandun sa inventory. Investment and associates and joint ventures. Deferred tax assets. No? Derivative assets, net of current portion. And then other non-current assets. No? So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 yung explanations niya, yung notes. So, total non-current assets and then total assets. In 1,000 ito, no? In 1,000. So, magkano ito? 667 billion, 279,674,000. No? So, na round off siya to the nearest 1,000. Okay. And then we have the liabilities, no? Assets yun. So we have the liabilities and equity. So we have current liabilities, loans payable. We have accounts payable and other current liabilities, no? We have current portion of long-term debt and then the income tax payable, no? So how much is the income tax payable niya? 1,509,657,000. No? And then we have non-current liabilities. We have long-term debt, net of current portion. No? So itong long-term debt niya, net of current portion. Bakit? Saan napunta yung current portion niya? Nando doon sa accounts payable and other current liabilities. No? The current portion of long-term debt, no, nando doon. And then we have the tenants and customers deposits, net of current portion also. We have liability for purchased land, net of current portion. We have deferred tax liabilities. Oh, so deferred tax liabilities sa assets, ano yung nakalagay doon? Deferred tax assets, no? Deferred tax assets sa non-current assets. Dito naman sa liability, deferred tax liabilities. And then we have the derivative liabilities, and then other non-current liabilities. And then we have the equity attributable to equity holders of the parent, no? So we have capital stocks, we have additional paid in capital. How much is the additional paid in capital? 38 billion, 7,668,000. And we have cumulative translation adjustment, no? Net fair value changes of equity instruments at fair value through other comprehensive income. And we have net fair value changes on cash flow hedges. No? And remeasurement loss on defined benefit obligation. We have retained earnings. No? The appropriated retained earnings is 42 billion, while the unappropriated 173 billion. So, try to take a look on the retained earnings. So, magkano dyan yung pwede sa dividend. No? Kasi yung appropriated, hindi yan pwedeng i-declare mo sa, as payment for dividend. Only the unappropriated. No? Which is 173 billion 583,109 583 million 191,000 in this case. And there is the treasury stock, no? May 2 billion 984,695 sila na payment for the treasury stocks or yung reacquisition of stocks nila. Okay, so there is a total equity attributable to equity holders of the parent. And we have the non-controlling interest. Ito yung mga investment nila sa subsidiaries. No? So, 1,600,103. Total equity is 302,516,274. So, total liabilities and stockholders' equity, 667,279,674,000. Okay. Okay, so let's now go to the example po ng consolidated statement of income. No? So you try to take a look on the account, no? Bakit siya consolidated? Kasi kasama na yun yung mga subsidiaries niya, no? Kaya tingnan mo sa title pa lang, ABC Prime Holdings Inc. and subsidiaries, no? Tingnan natin mamaya doon sa notes to financial statements niya kung ano itong mga subsidiaries na nire-report niya dito. No? Okay, so we have the revenue, we have the rent, no? Kasi real properties ito. So, magkano yung rent na income niya? 61 billion 759,921, no? So, ganun kalaki yung kanyang rental income. And then we have sales ng real estate, 44 billion. Cinema and other and event tickets, 5 billion. And others, no? So yung may others, 6 billion. Okay, so how much is the total revenue? 118 billion 311,490. How much is the cost and the expenses? 61 billion 619,162. So you have income from operation of 56, no? 56 billion 692,293. Okay. Other income or charges? Anong mapapansin nyo dito? Walang gross profit rate, no? Dumiretso lang siya sa cost and expenses. No? So income from operations niya is 56 billion. And then we have the other income or charges. No? So we have interest expense. Ang laki din, 8 billion. No? And then we have interest and dividend income. So that is an addition. And then we have others, no? Deductions. So income before income tax is 49,161,994. So our provision for income tax is, for the current, we have 9.2 billion, and for the deferred, we have 1 billion. No? So net income after tax is 38,788,673. No? So attributable, ito na yung mga wala sa ordinary lang na hindi consolidated na income tax, no? At saka financial statements. So ano nakalagay dito? Attributable to equity holders of the parent, no? Yun yung income na para sa equity holders ng parent. How much is that? 38,085,601,000. And how much is that for the non-controlling interest? 703,072,000. No? So we have total of 38,788,673. So earnings per share na basic at saka diluted earning per share is 1.320. No, noong 2019, 1.115. Noong 2018, 0.956. So, anong ibig sabihin? Tumataas yung earnings per share niya. Maganda yung activity or business result niya ng operations. No? Kasi from 2018, na earnings per share niya is 0.956, naging 1.115 noong 2019, naging 1.320 noong 2020. That's why magkano yung kanyang equity holders, no? Net income attributable to equity holders, 38 billion, no? So pwede ba siyang mag declare ng dividend diyan? Tingnan natin yung kanyang written earnings, no? So meron siyang unappropriated na written earnings na 173, no, billion. Magkano yung pwede niyang yung earnings per share at saka yung equity holders for parent company 38 billion. So pwede. No? Pasok siya doon sa 73 billion. So pwede siya mag-declare ng dividend kasi may source siya na unappropriated written earnings. No? Okay. So, for the consolidated statement of comprehensive income, ito naman yon. No? We have net income for the year 2020. No? So, ito yung net income kanina na nandun sa income statement natin. So, for the consolidated statement of comprehensive income, we have the net income and then other comprehensive income. So, saan ang gagaling itong other comprehensive income? From unrealized gain due to changes in fair value of financial assets at fair value through other comprehensive income. So, 1,635,000 and remeasurement loss on defined benefit obligation, 567, no? So, meron siyang total na 1,067,706. Okay. So, items that may be reclassified to profit or loss in subsequent period, ito yung cumulative translation adjustment, no? And net fair value changes on cash flow hedges, no? So, you have a total comprehensive income of 38,758 attributable to equity holders of the parent, 38. Diyan, tingnan natin mamaya sa notes 19 and 29, makikita ninyo kung sino yung mga equity holders niya, no? So, we have 38,058,471,000. And we have non-controlling interest, no? 700,114. Okay, so let's now go to the changes in equity. So ito yung consolidated na statement of changes in equity. So for the years ended December 31, 2019, 2018, and 2017, so 3 years. So amounts in 1,000. So for the capital stocks, we have as of January 1, 2020, 33,166,300. For the additional paid in capital as of January 1, 2020 pa rin, we have 39,953,218. And we have cumulative translation adjustment, no? Ito yung translation nila ng mga foreign currencies. So net fair value, changes of equity instrument at fair value through other comprehensive income, no? So we have 19,084,597. Okay. So we have net income of the year, transfer of realized gain on equity instruments at fair value through other comprehensive income, no? And then other comprehensive income or loss, and then total comprehensive income or loss for the year, no? So we have cash dividend, note 19. We have cash dividend received by subsidiary, cash dividend received by non-controlling interest. Wala sila during the year, no? Acquisition of non-controlling interest, notes 2 and 5, no? So yung as of December 31, 2020, so yan na, yung total. As of January 1, 2019, ito yung preceding, no, year. Net income for the year, the transfer of realized gain on equity instruments at fair value through other comprehensive income, note 10. And then we have the other comprehensive income. And then we have total comprehensive income or loss for the year. We have cash dividend, kung meron, no? So nandyan sa note 19. We have cash dividend received by the subsidiary. We have cash dividend received by non-controlling interest. And we have sale of treasury shares held by subsidiary. We also have sale or acquisition of non-controlling interest. Note 2 and 5. No? So at December 31, 2019. As of January 1, 2018, as previously reported, no? Ito na yung 2019, no? Na statement of changes in equity. At January 1, 2018, previously reported effect of common control business combination, and then January 1, 2018 as adjusted, comprehensive income of ito pala, hindi changes in equity. Net income for the year, and then other comprehensive income or loss. So we have total comprehensive income or loss for the year, ito for the year 2019. No? And then we have the cash dividend, no? So tingnan mo sa 2019, wala silang mga cash dividend na transactions. Only sale of treasury shares held by subsidiary, no? So yun lang nung 2018. Acquisition of subsidiary, and we have the sale, no? Acquisition of non-controlling interest, no? So yun yung may sale sila noong 2018, no? So this is the account total as of December 31, 2018. So for the equity holders of the parent company, ito yung net fair changes on cash flow heads, no? And then the remeasurement loss on defined benefit obligations. So these are all disclosures. These are all totals, no? So mamaya tingnan natin yung disclosures doon. Retained earnings, notes 19. So appropriated is 42 billion, unappropriated 143 billion, no? Dito yung sa equity holders ng parent. And then we have treasury stock na notes 19 and 29. So total, we have non-controlling interest and we have the equity total. No? Kaya nga consolidated ito. No? Okay. So yun yung transactions niya during the year. Okay, so tingnan nyo, puro amounts na yan. Okay. So, let's now go to the cash flows. No? So, sa cash flow, ang dami po ninyo makikita dito, especially yung uses and proceeds ng cash. No? So, for the cash flows, 2020 and 2019, no? So, income before income tax, 49,161,000 for 2020. Noong 2019, 41 billion. Noong 2018, 35 billion. So, dito pa lang, 3 years yung presentation, makikita nyo na how the income changes, no? So, pataas yan ng pataas. Okay. So, sa cash flow natin, tanggalin natin yung depreciation and amortization because they don't require cash outlay, no? So, wala naman talaga yan. That is only a parang favor given by the government na yung mga depreciation na yan, wear and tear of the assets used in business, bibigyan ng allowance so that at the end of the life ng machineries and mga equipments na yan, may pambili uli ang taxpayer, no? So, depreciation and amortization. Kailan tayo magde-depreciate? Kailan tayo mag-amortize? For BIR purposes, no? Depreciation and amortization is at cost, no? So kung magkano nyo binili yung mga equipments, yung property, plant, and equipments at cost, yan po yung basis ng depreciation natin. And of course, the amortization. And then we have interest expense. Ano itong interest expense? These are the interest expenses that we incur during the year. No? So, interest and dividend income. Excuse me. Under notes 7, 10, and 23. Equity in net earnings of associates and joint ventures. No? So, may equity pa tayo sa joint ventures. Loss. No? So, saan ang galing yung loss? Unrealized foreign exchange and fair value changes on derivative net, mark-to-market and disposal of investment held for trading. Oh, so wala na siya noong 2019 and 2020. Meron lang noong 2018. So operating income before working capital changes. This is it. Okay. Decrease or increase in receivables and contract assets, no? Real estate inventories, no? So nag-increase ang real estate inventories kaya negative ang effect sa cash. Prepaid expenses and other current assets, no? Ito yung prepaid expenses. So ibig sabihin niya nag-increase din nung 2020. Ginamit nila yung cash nila to pay in advance the expenses, no? And then there is an increase in accounts payable and other liabilities. No? So magkano? 15,222,583. Those are the accounts payable increases during the year. Tenants and customers deposits still a liability, no? So 3,045,000. Cash generated from operations, we have 60,874,112. And we deduct the income tax paid, no? So how much is the income tax paid? 9,146,500 equals net cash provided by operating activities, no? So sino nagpo-provide nito? From the operating activities o ng company, no? And then we have the cash flows from investing activities, nag-invest naman. So we have proceeds from sale of equity instrument and financial assets at fair value other comprehensive income. And we have investment held for trading, no? So we have investments. And then we have interest received, no? During the 2020, 2019, 2018. And then we have the additions to investment or properties. Pag sinabi mong additions, kaya bawas siya, bakit? Binayad, ginamit yung cash, pambayad doon sa investment in properties. No? Okay. So we have 51,267,038,000. And we have property and equipment net. No? So, nag-acquire din siya, kaya 136,560. And also, equity instruments at fair value, other comprehensive income, note 10. No, tingnan natin yan. Yan yung equity instruments niya. And then, investment held for trading. 2020, 2019, wala siya. No? We have investment in associates and joint ventures. And acquisition of a subsidiary net of cash acquired. So we have 15 billion ng 2020, so meaning positive siya, so nagbawas siya ng assets. Negative siya noong 2019 at saka 2018, meaning nagdagdag siya ng assets. No? Decrease or increase in bonds and deposits and other non-current assets. No? So yung increase. So, nag-increase siya noong 2020, also in 2019. No? Nag-decrease siya noong 2018. Cash flows from financing activities. No? Ito na, yung financing. Availment of bank loans and long-term debt, note 16 and 18. No? So, payments of long-term debt, dividends, interest, bank loans, lease liabilities. So, nag-bank loan siya. Magkano yung bank loans niya? 42 billion noong 2020, 54 billion noong 2019, and 41 billion noong 2018. No? Okay. Billion yan ha, yung mga utang. And then we have the long-term debt, dividend note, interest, bank loans, lease liabilities. No? So, acquisition of non-controlling interest. Proceeds from maturity of derivatives. And there is issuance of treasury shares. No? Dagdag dyan sa cash. Net cash provided by used in financing activities. No? So, yan, negative siya. Effect of exchange rate changes on cash and cash equivalent. No? So, the effect is 31,174,000. Net increase or decrease in cash and cash equivalents. So, nag-decrease siya ng 4,166,408. So, you have to add the cash and cash equivalent at the beginning, 38 million. So, magkano na lang yung cash equivalent niya at end of year? 34,599,959 for 2020. No? So, yan po yung presentation. Kaya ko pinakita sa inyo yung the most complicated na para pagdating sa gagawa na kayo ng sarili nyo na simple lang, halimbawa, i-eliminate nyo lang itong ibang mga accounts. No? But more or less, ito na po yung sample. Okay. So, ito na yung notes to financial statement of the consolidated financial statements. No? So, ito yun. Ano yung sinasabi niya dito for the corporate information. No? So, sa corporate information pa lang, nandyan na yung explanations of the company. Kaya yung pag sitanong mo, ano yung functions ng company nyo? Hindi ko alam, hindi nyo lang binabasa yung inyong articles of incorporation. But if you try to read your articles of incorporation, nandyan po yung functions ng company. So for the note number 1, corporate information, our example, ABC Prime Holdings Inc. was incorporated in the Philippines and registered with the Securities and Exchange Commission. So you are saying information about your company, no? On January 6, 1994, no? So ABC PH and its subsidiaries collectively known as the company, are incorporated to acquire by purchase, exchange, assignment, gift, or otherwise, and to own, use, improve, subdivide, operate, enjoy, sell, assign, transfer, exchange, lease, let, develop, mortgage, pledge. Ang dami pwede niyang gawin, no? Traffic, deal in, and hold for investment or otherwise, including but not limited to real estate and the right to receive, collect, and dispose of any and all rentals, dividends, interest, and income derived therefrom. The right to vote on any proprietary or other interest on any shares of stocks and upon any bonds, debentures, or other securities, and the right to develop, conduct, operate, and maintain, modernize, commercial shopping centers, and all the businesses appertaining thereto, such as but not limited to the conduct, operation, and maintenance of shopping centers, spaces for rent, amusement centers, movie or cinema theaters within the compound or premises of the shopping centers, to construct, erect, manage, and administer buildings such as condominium, apartments, hotels, restaurants, stores, or other structures for mixed use purposes, no? So yun yung kanyang corporate information. Ang dami niyang pwedeng gawin. Kaya nga, sa dami ng gagawin niya with the subsidiaries, nagkakaroon din siya ng ah, nagkakaroon din po siya ng consolidated financial statements. Okay. So, basis of preparation, ito na po yung note 2 na nire-require ng Philippine Accounting Standards kanina, no? Kati, i-on mo muna yung aircon. Ayan lang, oh. Ayun lang sa tabi. Ayan, oh, sa tabi ng computer. Ibalik mo lang dyan. Just ibalik mo dyan. Okay, sige. So, basis of preparation for our notes to financial statement, no? Or our financial statement itself. The accompanying consolidated financial statements of the company have been prepared, ito na ha, on a historical cost basis, no? So, yun yung basis. Except for financial assets at fair value through profit or loss, no? Financial assets at fair value through profit and loss. Financial assets at fair value through other comprehensive income, no? And derivative financial instruments that have been measured at fair value. The consolidated financial statements are presented in Philippine peso. So, very important po yung currency, ha? Kasi gumagawa kami ng transfer pricing analysis. Ang hirap i-consolidate kasi ang mga comparables namin ng mga companies, iba-iba ang currency used, no? Merong dollars, merong yen, merong peso. So, when you make your analysis, such that i-convert mo muna. So, from yen to peso, from dollars to peso, para magkaroon ka ng ratio. Kasi hindi mo pwedeng i-ratio yung dollars at peso. Hindi mo rin pwedeng i-ratio yung yen at dollar. No? So, anong gagawin mo? I-reduce mo muna sila sa common na currency, saka ka makagawa ng ratio. No? So, in this example, the financial statements are presented in Philippine peso, which is the parent company's functional and presentation currency under Philippine Financial Reporting Standards or PFRS. No? And then nakalagay dyan, all values are rounded to the nearest 1,000 pesos except when otherwise indicated. No? So, ayan. Ayan po yung basis ng preparation. No? So, we are now on the notes to financial statement. Ito na yung mga explanations. No? How do we explain the accounts? Okay. Okay, so statement of compliance. Oh, so paano tayo nag-comply? The accompanying consolidated financial statements have been prepared in compliance with PFRS, no? Which include the availment of the relief granted by the SEC under Memorandum Circular Number 14, Series of 2018, no? So Memorandum Circular Number 3, Series of 2019, and Memorandum Circular Number 4, Series of 2020. So ito yung mga disclosures, no? Ito yung mga ini-explain niya na ito yung mga memorandum na nag-avail siya ng relief, no, granted by the SEC. What is the basis of the consolidation? The consolidated financial statements include the accounts of the parent company and the following subsidiaries. Ito na yung sabi ko sa inyo na yung mga notes doon kanina sa base financial statements, dito ano na, very specific na. So makikita mo na talaga. So sino-sino yung mga subsidiaries niya, no? Na kasama dito sa financial statements na prepare niya. So we have the for the mall, we have ABC Realty Development Corporation. We have the Central, the Prime Development. Kaya yan lahat, no? At saka nakalagay dyan yung country of incorporation and then the percentage of ownership, no? So, tingnan nyo ang nakalagay dito na percentage of ownership, yung ABC Holdings, no? So, sa halimbawa, example lang, ABC Realty Development Corporation, magkano ang ownership ni ABC Holdings dyan? 74.2%. Ibig sabihin, hindi siya wholly owned. No? Pagdating naman sa Central Inc., magkano yung percentage of ownership niya? 100%. So, wholly owned subsidiaries. Pag tinignan mo kasi, if you are making an analysis, yung wholly owned subsidiaries, kung lalagyan mo yan ng mukha pa rin yan, iisang mukha yan sila lahat. Mukha pa rin siya ng parent. No? Kasi bakit? Wholly owned subsidiary siya eh. So pag wholly owned subsidiary ka, sino nagpapatakbo sa iyo? Parent company. Sino owner mo? Parent company. So iisa lang kayo. No? So tingnan mo ang mga ownerships niya lahat sa percentage of ownership. Puro wholly owned subsidiaries. Itong XYZ Enterprises Limited and subsidiaries, saan siya incorporated? Sa British Virgin Islands, no? Pati itong mga 1, 2, 3 enterprises, global enterprises, limited and subsidiaries, sa British Virgin Islands na po sila naka-incorporate, no? O ibig sabihin doon sila naka-registered. Okay. Another, AEL Limited and subsidiaries, saan siya naka-incorporate? Hong Kong, no? 100% ownership. BBB Holdings, Philippines, 100% ownership. Ito, no? So, lahat yan, Philippine na, and halos lahat, except itong H Incorporated na 70%, o lahat yan, wholly owned companies. Oh? So, ganun karami. And then, we have the company and the country of incorporation pagdating na sa mga residential units nila. No? So, we have the name of the companies, incorporated sila in the Philippines, and they are wholly owned subsidiaries of ABC Holdings. No? Okay. So, ganyan po yung pag nag-disclose na tayo. Since sabi natin, preparation to ng consolidated financial statement. So, when you consolidate, such that pagdating na sa notes to disclosures to financial statements, you have to show there the names of your subsidiaries na kasama doon sa consolidated financial statements. No? Okay. Ito ang mga explanations. So, ang dami. No? So, FLBGI is accounted for as a subsidiary by virtue of control, no? Evidenced by majority members of the board of directors representing the parent company, no? Kasi sino ba ang nagpapatakbo ng company? Sino nagde-decide? The board of directors, no? Okay. The individual financial statements of the parent company and its subsidiaries, which were prepared for the same reporting period using their own set of accounting policies. Ayan na, kaya meron silang own set of accounting policies, are adjusted to the accounting policies of the company when the consolidated financial statements are prepared. All intra-company balances, no? Intra-company, sa dami ng balance ng companies nila. Okay. All intracompany balances, transactions, income and expenses, and profit and losses resulting from intracompany transactions and dividends are eliminated in full. No? So yung intracompany balances daw, eliminated, hindi naka-disclose. No? Subsidiaries are consolidated from the date of acquisition, being the date on which the company obtains control and continue to be consolidated until the date that such control ceases. No? So control is achieved when the company is exposed or has rights to variable returns from its involvement with the investee, and when the company has the ability to affect those returns through its power over the investee. No? So a change in the ownership interest of the subsidiary without a loss of control is accounted for as an equity transaction. No? So if the company loses control over the subsidiaries, ito na ang mga pwedeng gawin ng company, ha, kung wala na siyang control doon sa subsidiaries. No? They recognize the assets. Ito yung policies niya, accounting policies. They recognize the assets including goodwill and liabilities of the subsidiary. No? So, i-recognize lang niya. They recognizes the carrying amount of any non-controlling interest. No? So, tanggalin lang niya. They recognizes the cumulative translation differences recorded in equity. No? Di ba may translation doon? Recognizes the fair values of the consideration received. Recognizes the fair value of any investment retained. No? So, yun yung fair value ng investment na na-retain. They recognizes any surplus or deficit in profit or loss and reclassifies the parent share of components previously recognized in other comprehensive income to profit or loss or written earnings as appropriate. No? So more or less you have to disclose pagka hindi na nag-invest dun sa subsidiary. So non-controlling interest represent the portion of profit and loss and net assets not held by the company and are presented separately in the consolidated statements of income and within equity section in the consolidated balance sheets separately from equity attributable to equity holders of the parent. No? So yan yung mga what you call this, disclosure ng notes natin to the financial statements. So, more or less, ni-explain mo kung ano nangyari, ano yung mga policies ng company. No? What are the significant accounting judgment, estimates, and assumptions? No? So, in this notes to financial statements ng company or the parent company, no? So ilagay nyo rin dyan. And the preparation of the consolidated financial statement requires management to make judgment. No? Estimates and assumptions that affect the reported amounts of revenue, expenses, assets, and liabilities. So, nagkaroon pa sila ng judgment. And the disclosure of contingent liabilities at the reporting date. However, uncertainty about these estimates and assumptions could result in outcomes that could require a material adjustment to the carrying amount of the affected asset or liability in the future. So may sort siya na parang waiver, no? Parang, ano sabi niya dito? May however siya, no? That uncertainty about these estimates and assumptions could result in outcomes that could require material adjustment to the carrying amount of the affected asset or liability in the future. No? So yan yung significant accounting judgment, estimates, and assumptions of the management. O kasi sino may gawa nito, sino nag-approve ito? The management. No? And then we have the judgment. No? So in the process of applying company accounting policy, management has made the following judgment. So lahat yan i-explain mo. No? That's why binibigyan tayo ng example. No? Okay. So apart from those involving estimations which have the most significant effect on the amounts recognized in the consolidated financial statements. Existence of a contract, yan naman ang i-disclose mo. The company's primary document for a contract with a customer is a signed contract to sell or the combination of its other signed documentation such as reservation agreement, no? Official receipts, quotation sheets, and other documents would contain all the criteria to qualify as contract with the customer and under PFRS 15. Ano yung mga contract to customer? Yung PFRS 15 natin, that requires na lahat ng contract, i-report mo yan, disaggregate mo sila o i-segmentize mo sila according to contract and then the income and expenses per contract. No? I-supply mo yan sa notes to financial statements. Okay. So in addition, part of the assessment process of the company before revenue recognition is to assess the probability that the company will collect the consideration to what it will be entitled in exchange for the real estate property that will be transferred to the customer. No? So ito, policy na to or kaya approval na to ng management. No? So in evaluating whether collectability of an amount of consideration is probable, an entity considers the significance of the buyer's initial payments in relation to the total contract price, no? Okay. So ang daming disclosures ha. So huwag tayong sawa kasi kasama to sa trabaho natin, no? So measure of progress. Company has determined that output method used in measuring the progress of the performance obligation faithfully depicts the company's performance in transferring control of real estate development to the customer. No? And then, operating lease commitments. No? So, ano itong mga operating lease commitments? As lessor. No? Kasi lessor siya yung nagpapaupa ng mga pwesto, no? Especially sa mall. The company has entered into commercial property leases in its investment property portfolio. Management has determined, based on an evaluation of the terms and conditions of the arrangement, that it retains all the significant risks and rewards of ownership of the properties and thus accounts for the contracts as operating lease. No? Kaya operating lease siya. The ownership of the asset is not transferred to the lessee, siyempre, by the end of the lease term. The lessee has no option to purchase the asset at a price that is expected to be sufficiently lower than the fair value at the date the option exercisable, and the lease term is not for the major part of the asset's economic life, no? So naka-specify talaga dito yung paano sila na kaya very defensive, no, yung mga provisions nila sa contract of lease, no? Kaya ganun dapat. May mga sikreto kasi yan sa pag-draft ng mga contracts, no? So dito nilagyan nila talaga ng terms and condition na favorable to the lessor. Hari, daming lamok. Daming lamok. Okay. Daming lamok yan. Rent income amounted to, ito yung disclosure nila ha, doon sa income nila kasi di ba lessor, no? Paparent sila ng mga buildings, malls, no? So rent income amounted to 61, ang dami. Kaya masakit na eh, ang agat. No? So rent income amounted to 61 billion 760 million, no? So ang laki. Sa dami ng mga subsidiaries niya na mga may mga real estates, no? So 57 billion 163 million and 51 billion 406 million for the years ended December 2020, 2019 and 2018, no? Okay. Ito yung mga terms at saka yung mga contracts nila kung ano yung mga ginawa nila during the year, no? Kaya mabusisi po ang notes to financial statements. Kaya nga, pinakita ko sa inyo kanina yung sample of the financial statements with notes to financial statements na napakarami, no? Kaya sabi ko, pagka dating sa audit, masipag yung examiner, babasahin niya lahat yung notes to financial statements. Doon pa lang, kakaroon siya ng maraming findings, no? Okay. So for the operating lease commitments as lessee, the company has entered into various lease agreements as a lessee, no? So management has determined that all the significant risks and benefits of ownership of these properties which the company leases under operating lease arrangements remain with the lessor, no? So accordingly, the leases were accounted for as operating leases, no? So rent expense amounted to 1,730 million and 1,598 million for the years ended December 31, 2019 and 2018. Okay, on or after January 1, 2020. Determining the lease term of contract, the company applies judgment in evaluating whether it is reasonably certain whether or not to exercise the option to renew or terminate its lease contract with extension and or termination options. That is, it considers all relevant factors that create an economic incentive for it to exercise either the renewal or termination. So pinag-aaralan talaga, no? The company typically exercises its option to renew its leases of various parcels of land since its lease term periods are generally covered by an automatic renewal option. So pag gumawa sila ng kontrata, may automatic renewal option, no? So after the commencement date, the company reassess the lease term if there is a significant event or change in circumstances that is within its control and affects its ability to exercise or not to exercise the option to renew or terminate, no? So ganun ang proseso nila sa paggawa ng decision on over the lease, no? talagang pinag-aaralan. Why? Kasi ang business nila is realty, no? So, talagang pinag-aaralan. Even the contracts, even the provision of the contracts, no? Kaya nga pagdating sa audit, ganun din. No, tinitingnan din yung mga contracts or ng mga kontrata. Uh, excuse me, Kate, patayin mo na yung aircon. Okay. So next is we have the determining taxable profit, no? Tax basis, unused tax losses, unused tax credits, and tax rates, pati yan, ha? Pinag-aaralan yan. So upon adoption of the Philippine Interpretation or FRIC 23, uncertainty over income tax treatment. Kasi uncertain talaga ang income. Although if you try to look at the effort exerted or the initiative of the OECD ngayon, talagang they wanted to address the certainty in income. Kasi dati talagang uncertain yung income, no? Kahit anong gagawin mong tax treatment ngayon, magbayad ka, hindi ka pa rin sigurado na yung income mo, yun lang babayaran mo. Because pagdating ng tax audit, posible na marami ka pa rin babayaran based on the findings of the examiner. No? So, ano sabi nila dito? Uncertainty over income tax treatment. The company has assessed whether it has any uncertain tax position. No? Uncertain tax position. The company applies significant judgment in identifying uncertainties and its income tax treatment. The company determined based on its assessment, in consultation with its tax counsel, that it is probable that the income tax treatment, so including for its subsidiaries, will be accepted by the taxation authorities. So anong taxation authorities natin dito? The BIR. But remember na may mga subsidiaries kanina na registered in Hong Kong, in British Virgin Islands, no? So, iba yung tax authorities nila doon. Accordingly, the interpretation did not have any significant impact on the consolidated financial statements of the company, no? So, wala daw impact sa company. Okay, so estimates and assumptions, no? So the key estimates and assumptions that may have significant risk of causing material adjustment to the carrying amounts of assets and liabilities within the next financial period are discussed below, no? So ito yung revenue recognition method and measure of progress, no? The percentage of completion method is used to recognize income. Ito yung percentage of completion, ito yung sa mga construction companies, no? Mga developers. Okay. The percentage of completion method is used to recognize income from sales or projects where the company has material obligations under the sales contract to complete the project after the project is sold. The equitable interest has been transferred to the buyer. Construction is beyond preliminary stage. No? Meron siyang engineering, design work, construction contracts, execution, site clearance and preparation, excavation, and the building foundation are finished. No? And the cost incurred or to be incurred can be measured reliably. Okay. Okay. So, naka-disclose din po dito. Imagine yung disclosures nila. Ang haba. Okay. Revenue from sale of real estate amounted to 44 billion, 35 million, and 29 billion. No? So, 44, 35, 29 billion. For the years ended December 31, 2020, 2019, and 2018, no, respectively. So, the cost of real estate sold amounted to yung real estate naman na benta. 20 billion, 17 billion, and 15 billion for the years ended December 31, 2020, 2019, 2018. Provision for expected credit losses of receivables and contract assets or referred also in the consolidated financial statement as unbilled revenue from sale of real estate. Kaya tingnan nyo ha, meron siya ditong term na ginamit na unbilled revenue from sale of real estate. No? Bakit unbilled revenue? Okay. So may effect yan sa accounting nila, yung unbilled revenue from sale of real estate. So the company maintains an allowance for impairment loss at a level considered adequate to provide for potential uncollectible receivables. No? So the company uses a provision matrix for rent and other receivables and vintage approach for receivable from sale of real estate, billed and unbilled, to calculate ECLs. The company performs a regular review of the age and status of these accounts, no? Designed to identify accounts for impairment. The assessment of the correlation between historical observed default rates, forecasted economic conditions, and ECL is a significant estimate. The amount of ECL is sensitive to changes in circumstances and of forecast economic conditions. No? So, kaya yung ibang mga company, no, na malalaking company, meron din silang economist at that same time sa office nila. Okay. So, excuse me. Allowance for ECL, no, estimated, collection, amounted to 1 billion, no? At saka 1 billion as of December 21, 2020, 31, 2020 and 2019. No? Net realizable value of real estate inventories, no? How do we measure inventories? Lower of cost or market, no? Sa BAR, ano yung method? The cost lang. Hindi pwede yung lower of cost or net realizable value. Wala yan. No? Okay. So, ito ang tingnan natin, ha? Disclosures ito. The company writes down the carrying value of real estate inventories when the net realizable value becomes lower than the carrying value to changes in market prices or other causes. No? So, yun yung realizable value ng real estate inventories. The net realizable value is assessed with reference to market price at the balance sheet date for similar completed property, less estimate cost to complete the construction and estimated cost to sell. The carrying value is reviewed regularly for any decline in value. No? So, you can just imagine the disclosures requirements na kailangan. Parang, anong tawag dito? Parang lahat ng galaw mo, naka-explain, naka-documents, no? So, net realizable value of real estate inventories, no? So, yun po. The carrying value of real estate inventories, 43.9 billion, 37.5, and dalawa lang for 2020 and 2018, no? So, wala yung 2019. Okay. Estimated useful life of property and equipment and investment properties except for right of use assets. No? The useful life of each of the company's property and equipment and investment properties, excluding right of use assets, no, is estimated based on the period over which the asset is expected to be available for use. Okay. Such estimation is based on a collective assessment of industry practice. Yan, very important po na ngayon, because of economic taxation na tayo, it's very important that you know your industry practices, no? At saka, yung data or information about the economic condition ng business, no? So, kasama yan. Okay. The estimated useful life of its asset is reviewed periodically and updated. If expectations differ from previous estimates due to physical wear and tear, technical or commercial obsolescence, and legal or other limitations on the use of the asset. It is possible, however, that the future financial performance could be materially affected by changes in the amount and timing of recorded expenses brought about by changes in the factors. Bakit natin sinasabi to sa inyo? Para makita nyo how specific talaga yung ginagawa na explanation when it comes to notes to financial statements, no? Kasi ini-explain na mabuti kung ano yung ginagawa ng company, no? The aggregate carrying values of property and equipment and investment properties, excluding ROA, amounted to, ito na yung carrying value ng property and equipment. No? So, 390 billion, 344 billion as of December 31, 2019 and 2018. No? So, 2 years. Okay. So, impairment of other non-financial assets. And we have the preparation of the estimated future cash flows. No? So, actually, dinidisclose lang nila dito lahat ng activities nila. No? Carrying value of investment in associates and joint ventures. Okay. Aggregate yan carrying value ng investment. Excluding time deposits, amounted to 490 billion 388 million. Okay. So yan yung mga aggregate na carrying value ng investment in associates. Okay. Ito namang realizability of deferred tax assets. O kasi yung deferred tax assets ma-realize ba? The company's assessment on the recognition of deferred tax assets on deductible temporary differences and carrying forward benefits of excess minimum corporate income tax. So, andyan na yung tax assets, no? At not operating loss carry over. Is based on the projected taxable income in future periods. So, po-project sila. Based on the projection, excuse lang po. Okay. Sa dami po nitong notes to financial statements, di natin to kayang explain sa inyo lahat. Selective na lang po yung may mga gusto na lang ako emphasize. Although, lahat po ng lahat ng information are very important and lahat po yan kinoconsider during the tax audit. But since we have time constraint, no? Ilang minutes na lang matitira sa atin dito, 30 plus na lang, sa dami pa nito. So, i-highlight ko lang sa inyo yung mga notes na iba na dapat natin tingnan at ingatan, no? Okay. Fair value of assets and liabilities discussed in notes 13 and 28, no? So, tingnan ninyo yan, ano yung kanilang mga disclosures. Okay. Ito, yung sinasabi niya sa estimating incremental borrowing rate for lease, no? Okay. So, ano sabi niya dito? The company cannot readily determine the interest rate implicit in the lease. Therefore, it chooses its incremental borrowing rate, no? IBR, to measure lease liabilities. No? So the IBR is the rate of interest that the company would have to pay to borrow over a similar term and with a similar securities. Okay. So, basahin nyo na lang yung iba. Let's now go to ibang accounts, no? Ito, summary of significant accounting and financial reporting policies. Sobrang dami niyan, no? Sobrang dami niyan, so tingnan nyo na lang. PFRS 16, no? Especially leases ito. Ano yung PFRS 16? Kaya pagka meron kayong mga clients na nagpaparenta or lessor sila, no? Tingnan nyo itong PFRS 16. Sets out the principle for the recognition, measurement, presentation, disclosures of leases, and require leases to account for all leases under a single on balance sheet model similar to the accounting for finance lease under PAS 17. No? So leases, the standard includes two recognition exemptions for leases. Leases of low value assets, no? Like personal computers, and short-term leases. Leases with a lease term of 12 months or less. No? So yan po yung sa PFR 16 para sa mga may rental income. Okay. Okay. PFR 16 requires lessors and lessees and lessors to make more extensive disclosures than under PAS 17. So gusto nila meron talagang extensive na disclosures, no? Under PAS 17. Pag in relation to the PFRS 16, no? Okay. Company applied PFRS 16 using modified retrospective approach with cumulative effect of initially applying the standard recognized at the date of initial application, no? January 2019. Okay. So company also elected to use the recognition exemptions for low value assets and short-term assets, no? So ano yun? Exemptions for low value assets and short-term leases. Okay. So ano pang sinasabi nito? Company has various lease contracts as lessee for parcel of land and use and spaces, no, office spaces, which were accounted for as operating leases under Philippine Accounting Standard 17 upon adoption of PFRS 16. No? So the company applied a single recognition and measurement approach for all these leases. No? So isa lang yung approach na ginagamit niya. Okay? Marami pa to eh. So, pakibasa nyo yung ibang explanations ha. Punta tayo dun sa breakdown or sa aggregation ng mga accounts. Kasi ito puro narrative lang to eh. Okay. Ang haba ng mga narrative niya, no? Punta tayo dun sa table ng mga ano lang niya, mga accounts, no? Ang dami pa sana yung pwede pa nating explain, but because of time constraint, no? Punta tayo doon, especially yung preparation ng carrying value or lapsing schedule ng property, plant, and equipment. no? Yun ang gusto kong explain kasi ang daming tanong diyan. Okay. So dito na tayo, dito yung depreciation. Okay. Okay. So, dito po tayo sa property and equipment. Anong slide number na to? Slide number 91. Hari, tingnan mo siya doon. Para sabay. No? CR lang po ako sandali.
91?
Slide number 91. Okay, so let's continue with our discussion on property and equipment as notes or disclosure to financial statements ng consolidated financial statements, no? So ito yung example niya. Ito yung example niya ng kanyang explanation, no? So the company's property and equipment consist of land, building, equipment, and ROA. So kasi pag sinabi natin na disclosures, very specific yung mga explanations, no? Right, Itong ROA is right to sa assets to no? Used assets, no? Right to own and use assets. Property and equipment except land and construction in progress is stated at cost less accumulated depreciation and amortization. And any accumulated impairment in value, such cost includes the cost of replacing part of the property and equipment at the time the cost is incurred. If the recognition criteria are met and excludes the cost of day-to-day servicing, land is stated at cost less any impairment in value. So very specific. Um, and then the initial cost of property and equipment, no, consists of purchase price, including import duties, no, taxes, directly attributable cost necessary in bringing the asset to its working condition. Ang haba niyan, no? Ang dami. So, i-observe nyo. Ito yung guide natin sa depreciation. Excuse me. Depreciation and amortization are calculated on a straight line basis over the following estimated useful lives of the assets. No? So we have land improvement, 5 years. No? Buildings, 10 to 25 years depending on the structure. Leasehold improvements, 5 to 10 years or term of the lease, whichever is shorter. No? Data processing equipment, 5 to 8 years. No? So ito yung sa mga computer. Transportation equipment, 5 to 6 years. Furniture, fixtures, and equipment, 5 to 10 years. No? So be guided by this. No? ROA office spaces, right to own and use assets. No? 25 years or term of the lease, whichever is shorter. Ito yung mga list na spaces. No? So, be guided by these standards. No? Kasi ito yung general. No? Okay, so may residual values, useful lives, method of depreciation, amortization of the assets are reviewed and adjusted if appropriate. No? So, yung iba dyan po, basahin nyo na lang because kulang tayo ng oras, no? Sa dami ng topics natin. But, ito yung accounting, ano pa lang to accounting treatment, no, na disclosures. Punta tayo doon sa yung mga lapsing schedules nila. Yung may mga napaka-specific ng ano nila ng explanations. Okay. Ito yung treatment nila on the other non-current assets and the impairment of non-financial assets. Ano na to? Kati, slide 101. Oh? And then slide 102. Alam mo, nakikita mo yung slide number? Okay. Slide 102. No? Nakalagay dyan yung tenants deposits. Why very important po yung mga tenants deposits? Because these are the liabilities of the company. No? So, naka-breakdown. Tenants deposits are measured at amortized cost. Tenants deposits refer to security deposits received from various tenants upon inception of the respective lease contracts on the company's investment properties. No? At the termination of the lease contracts, the deposits received by the company are returned to tenants. No? So, bakit? Kaya ang tenants deposits are liabilities? Because binabalik yan sa tenant pag tapos na yung kontrata. No? reduced by unpaid rental fees, no? Kung halimbawa may utang pa siya, no, ibawas doon sa deposits. Penalties and or deductions from repairs of damaged leased properties, if any. The related lease contracts usually have a term of more than 12 months, no? More than 12 months, so ibig sabihin more than 1 year. Okay. Ito, customers' deposits. Ano naman yung treatment nila sa customers' deposits? Customers' deposits mainly represent reservation fees and advance payment. No? These deposits will be recognized as revenue in the consolidated statement of income as the related obligations to the real estate or buyers are fulfilled. No? Kaya nagiging revenue na yung customers' deposits. Capital stock and additional paid in capital. No? So capital stock is measured at par value for all shares issued. Incremental cost incurred directly attributable to the issuance of new shares are shown in equity as deduction from proceeds, net of tax. Proceeds and or fair value of considerations received in excess of par value, no? If any, are recognized as additional paid in capital, net account. No? Retained earnings represent accumulated net profits, net of dividend distribution and other capital adjustments. No? Sa dami ng disclosures, no? Treasury stock, own equity instruments which are acquired, no? Or treasury shares are deducted from equity and accounted for at cost. No gain or loss is recognized in the consolidated statement of income on the purchase, sale, issuance, or cancellation of own equity instruments. Dividends. Dividends on common shares are recognized as liability and deducted from equity when declared and approved by the Board of Directors. Dividends for the year that are approved after balance sheet date are dealt with as an event after the reporting period. If you want to have a guide, no, itong mga sinasabi niya dito, explanations lang to, yung actual how they treat the account, no. Pero if you want to have your guide, lahat ng mga sinasabi dito, you can find it in your financial accounting, no? Kasi nandoon yung mga sinasabi dito is nandoon sa financial accounting. Akin na nga yung financial accounting, Hari, yung volume 1 to 3. Akin na. Pakita mo natin sa kanila. Nandyan yung financial accounting ng mga libro. Kasi papakita ko sa kanila. No? So, doon po natin tingnan yung mga explanations dito. Why? Kasi yun nandiyan sa financial accounting, yun yung mga guides natin. Kasi financial reporting standards, yan. Hawakan mo muna. No? Ibalik mo rin. No? Dito sa financial accounting volume 1, no? So these are just an example. Ano yung mga accounts na pwede niyo makuha diyan? No? May guide kayo. No? So we have here the conceptual framework, no? Nandiyan yung statement of comprehensive income, financial position, no? So nandiyan yung mga bank reconciliation, proof of cash, loans receivable, notes receivable, doubtful accounts, accounts receivable. So kung halimbawa short kayo ng mga explanations ninyo on the kasi ang in-explain dito po sa samples natin, what is applicable lang doon sa business ng example natin. So ang sinasabi ko dito sa inyo na may explanation dito sa standards, kumuha kayo dito sa financial accounting because sa financial accounting hindi siya specific industry, general. So whatever is your what we call this kind of industry or yung kind of business ninyo, pwede po kayong kumuha dito. You have the idea. Ano yung sa volume 1, receivable financing, inventories, no? Inventory cost flow, lower of cost and net realizable value. So about inventories are also very crucial, especially kung mga merchandising concerns kayo, no? So lang wala na tayong time to discuss, no? So ito naman po yung volume 2 ng financial accounting. Ano naman yung makukuha ninyo dito, no? So these are the may guide kayo kasi kung sundan nyo lang yung sample natin, siguro presentation lang yung makukuha ninyo dyan kasi baka mamaya yung mga explanations dyan hindi fit doon sa kind of business na ginagawa nyo, no? So, nandito yung liabilities. So, saan kayo kukuha ng mga explanation nyo sa liabilities if you have a different kind of business? Dito na po, no? Nandyan lahat. We have the liabilities, warranty liability, premium liability. We have accrued liabilities, deferred revenue, then contingent liability, compound financial instrument, no, bonds payable. Nandito na lahat. And ang nakalagay din po dito, this is also based on the financial reporting standards, no? So you have debt, note payable, debt restructure, lease accounting, sales type lease or lessor, financing lease, operating lease, no? Sale and lease back, accounting for income tax, no? Defined benefit plan, post-employment benefits, shareholders equity, no? Employees benefits, retained earnings, yung mga explanations on retained earnings, dito kayo kumuha, share-based compensation, yung earnings per share, no? Nandito rin. Basic earnings per share, diluted earnings per share, no? Nandyan lahat. Yung volume 3. Kasi meron pa yung special na account eh. No? So, tingnan nyo na lang kasi iba't iba yan. At meron pa yung special na supplemental, yung maliit. No? May supplemental pa yan sa volume 1. So, ito namang volume 3. No? Volume 1, volume 2 tayo. Meron dito yung related parties at saka yung notes to financial statement. Non-current assets held for sale. Statement of changes in equity. Nandyan. Okay. We have the operating segment, interim financial reporting, discontinued operation, accounting changes, no? Nandyan yung mga statement of cash flow, error corrections, cash and accrual basis. Yan, yung maliit na yan. And then the statement of financial position, current cost accounting, nandyan din yung SME, small medium enterprises na framework, no? Akin na yung supplemental. Ito, financial accounting second part, no? Ano yung nakalagay naman dito? Dito yung ang pinaka-importante dito, yung sa property, plant and equipment, nandito po sa supplemental. At ano yung mga nakalagay dito? Yung definition ng property plant, the recognition ng property plant, no? And then, nandito yung government grant, borrowing cost, depreciation, no? Na straight line, machinery, capital and revenue expenditure, land and building. So maganda po itong supplemental na to sa depletion, revaluation, nandito din yung intangible assets, no? Impairment of assets, nandyan din. Research and development cost, nandito din, no? Sa intangible assets, try nyo talaga na magkaroon kayo ng disclosures of the intangible assets sa inyo pong financial statements. Kasi karamihan wala pong disclosures na sinasabi, wala silang valuation. Okay. Sige. Okay. Hinahanap ko yung lapsing schedule, no? Marami ito. Yung lapsing schedule ng management fees, meron din siya, no? Management fees are also very crucial sa ibalik mo na yan. Okay. Pension benefits. Gusto ko makita yung mga breakdown na ng expenses no? Wag mo muna sila, wag ka munang magalaw diyan, Kati Kasi mahihilo yung participant. Hinahanap pa ako. Oh. Okay. Pinutol, hindi to inubos. Kasi hanggang ano lang, no? Hanggang note 6 lang yung lapsing schedule ng property, plant and equipment hindi na po sinama dito sa sobrang haba, no? So hindi linagay dito. Sa ibang financial statements na lang po natin tingnan, no? Kasi sobrang haba nito. Hindi natin matapos ng 2 oras, no? Okay. Okay. Sige. Kasi what is unique in this consolidated financial statements? Sa slide number 127. Okay. So slide number 127 deals with segment information, no? Segment information kasi since consolidated ito, so we want a segmentized na or disaggregated na information. So anong gagawin? So for the segment information, for management purposes, the company is organized into business units, no? So ano yung business units nila? Paano yung classification? Ito yung sinasabi dun sa segment reporting natin, preparation of segmented financial statements na LOB or line of business, no? So dito ang tinatawag niya business units, no? Based on their products and services and has 4 reportable operating segments. So in this case, ano yung reportable operating segments niya? 4 daw, 4, no? So ano yun? Mall, residential, commercial, and hotels and convention centers, no? Yung hotels and convention centers, isa lang yan, no? So the explanation is the mall segment develops, conducts, operates, and maintains the business of modern commercial shopping centers and all businesses related thereto, such as the conduct, operation, and maintenance of shopping center spaces for rent, no? Amusement centers or cinema theaters within the compound of the shopping center. So very specific. Residential and commercial segments are involved in the development and transformation of major residential, commercial, entertainment, and tourism districts through sustained capital investment in buildings and infrastructure. No? So yun. And then we have the hotels and convention center segment. Ano naman ginagawa niya? Engages in and carry on the business of hotel and convention centers and operates and maintains any and all services and facilities incident thereto. No? Management through the executive committee monitors the operating results of its business units separately for the purpose of making decisions about resource allocation and performance assessment. No? So, anong ginagawa niya sa segment? Segment performance is evaluated based on operating profit. No? So, may operating profit sila or loss and is measured consistently with the operating profit or loss in the consolidated financial statements. So the amount of segment assets and liabilities and segment profit or loss are based on measurement principles that are similar to those used in measuring the assets and liabilities and profit or loss in the consolidated financial statements, which is in accordance with PFRS, no? Philippine Financial Reporting Standards, no? So these are the intersegment transactions. Transfer prices between business segments are set on an arm's length basis similar to transactions with non-related parties. Such transfers are eliminated in the consolidated financial statements. Ito yung transfer pricing. Yan yung transfer prices between related parties. Okay. So these are the example, no? Kasi posible na pagagawa to din sa inyo. no? So what are the business segment data for 2020 for mall, residential, commercial, hotels and convention centers, no? And then ito yung mga eliminations or adjustment, and we have the consolidated balances, no? Ano tong mga eliminations? Ang sinasabi niya dito. Balikan natin. Such transfers are eliminated in the consolidated financial statements. Ano yung na-eliminate niya? Ito yung mga transfer prices between business segments are set on an arm's length basis similar to transactions with non-related parties. Pero eliminated in the consolidated financial statements. Yung inter-segment transactions, no? Eliminated siya. Okay. So, the revenue, we have external customers and the intersegment, no? Ano tong intersegment? Ito yung in-eliminate pagdating na sa consolidated balance sheet, no? We have the segment results, no? Income before income tax, and then provision for income tax, no? Okay. And then we have the net income attributable to equity holders of the parent, no? And then the non-controlling interest. Okay. How much is the segment assets for the mall, for the residential, for the commercial, for the hotel and convention centers, and how much is the amount eliminated? This is for the related parties, no? Transfer prices for non-related parties. And then we have the segment liabilities, no? So ito yung segment assets, ito yung segment liabilities. Okay. Other information capital expenditures, depreciation and amortization. And then we have the 2019, no? Kasi yung kanina 2020, 2019 na revenues per line of business or business units. Okay. So yan. And then we have the 2018. No? We have the revenue ng mall, the revenue of the residential and the commercial, and then the hotels and convention, no? And then the eliminations. So, ito yung segment report na sinama siya sa consolidated, no? Balances. Okay. So, meron pa siyang additional na explanations dito. Now, for the years ended December 31, 2020 and 2019 and 2018, there were no revenue transactions with a single external customer which accounted for 10% or more of the consolidated revenue from external customers. The main revenues of the company are substantially earned from the Philippines, no? So, kasama po yan sa disclosures. The company disaggregates its revenue information in the same manner as it reports its segment or information, no? So, kasi pag sinabi mo disaggregate, i-breakdown mo. Ganyan din ang requirement pag segment na information, no? Gawin mo siyang very specific. Okay. Another disclosures, accounting of non-controlling interest and business combinations. No? So, acquisition of non-controlling interest, nag-acquire siya ng subsidiaries niya, additional. No? Sa common control business acquisitions naman, no? Ito yung example. Acquired 90% of the outstanding shares of KLM Center Management Corporations. No? Okay. Yan yung papaano siya nagkaroon ng gumagawa ng transactions. In January 2017, the parent company through OPQ Lifestyle Inc. acquired 90% of the outstanding stock of RST Entertainment Center Inc. In September 2017, the parent company through GHI acquired the remaining 10%, no, of the outstanding common stock of KLMC. The companies involved are all under common control by the Moon family, no? Thus accounted for using pool of interest method, no? So, yan po yung example. Okay, so yung sumunod, ito na yung mga breakdown. Doon lang tayo hanggang sa accounting policies, no? Kasi yung number 6 na yung mga breakdown na wala na. But we will tackle that in our discussions with other kind of business or industry, no? Pero more or less, may idea na kayo on how to prepare consolidated financial statements, no? Medyo matrabaho lang siya, but kung darating yung pagkakataon na nandiyan na ibibigay na sa inyo, then you cannot say no. At least may idea tayo on what to do, no? Okay. So let's have a 15 minutes break. Let's be back at 3:16. And yung for the last topic natin, we will prepare also for the question and answers, no? So yung mga may question and answers, just write down in the comment portion at sasagutin po natin mamaya after our last topic. Hari. For the last topic natin, we will prepare also for the question and answers, no? Yung mga may question and answers, just write down in the comment portion at sasagutin po natin mamaya after our last topic. which is our reconciliation of retained earnings available for dividends and other schedules, and also the SEC updates, no? Or updates ng Securities and Exchange Commission. Okay. So, this is an example on the reconciliation of retained earnings available for dividend declaration. Bakit? Kasi 'di ba may law tayo on corporation na dapat pag nag-declare ka ng dividend, it should be coming from your retained earnings, and that retained earnings should be available, hindi siya appropriated, no? Okay. So, unappropriated retained earnings as adjusted to available for dividend distribution beginning of the year, no? So yun yung ano natin. Ito yung reconciliation of retained earnings available for dividend declaration. Ano to? Naka-attach din to sa ating ITR, no? Okay. So, yun yung unappropriated retained earnings. We have to add the net income actually earned or realized during the period. No? So, magkano? Net income during the period close to retained earnings. Saan yan magagaling? Sa ating income statement. No? Less non-actual or unrealized income net of tax. So, may adjustment. Equity net income of associate or joint venture. Unrealized foreign exchange gain after tax, except those attributable to cash and cash equivalent, unrealized actuarial gain. Ano yung mga actuarial gain? Yung sa mga annuities natin, no? Or sa mga benefits natin, no? Fair value adjustment, mark-to-market gains. Fair value adjustment of investment property resulting to gain. Adjustment due to deviation from PFRS, so gain also. Other unrealized gains or adjustment to the retained earnings as a result of certain transactions accounted for under the PFRS. So we have the subtotal, yung total nung non-actual on unrealized income net of tax. So meron tayong subtotal dyan, no? And then we have to add the non-actual losses, no? Depreciation on revaluation increment after tax. After tax na to sa revaluation increments. And then adjustment due to deviation from PFRS loss, no? Loss on fair value adjustment of investment property after tax, no? Subtotal. And then we have the net income actually earned during the period, no? Add or less dividend declaration during the period, and then appropriation of retained earnings during the period, reversals of appropriations, kasi minsan na-appropriate na siya but you have to reverse, so it will become unappropriated again. Effects of prior period adjustments, no? Kasi kung nagkaroon tayo ng adjustment ng prior period, ang sabi nga natin, the retained earnings, the residual account, so doon lahat ang bagsak, no? So doon ibabawas. And then the treasury shares, no? Treasury shares natin, without the retained earning, hindi din tayo pwedeng mag-reacquire ng treasury shares. And then we have the subtotal. So we have now the total retained earnings end of the year available for dividend, no? So bakit mayroong ganitong schedule required by the SEC? Para makita nila kaagad at magiging aware din and magiging conscious din yung management or ng BOD, the Board of Directors of the Corporation, na pwede o hindi pala sila pwede mag-declare ng dividend during the year, no? Okay. Notes. Figure shall be based on functional currency financial statement of the parent company. Ano yung functional currency? Depende sa parent company, kung dollars, yen, or peso, no? Or any other currency, euro halimbawa. If there are material adjustment in prior years to retained earnings, the said adjustment should be reflected in this sheet, no? Pakita mo rin diyan. Kasi may mga material adjustment prior years, saan mo yan ilalagay? Dito sa effect of prior period adjustment. No? Okay. So, we have now our reconciliation of written earnings available for dividend declaration. Yan ang Annex 68D. No? Let's now go to the next schedule. Ito yung Annex 68E naman. Schedule of Financial Soundness Indicator. So ano itong mga financial soundness? Ito yung mga ratios. No? Parang nag-a-analyze na rin tayo ng financial statements. No? Pero anong ginawa dito ng is easy? It gives the burden to the management or to the company to make this financial soundness indicators. Hindi yung i-evaluate mo na lang pag nandoon na sa is-easy yung financial statement, saka mo lang i-evaluate yung financial soundness indicator. Ngayon, in the level of management pa lang, ginagawa na. No? So that ang management din will be aware of their financial soundness. No? Okay. So we have the current ratio. Ano ba yung formula ng current ratio? Current assets over current liabilities. No? Asset test ratio. Ganun din. So current year, prior year. Solvency ratios. No, tingnan nyo na lang to sa i-google nyo or sa accounting books. No? We have the solvency ratios. We have the debt to equity ratio, asset to equity ratio. Sa title pala makita nyo na lang eh. No? So, interest rate coverage ratio. No? Return on equity. Return on assets. Net profit margin, and then other ratios. No? Other ratios, depende kung ano yung gusto nyo pang idagdag dyan. No? Marami pa yan, mga klase ng issues. Yung, okay. So, saan po ito i-attach? Naka-attach din to sa schedule of financial soundness indicators. So, schedule siya. So, naka-attach din po sa financial statement. Okay? We also have Annex 68F. No? This is the schedule for financing companies. Okay. Ano naman yung ni-require dito? The ratios of percentages for the current and prior year. So, you have to disclose there the total real estate investment to total assets. No? And then, total receivables to total assets. Bakit? Kasi iba ang business nito eh. Yung mga financing companies na to eh. No? Pera yung ano nila. Pero, halimbawa, nag-invest sila sa real estate. And then, the total dosary. No? Ito yung directors, officers, yung ano nila, stockholders, no? Receivables to net worth. Ito yung mga loans na granted sa mga officers, no? Amount of receivables from a single corporation to total receivables. Bakit? Kasi mamaya niyan, lahat na lang ng pautang mo na sa isang corporation lang. Tapos related parties pa. Tapos hindi na nakabayad ng write-off mo lang. Oh, so it's a big disadvantage for the corporation na ang malaking amount ng receivable niya is from a single corporation. What if yung single corporation na yan bumagsak? Hindi, bagsak na rin yung financing companies. No? So, schedule for financing companies, Annex 68F, also should be attached to the financial statement. No? This schedule shall be submitted with the annual audited financial statements and if applicable with the company's interim financial statements. No? So, dapat kasama ito sa audited financial statements. And then we have the Annex 68G, Schedule for Mutual Funds. No? So, ito naman yung requirement sa kanila. We have here the ratios also or percentages for the current and prior year. Percentage of investment in a single enterprise to total net asset value. So, yun yung percentage ng investment niya. Remember, anong klaseng company ito or industry, mutual funds. No? So percentage of investment in a single enterprise to total net asset value. Nag-invest siya sa single enterprise lang. No? Yun yung sabi ko, just like the financing company, also very risky. Why? Kasi pag yung single enterprise na yan, bumagsak, wala ka ng negosyo. No? So, next, total investment of the fund to the outstanding securities of an investee company. No? So, yung total investment. Total investment in liquid or semi-liquid assets to total assets. No? So, yun yung ratios din na kailangan. And then the total operating expenses to net worth. No? Net worth is current assets less current liabilities. No? I-divide mo yan yung operating expenses mo. Total assets to total borrowings, no? So lahat yan about solvency. No? So yan po yung attachment natin for the mutual funds. No? Okay, so now let's go to Annex 68H, no? Schedule for investment houses. No? Schedule of details per issue of underwriting activities for the year, for the period ended. No? Okay. Name of issuer or client. No? So, nakalagay dyan. Nature of commitment. Ano ba yung commitment niya sa issuer or client? Amount of issue. Underwriting and other fees generated. And the basis of computation. No? So, bakit ginawa to ng SEC? So that mabilis na lang sa kanila pagka nag-evaluate ng financial statements of the corporation. And then we have the Annex 68I. No? This is the schedule for listed companies with a recent offering of securities to the public. So, mas mahigpit po ang requirement pag listed companies ka. Why? Because the listed companies is imbued with public interest because they are selling their securities to the public. No? Kaya dapat mag-ingat. Otherwise, marami yung ma-scam na magbitaw ng pera tapos fake pala. No? So, anong nakalagay dito? Gross and net proceeds as disclosed in the financial prospectus. So, magkano ba yung gross and net proceeds ng company? So, anong klaseng company ito? The listed companies, no? So, actual gross and net proceeds, you have to disclose. Each expenditure item where the proceeds were used. Saan ba ginamit yung proceeds? Balance of the proceeds as of the end of reporting period. No. Okay. So, let's go to the next. Annex 68J, no? Schedules. Ano yung mga schedules na ni-require sa atin? So, for the schedules, the Annex prescribes disclosure requirements including the form and content of the schedules required by Section 6 of part of this rule. No? Number 1, except as expressly provided otherwise, the schedule specified below shall be filed as of the latest statement of financial position date. No? So, isabay na sa pag-file din ng financial statement. Number 2, the independent auditor's report shall cover the schedules accompanying the financial statements filed. No? So, may independent auditor's report. Ano yun? Sama din doon sa financial statement. No? Number 3, in a registration statement filed on SEC Form 12-1, the schedules need not be included in Part 1, information required in prospectus, but may be included in Part 2, information not required in prospectus. No? Okay. Instruction. Schedule A financial assets, loans and receivables, fair value through profit or loss, held to maturity investment, available for sale securities. No? So yun yung financial assets. This schedule shall be filed in support of the caption and its class of financial assets. If the greater of the aggregate cost of the aggregate market value of fair value profit and loss as of the end of reporting period constitutes 5% or more of total current assets. And then we have Schedule B, amounts receivable from directors to industry, officers, employees, related parties, and principal stockholders other than related parties. So this schedule shall be filed with respect to each person among the directors, officers, employees, and principal stockholders other than related parties from whom an aggregate indebtedness of more than 1 million pesos or 1% of total assets, whichever less is owed for the purposes of the schedule exclude in the determination of the amount of indebtedness all amounts receiving from such persons for purchases subject to usual terms for ordinary travel and expense advances and for other such items arising in the ordinary course of business. No? Okay. Schedule C, amounts receivable from related parties which are eliminated during the consolidation of financial statements. So ano yung na-eliminate? The schedule shall be filed with respect to its related party subsidiary. The balances of receivable from which are eliminated during the consolidation of the financial statements. No? Schedule D, long-term debt. Okay. This schedule shall be filed in support of the caption long-term debt in the statement of financial position. No, so yung schedule about the explanation or disaggregation of the long-term debt. And then we have Schedule E. Ito yung indebtedness to related parties. No? The schedule shall be filed to list the total of all non-current indebtedness to related parties included in the statement of financial position. This schedule may be omitted if, number one, the total indebtedness to related parties included in such statements of financial position does not exceed 5% of total assets as shown in the related statements of financial position at either the beginning or end of the period. Or, two, there has been no changes in the information required to be filed from the last previously reported. Ilan na yung viewers natin? Hari. Ngayon? Okay. Okay. Schedule F. Guarantees of securities of other issues. No? So this schedule shall be filed with respect to any guarantees of securities of other issuing entities by the issuer for which the statement is filed. No? We have Schedule G, capital stock. This schedule shall be filed in support of caption capital stock in the statement of financial position. No? So, okay. Form and contents ng schedule. Schedule A, financial assets. So, yan ang contents niya. Name of issuing entity and association of its issue. Number of shares or principal amount of bonds and notes. Amount shown in the statement of financial position. Value based on market quotation of end reporting period. and income received and accrued. No? Okay. Okay, so its issue shall be stated separately, except that reasonable grouping without enumeration may be made of letter A, securities used or guaranteed by the Philippine government or its agencies, and B, securities issued by others for which the amounts in the aggregate are not more than 2% of total assets. And then we have number 3, state the basis of determining the amounts shown in the column. No? This column shall be total to corresponds to the respective statements of financial position, caption or captions. And this column may be omitted if all amounts that would be shown are the same as those in the immediately preceding column. No? And then we have Schedule B, amounts receivables from directors, officers, employees, related parties, and principal stockholders other than related parties. So we have name and designation of debtor, balance of beginning of period, additions, amounts collected, amounts written off, current, not current, and then balance of end of period. No? So yun yung mga receivables from directors or yung those three. Okay. Show separately accounts receivables and notes receivables. In case of notes receivables, indicate pertinent information such as the due date, interest stream, terms of repayment, and collateral if any. If collections was other than in cash, explain. No? Kung hindi cash daw yung collection, so explain. Give reasons for write-off. No? So yan na yan. Yung mga budgets natin, you have to give reasons for write-off. Okay, so Schedule C, amount receivables from related parties which are eliminated during the consolidation of financial statements. Name of designation of debtor, balance of beginning of period, addition, amounts collected, amounts written off, current, not current, and then balance of end of period. No? Okay. If collection was other than in cash, then explain and give reasons for write-off. Okay. So, we have the schedule D, the long-term debt. We have title of issue and type of obligation. We have the amount authorized by indenture. No? And we have amount shown under caption current portion of long-term debt in related statement of financial position. And then amount shown under caption long-term debt. Hari, dami na namang lamok in related statement of financial position. Ito banda. Unahin mo muna dyan. Sige. Schedule A, indebtedness to related parties. No? Long-term loans from related companies. So, ito yung related parties. Ha? The related parties name shall be grouped as in Schedule C. The information called for shall be stated separately for any persons whose investments were shown separately in such related schedule. For its affiliate name in the first column, explain in a note hereto the nature and purpose of any material increase during the period that is in excess of 10%. No? So 10%. Kita ko dyan eh. Okay. The related parties, for its affiliate name in the first column, explain in a note hereto the nature and purpose of any material increase during the period that is in excess of a 10% of the related balance at either the beginning or end of the period. And then we have the Schedule F, no? Sa pag-prepare pa lang ng financial statements, sobrang dami na ng mga attachments, no? Schedule F, guarantees of securities of other issuers. Name of issuing entity of security guaranteed by the company for which this statement is filed. Title or issue of its class of securities or guaranteed. Total amount guaranteed and outstanding. No? Amount owned by person for which statement is filed. And then the nature of guarantee. Okay. So indicate a note. In a note, any significant changes since the date of the last statements of financial position filed. If this schedule is filed in support of a consolidated financial statements, there shall be set forth guarantees by any person included in the consolidation except such guarantees of securities which are included in the consolidated financial statements of financial position. Okay. Okay. So there must be a brief statement of the nature of the guarantee, such as guarantee of principal and interest, no? Kasi sa related party kasi may mga tinatawag sila na guarantee fee, no? Guarantee of interest or guarantee of dividends. If the guarantee is of interest, dividends or both, state the annual aggregate amount of interest or dividends so guaranteed, no? Okay. Schedule of capital stocks, title of issue, number of shares authorized, number of shares issued and outstanding, as shown under related statement of financial position caption. We have number of shares reserved for options, warrants, conversion, and other rights, and the number of shares held by related parties. Directors, officers, and employees, and others. No? Yan yung schedule ng capital stocks. And then you have to include, in this column, each type of issue authorized. Related parties referred to include persons for which separate financial statements are filed and those included in consolidated financial statements other than the issuer of the particular security. And we have to indicate in a note any significant changes since the date of the last statement of financial position filed. Okay. So yun po yung disclosures natin. No? Okay. So let's now go to penalties and other general implementing provisions. Still po sa SEC. Okay, so ano yung mga penalties? Okay. So penalties, all financial statements submitted to the commission by entities covered by this rule shall adhere strictly to the provisions thereof. No? So, anong sabi dito? Adhere strictly. So, do not deviate. No? Huwag yung ibahin mo yung requirements. Okay, letter B. Penalties as may be prescribed by the commission shall be imposed on the airing company due to any of the following violations. So, ito yung violations. Number 1, material misrepresentation if the in the financial statements. No? We have any material misstatement in the financial statements for failure to comply with the applicable financial reporting framework, such as failure to adopt the prescribed financial reporting framework, or any accounting standard resulting in a material misstatement, and failure to disclose required information and other relevant or material information. Okay, so ano pa? Failure to submit any basic component of the financial statements. Ang daming violations, ha? Failure to submit financial statements audited by a qualified, independent, certified public accountant. No? Okay. Failure to submit a complete SMR, Statement of Management Responsibility. Failure to comply with any other requirements under Part 1 or 2 of this rule. Okay, magkano yung penalties? The penalties imposable on an emerging company for the violators of this rule shall be in addition to the fine impossible due to late or incomplete filing of other parts or of any report to which the financial statements are required to be attached. So yan yung mga disclosures natin, violations natin, no, sa financial statements. Okay, so another, in addition to those provided in Part 1 and Annex 68A of this rule, penalties as may be prescribed by the Commission shall be imposed on the independent auditor or auditing firm, as the case may be, due to any of the following violations. Ito, ang kakasuhan naman yung independent auditor, no? Ano yung mga violations niya? Failure to submit any of the reports required under these rules. So, hindi pala gumawa. Any material misrepresentation in the following information or documents. No? Application for accreditation. Yan yung mga material na misstatement para sa information or documents. Application for accreditation, certification submitted with the application of any of the reports required under Part 1 of this rule. Refusal for no valid reason of unlawful order of the Commission to submit requested documents. For instance, audit work. In connection with an ongoing investigation, the independent auditor shall, however, be made aware of such investigation. Ano pa? Gross negligence in the conduct of the audit or failure to comply with any of the PSA and such other issuances of the AASC and or the Commission. No? So yun yung gross conduct in the audit or failure to comply with Philippine standards on auditing. No? Excuse lang ha, kasi inom lang ako ng mainit na kape. Muna natin. Okay. Okay. Another violation, issuance of an unqualified opinion sa mga auditors na to which is not supported by full compliance by the auditee with the applicable financial reporting framework due to material deficiency or misstatement in the financial statements. So, nag-issue ka ng unqualified opinion na hindi dapat. Oh? So, next violation, conduct of an audit despite the lack or eventual loss of independence as provided for under the Code of Ethics for Professional Accountant in the Philippines. Para dito sa conduct ng audit, lack of independence, no? Meron tayong provision nito doon sa Revenue Regulations VIDAS 1 kung sino lang yung pwede na ma-maintain mo yung independence mo, no? Sino yung mga pwede na i-audit at sino din yung hindi pwede. Okay, so conduct of any non-audit services for his statutory audit client if he has not undertaken the safeguards to reduce the threat to its dependents. No? Failure to comply with any of the operational requirements for accredited auditing firms or sole practitioners under Part 1 of this rule, or failure to obtain from the Commission on an accreditation appropriate to the company's clients category under this rule prior to engagement or during the period of audit and signing of the auditor's report. Oh, so, yun po yung mga violations. Okay. Test of materiality. General guidelines natin. Omissions or misstatements of items shall be material if they could individually or collectively influence the economic decisions that users make on the basis of the financial statements. Materiality depends on the size and nature of the omission or misstatement judged in the surrounding circumstances. Yan ang test of materiality. The size of nature of the item or a combination of both could be the determining factor. Okay. So materiality is determined for the financial statement as a whole. No? So therefore, there is an identified misstatement or error. The determination as to whether the financial statements are materially misstated is based on an evaluation of such finding, taking the financial statements as a whole. Such evaluation shall not be driven by the number of the size of misstatement errors alone, but by the overall impact on the financial statements, taking into account both the quantitative and qualitative factors. Okay. So, for the purpose, following qualitative tests shall be applied by the Commission. Deficiency or inconsistency. No? So, failure to submit any component of the financial statements prescribed under this rule shall be considered material deficiency. Okay. Ano pa? Disclosure, deficiency or inconsistency in the disclosures within the financial statements. Okay. So ano yun? Deficiency or inconsistency, no? So if the information involves a transaction, amount, or account that represents 10% or more of the total of related accounts or transactions. No? So for issuers of securities to the public and public companies as identified under Section 3B, 1A, 1, 2, and 3 of Part 1 of this rule, the test to be used shall be 5%. Based on the circumstances identified by the Commission, materiality of the discrepancy or inconsistency in relation to the total assets or total liabilities may be considered. Okay, so ano pa tong sinasabi dito? In resolving the issue of violations, due regard shall be given to the written explanation of the external auditor as to his basis in determining materiality and exercise of professional judgment in issuing his audit opinion on the question financial statements. Also, ito yung mga violations. Another is misstatement, no? So, very important din po yun na i-define natin yung misstatement. A misstatement of the financial statements may result from a deviation from the prescribed policies, representation, fraud, or error. No? And then another is a misstatement shall be material if it represents 10% or more of the total related accounts or transactions. No? So, yun yung mga misstatement. Okay. So, for the issuers of securities to the public and public companies as identified, ito yung mga listed, no, companies. So, part 1 of this rule, misstatement shall be material if it represents 5% or more of the total of the related accounts or transactions. No? 5% or more. Dati wala yung mga limit ang is-easy dyan. No? So, mapapansin ninyo ngayon, ang dami ng limitations, no? Ratios that you are going to compute. So, in resolving the issue of violation, due regard shall be given to the written explanation of the external auditor as to his basis in determining materiality and the exercise of professional judgment in issuing his audit opinion on the question financial statements. Be sure lang na pag nag-issue na kayo ng opinion ninyo, is ready kayo with the explanations. Kasi yung sa akin na nagpa-accredit ako sa SEC, marami din silang findings, no? For the two biggest companies that you audited. Ang dami nilang findings. So, inisa-isa ko, nilagyan ko ng explanations. No? So, ang sabi pa nila, be careful in your explanations because this will determine kung i-accredit ka o hindi. So, after 2 weeks siguro na nagbigay ako ng explanations, lumabas yung accreditation. No? So, qualitative considerations sa financial statement to, ha. So, in addition to quantitative by numbers, qualitative, ito yung narrative, no? Considerations identifying material misstatement or error. Qualitative factors shall be considered, no? So, this include whether the misstatement or error affects compliance with debt covenants or other contractual requirements. Kasi, ano tong mga covenants natin, contractual requirements, mga loans, mga utang, no? Or contracts of services, relates to the incorrect selection or application of an accounting policy that has an immaterial effect on the current periods, no? Financial statements, but is likely to have a material effect on future periods' financial statements. Okay. Must a change in earnings or other trends, especially in the context of general economic and industry conditions, affects ratios used to evaluate the entity's financial position. Ito yung mga error, no? Na magbabago yung ratio na hindi dapat pasado pero gumanda. Results of operation or cash flows, no? After segment information presented in the financial statements, for example, the significance of the matter to a segment or other portion of the entity business that has been identified as playing a significant role in the entity's operations or profitability. No? And then, has the effect, ito yung error, of increasing management compensation, for example, by ensuring that the requirement for the award or bonuses or other incentives are satisfied. No? Kaya may na-audit akong isang company na ang dami niya mga compensation-based incentives sa management, losing naman yung company for how many years. And yung mga incentives nila nanggagaling na sa utang ng companies, no? So ito yung gustong i-satisfy or i-answer ng SEC, no? Okay. The error is significant having regard to the auditor's understanding of previous communications to users, for example, in relation to forecast earnings. Affect compliance with regulatory requirements, including BAR, BSP, and other government agencies. So, sino itong mga mahigpit na regulatory agencies? No? Itong BAR. Why? Kasi taxes ang pinag-usapan dyan. Ano pa? BSP, no? Kasi currency ang pinag-usapan diyan, pera. And other government agencies, no? So, relates to items involving particular parties, for example, whether external parties to the transactions are related to members of the entity's management, no? So, kaya nga, related parties. In an omission of information not specifically required by the applicable financial reporting framework, but which in the judgment of the auditor is important to the user's understanding of the financial position, financial performance, or cash flows of the entity. Or affects other information that will be communicated in documents containing the annual financial statements, no? Example, ito yung management discussion and analysis, no? Operating and financial review that may reasonably be expected to influence the economic decisions of the users of the financial statement. Kaya ang tawag doon misstated, no? Yung inyong financial statements. Kaya ito yung aking sinasabi na yung valuation ng intangibles natin. When in fact, you have the intangibles pero hindi mo ni-reflect dito sa financial statement mo, then misstated po yung inyong financial statements. Okay. Reissuance of financial statements. Ito. Corporations. Ito ha. Very important na po ito. Corporations whose financial statements will be found by the Commission to be materially deficient, erroneous, and or misstated shall be imposed with appropriate penalties. No? Kaya nagpapadala sila ng sulat, penalized. Except for banks, the Commission shall make a determination whether such misstatement or incompleteness is significantly material that it would necessitate the reissuance of such financial statements. Ulitin mo yung financial statements mo. Any reissuance shall be required within 45 calendar days from receipt of the order of the Commission. No? Kaya on time yung ating seminar dito. Bakit? For the tax preparer. Kasi we are preparing the financial statements. And sabi dito ng ECC, there are instances wherein you are going to reissue your financial statements. Bakit? Kasi ang daming mali. No? Such amendment shall comply with the reissuance requirements under applicable auditing standards. The issue on whether or not the financial statements of a bank and an insurance company should be reissued shall be endorsed by the Commission to the BSP and the IC, no? Insurance Commission, respectively for appropriate action. Bakit? Kasi may itong mga corporations or mga insurance companies and itong mga banks, may mga secondary licenses po yan sila issued by the BSP or the Insurance Commission. No? So, ini-endorse sa kanila para makita yung mga error na gawa nila. No? Okay. So, for corporations not covered by the above provisions, they may reissue their financial statement subject to compliance with the requirements under existing standards. No? Issuers of securities to the public shall not reissue their AFS without prior request from and approval by the Commission, BSP, and IC. No? Kaya mahigpit yung mga rules natin sa mga insurance agencies, sa mga banks. No? Okay. So, kailan pag nag-reissue sila, nag-amend sila ng kanilang AFS, may approval sa SEC, BSP, or Insurance Commission. Okay. Corporation covered by SRC Rule 68 Part 2 and reissuing its AFS shall notify all concerned parties such as stockholders to yung mga listed companies, no? Creditors and investors of such amendment through publication of a notice in a newspaper of general circulation indicating the reason for the amendment and the fact that the financial statements have been submitted to the Commission. So, hindi basta-basta mag-amend ka lang, no? Manghingi ka pa ng permit or approval. So, amendment or reissuance of financial statement shall not exonerate the company and the auditors from the penalty that may be assessed by the Commission against a corporation due to the material deficiency or misstatement of the original financial statements. Ibig sabihin, yung mali na yan, since inamend mo na, kinorect mo, shall not exonerate the company and the auditors. So, liable pa rin yung company and auditors from the penalty. No? So, magbabayad ka pa rin kahit nag-amend ka na. No? So, yan po yung regulations ng SEC. No? Okay. So, kailan to mag-take effect? first quarter of 2020 and thereafter, no? So unless otherwise specified, the revised SRC Rule 68 shall become effective for annual financial statement, no? Covering periods ending December 31, 2019 and onwards, no? And for interim financial statements starting the first quarter of 2020 or and thereafter. So, papile tayo ng ating 2020 na annual financial statements, then itong mga sinabi sa atin kanina, effective na to. No? Okay. Ito, another na requirements itong compliance with the two partner requirement for the CPAs, no? Auditing firms which have less than 2 partners as of the date of the effectivity of this rule shall be given until June 30, 2022 with which to comply with the new 2-partner requirement. No? Kasi compliance with transition from sole proprietorship to partnership. Sole practitioners as of the date of the effectivity of this rule shall be given until June 30, 2022, within which to comply with the requirements to convert to a partnership structure from sole proprietorship in order to continue being accredited by the Commission. Kaya nga, na-accredit ako ng January 2021 up to June 30 lang yan, 2022. Bakit? Kailangan mag-convert na ako into partnership, no? Kasi hindi na i-accredit ang sole proprietor. No? Wala. Kailangan may partner ka. Kaya tingnan ko rin kung mag-continue pa ako magpa-accredit, no? Kasi unang-una, mahina na. Kung kaya mo pang trabaho, kung hindi na, din pahinga na. No? Okay. So other requirements shall be effective for all applicable reports or activities after 15 days from date of publication of this rule, no? And then subsequent amendments is easy na po 'yan. Alam nyo, sa pagkuha ng trabaho, being tax consultants or public practitioner, no, sa CPA. Hindi ko na pinipressure yung sarili ko, no? Yung kaya ko lang. Kasi gusto mo marami kang kliyente. Magkakaproblema lang dahil napapabayaan mo. I don't like it. No? Kaya sabi ko, hindi ko ipipressure yung sarili ko catering to as many clients na gusto mong kunin. Na bawat kliyente may iba't ibang pangangailangan and then hindi mo mabigyan ng tamang serbisyo and then plus pa sa yung mga employee mo, no, na sa accounting firm, come and go. Ang laki ng mortality ng accounting firm. Why? You continue training your people, no? 1 year lang, alis na sila. Kukunin na nung mga ibang companies din dahil alam nila, marunong na sa accounting. So, ikaw yung nag-train, ikaw yung nagtanim, iba ang kumain, no? So, yun ang mangyayari. Kaya minsan masaklap. Kaya sabi ko, yung kaya ko lang, no? Kasi darating tayo dun sa point na you really have to accept yung limitations mo sa buhay, hindi yung sugod ng sugod kahit hindi kaya kakayanin, no? Hindi po ganun. Ayoko ng ganyan na klase ng style, no? Kaya ayokong pagalitan ako in the end ng kliyente. At ayokong iiyak yung kliyente mo dahil sa'yo. Malas po yan sa buhay. No? Pag iniiyakan ka ng kliyente mo, malas po yan sa buhay. Bakit? Kasi sila yung kliyente mo, yun ang nagbibigay sa iyo ng trabaho, yung nagpapakain sa pamilya mo, tapos pabayaan mo. No? So, with that requirement, sabi ko, excited na sana ako dahil accredited na ako ng easy. Hanggang June lang pala, 2022. Sabi ko, tingnan ko, kung kaya ko pa nakukuha pa ako ng partner, no? sa sa accounting firm, no? Mahirap yung ganun. Tapos hindi kayo magkasundo, aalisan ka ng partner mo, dala lahat yung kliyente mo. Oh my goodness, ayoko niyan, no? Kasi mahirap ako kasama, no? Sabi na iba, masyadong mataas yung standard mo. Hindi naman sa gano'n, no? Pero ayoko lang na mangako sa kliyente, tapos napapako, ayoko niyan, no? Ang gusto ko, wala na lang. Kung hindi mo rin kayang ibigay yung serbisyo, wag na lang, no? Pero let us see. So, Annex 68, another, no, is the quality of audit work of applicants for accreditation and accredited independent auditors. Ito, hindi ko na lang to babasahin sa inyo, no? You just read this kasi wala naman tayong masyadong explanations yan kasi accreditation yan ng independent auditors. But, bakit ko sinasama ito? Para malaman din ng mga clients kung paano kahirap kumuha ng accreditation and then their roles for the accreditation of the independent auditors. Kasi ang ibang kliyente, ayaw nila, no? Kahit there are mandatory requirements, hindi sila sumusunod. So, paano affected yung independent auditors with that ng non-compliant yung inyong kliyente, no? Anong dapat gawin ng independent auditors? Might as well give up muna lang. So, pagka ganun ka naman na very selective ka pagdating sa kliyente, gutom ka naman sa practice kasi sa sobrang hirap din maghanap ng kliyente, no? So, okay. Ito yung Annex 68B, ito yung supplemental written statement of the auditor. Ano yung supplemental written statement of the auditor? Ito yung total number of stockholders owning 100 or more shares, no? Pero ito matagal-tagal na to na ni-require. Kaya alam na to ng lahat. So, you have to disclose the number of stockholders owning 100 or more shares each, no? Okay. Yan ang nakalagay. Name and signature of the independent auditor, BOA accreditation number, PRC license number, SEC accreditation number, the PTR number, issue, date and place, and the date. No? Okay. And then we have the Annex 68C. Ito yung schedule for non-stock non-profit organizations, pero i-discuss natin to together with the anong tawag dito? Yung preparation of financial statements for non-stock non-profit organizations na meron tayo bukas, no? We'll discuss it tomorrow. Okay. Marami yan na mga documents, no? Sa bukas natin yan i-discuss. Yung mga schedule na donations. And then ipakita ko sa inyo yung certificate of donations na gawa ng BIR para doon sa non-stock non-profit, no? Organizations. No? So, I would like to say thank you po sa lahat ng participants. We will have a 5 minutes break. Bago po natin sagutin yung inyong mga tanong, no? Pahinga lang tayo sandali because I understand na ang dami na nating mga questions na nandyan po sa comment portion natin. So, 5 minutes break lang po. No? Pahinga lang sandali ng lalamunan and we will answer all your queries. So, thank you very much dun sa mga participants po natin na may mga commitment na iba at hindi na kayo doon sa mga questions, no? Hindi na kayo particular doon sa questions, then you may not attend. Pero yung mga nagtanong, then you attend para maklarify po ninyo. So, what we got today, so in the morning, we have our itemized deductions, and then yung financial statement preparations, the consolidated financial statements, and then we have the disclosures to financial statements, at itong reconciliation ng earnings available for dividends and other SEC update, no? So, we have that in the first day. So, bukas iba naman, no? Mga preparation of financial statements naman of iba-ibang mga companies. So let's have 5 minutes break. For dividends and other SEC update, no? So we have that on the first day. So bukas iba naman, no? Mga preparation of financial statements naman of iba-ibang mga companies. So let's have 5 minutes break. Okay, so we're back with the question and answer, no? Yan, sagutin natin yung mga questions ninyo kasi kanina hindi natin nasagot during our lectures, no? So, let's start.
Galing po kay Jen Tria.
Okay.
Applied din po ba yan, Ma'am Elsa, sa mga cooperative na less than 1 year? Pwedeng walang CPA na pipirma.
Ay, wala po iba. Kaya bukas yung discussion natin sa cooperative, hindi po kasama yung sa diniscuss natin kanina. Meron tayong discussion on cooperatives bukas. At saka, merong sariling accounting framework po ang CDA. At saka kahit wala kayong operation requirement talaga na may CDA external audit kayo. No? Okay.
Galing kay Miss J. Kailangan po ba ng SMR attachment for 40% OSD individual below 250,000 ang gross sales?
Individual, tapos SMR, yung Statement of Management Responsibility. Para sa akin hindi, pero ang feedback ko diyan, coming also from the participants, merong ibang district na pag nagpa-receive ka daw ng financial statement mo, hinahanapan nila ng SMR. Para sa akin kasi redundant. Bakit? Bakit ka pa pipirma ng Statement of Management Responsibility? Individual ka na, sa iyo na yung return. Siyempre, ikaw ang talagang liable dyan. Alam nyo, hindi naman yan hinahanap sa single proprietor kasi ikaw yung may-ari. Yung management responsibility dapat sa mga corporations lang yan kasi ang corporation, pwede kasi na ikaw yung may-ari, may stockholders. Iba pa yung stockholders, iba yung management, no? Pero sa individual, ikaw na yung may-ari, ikaw yung liable. Bakit? Kung ma-assess ka ba, mayroon pang ibang magbabayad ng utang mo? Wala, ikaw lang. So, para sa akin, hindi na kailangan. Pero akin lang yun. That's my opinion. But BIR as a tax authority, pwede kasi sila, entitled sila na magbigay ng requirements, no? So, coordinate na lang kayo with the BIR. Kasi sila yung regulatory agency. So, sila yung magsasabi, no? Although, para sa akin, hindi na dapat kasi redundant na. Kasi, wala nang purpose na maglagay ka pa ng SMR, individual ka naman, ikaw na yung liable dyan sa FS mo. Bakit kailangan mo pa ng SMR? No? Coordinate na lang po sa RDO where you are registered kasi sila yung nagre-require. Okay.
Next
Next.
question po, kay Des Happy Traveler. What is the allowed amount of donation as deduction, or we can claim a full amount of those donation with certificate or donation from BIR? Anong valid support para sa bad debts?
Okay. Bukas, we will tackle with the preparation of the financial statements at saka yung mga statutory requirements for non-stock, non-profit corporations. Kaya hari, i-download mo yung sa BIR forms, i-download mo dyan yung mga certificates, i-download mo yung certificate of donation, yung nasa BIR certificates, yung donation para ipakita natin sa kanila na sample bukas. So ano yung mga sabi mo na supporting documents, marami, no? Isang supporting documents diyan, yun nga yung certificate of donations. At saka yung tanong mo kung can it be deducted in full? Yung sabi ko sa inyo kanina that the donations that can be deducted in full, those that would be donated to the government on its priority project as certified to by the NEDA or the National Economic Development Authority. Pero yung iba na halimbawa nagbigay ka lang sa mga charitable institutions na hindi naman priority projects, then subject to limitations, no? Although may mga ibang donations diyan na deductible in full, pero marami din siyang mga requirements. We will tackle it bukas. At saka yung mga attachment pa doon sa financial statements ninyo about donations, no? So lahat-lahat na yan, we will discuss it tomorrow.
Next question po ulit kay Des Happy Traveler. Anong valid support sa bad debts?
Valid support sa bad debts is the secretary certificate or board resolutions na nag-declare na kayo ng bad debts. But yung bad debts, bago that, lagay muna kayo ng allowance for bad debts, no? And then, ano pa yung other valid support na you exert an exhaustive effort to collect. Ano yun? May certification kayo from the, halimbawa, kung may business yung inyong pinautang, so mayroon kayong certification na wala na siyang business, o kaya wala na siyang properties to answer for the property, your certificates of property holdings niya na wala na talaga. Saan yung kinukuha? Sa city assessor. Or certificate of no employment. Kung halimbawa, meron siyang employer dati, ngayon wala na, so pwede kayong manghingi. No? And yun yung mga proof na wala na talaga siyang capacity to pay. Or yung income statement niya. No? Declared sa BIR, may receive sa BIR, na wala na talaga siyang assets at wala na siyang income. No? Those are part of the valid proof on the incapacity of your creditor na hindi na talaga kayang magbayad pa. No? And then may proof kayo na exhaustive effort. And then pagka-corporation, secretary certificate and board resolution declaring those bad debts as written off. Okay. Next.
Kay Rams Madrid.
Oh, si Rams, andyan din. Umattend din siya. Thank you, yeah, Rams. Okay.
For depreciation, okay lang po ba if from 5 years useful life nung 2019, naging 2 years na lang nung 2020?
Bakit? Anong reason? No, may standard yan, may accounting standards yan. So may reason ka dapat. Bakit mo siya iniksian yung life ng assets mo? So, depende. Kung justifiable, palagay nyo naman. At kasi sa accounting naman, may judgment tayo dyan eh. No? So, as long as kaya nyo justify, then pwede. No? But be sure na katanggap-tanggap yung inyong justification. Okay.
Galing kay Bernadette Lonon.
Wow, sila pa rin. Okay. Kakatuwa. Kakatuwa because bakit? Bakit ako natutuwa? You are with me. Thank you talaga. Sige.
Paano i-compute ang depreciation at kailan mag-start ng depreciation? Example,
Okay.
cost sa equipment is 45,600.
Okay. Okay. Akin na yung calculator. Doon yata. Okay. So yung cost ng equipment is 45,600,
600.
no? Equipment 45,600. Ang pagka compute ka ng depreciation, ang tanong mo kaagad, anong klaseng equipment to, no? Kasi kung mga equipment ito na ang life nito is 1 year lang, then outright expense mo na, no? Pero kung halimbawa yung equipment mo is such that machinery siya or tools siya or mga gadgets siya na magagamit mo for a period of 3 years, then i-divide mo siya by 3 years, no? So, magkano yung pwede mong i-deduct as depreciation for the year? 15,200. Halimbawa, nagre-record ka ng depreciation mo monthly in your books of accounts, i-divide mo siya by 12, no? So, how much is your depreciation for the month? 1,267. That is for 2 years. For 3 years. So, halimbawa naman, 2 years yan. So, i-divide mo lang siya by 24 months, no? So, magkano yun? 45,600? 45,600, kung 2 years lang, i-divide mo siya by 24 months, so 1,900 a month po yung inyong depreciation expense. na i-record ninyo sa books of accounts. No? So, ganun lang po siya. Next.
Follow up daw ma'am dun sa bad debts.
Okay.
Kung anong BIR ruling daw po or regulation. Hindi daw po kasi tinatanggap yung board resolution tsaka SEC certificate.
Saan hindi tinatanggap? Ah?
Nakalagay ma'am eh.
Wala nakalagay.
Hindi kasi tinatanggap ang board resolution or secretary certificate.
Hindi nila siguro tinatanggap kasi bias or one-sided. Depende kasi yan sa nag-i-examine, no? Na board resolution lang o kaya dapat, anong sabi diyan, if you try to take a look at the requirements for the itemized deductions, ang sabi doon sa bad debts, you exert an exhaustive effort to collect. Binigyan mo lang ng board resolution lang at saka secretary certificate, hindi nila tatanggapin yon. Kaya dapat meron ka pang ibang mga certification na isama. Ano yung mga isama mo dyan? Yung collection letter o kaya pinailan mo ng case in court para magbayad. Kasi pagka one-sided lang yan or bias, no? Pagka board resolution na secretary certificate yung ginamit mo, especially kung yung pinautang mo is also a related party, hindi talaga po siya i-allow. So there are cases talaga po na ang board resolution at saka yung secretary certificate hindi tatanggapin ng examiner. Kasi i-weigh pa rin nila yung evidence mo na kung pwede ba o hindi. Kaya ano yung pwede talaga, board resolution and secretary certificate, together with proof na talagang kinokolekta mo. No? Padala ka ng notice, pinailan mo ng kaso sa court. No? Those are best evidence na talagang bago mo i-declare na bad debts. No? Sige.
Galing kay Micheline Pallier.
Okay.
Just to confirm po na kami ang magde-determine ng length of utilization ng equipments para makapag-compute ng depreciation.
Kanina, 'di ba binigay ko sa inyo yung guide, no? May accounting guide naman yan sa depreciation. Ang sabi ko na kayo, because kayo yung bumili at kayo yung makadetermine kung ito na lang ha, ayoko kasing nagbibigay ng yung comment sa mga product, no? Lalo na yung product na madaling masira, no? So, sabi nga natin, halimbawa, computer na hindi madaling masira. So, pwede mo siyang gamitin 3 years, 5 years. Pero yung mga computer na mabilis masira, outright expense yan, no? So, kayo talaga mag-determine kasi unang-una, kayo yung bumili at kayo yung gagamit. But of course, you have to make also reference to the number of years na recommended po ng accounting standards. No? Okay. Next.
Next question po, galing kay B. Bless. Ma'am, yung cash na binili at hindi kami nag-withhold, nakapag-withhold, babayaran din po ba ng expanded withholding kahit di po kasi less to without holding? Thanks po.
Ulitin mo, hindi ko maintindihan.
Yung cash na binili at hindi kami nakapag-withhold, babayaran pa din po ba sa expand withholding?
Yes.
Kahit
Basta,
hindi naka-less ng withholding?
yes po. Lalo na kung ang purchases ninyo o kaya you are designated as top withholding agents, bayaran ninyo yan. No? Ano nangyayari dun sa iba, ha? Ito experience lang to. Ano nangyayari dun sa iba wherein they are required to withhold but they failed to withhold. No? O kaya, sometimes yung binibilhan nila, ayaw magpa-withhold. So, ano nangyayari? Add-on sa expenses nila, yung withholding. Paano yun? Halimbawa, purchase of goods yan. Hindi ka nakapag-withhold. Then, for compliance purposes, magbayad ka ng 1% ng purchases mo yan. Add-on mo na doon sa binili mo. Halimbawa, 1,000 yung binili mo, hindi ka nakapag-withhold. So, dapat mag-withhold ka doon ng 1%. So, anong mangyayari dun sa 1,000 mo? Yung expense mo hindi na 1,000, may dagdag na. No? Bakit? Kasi nag-remit ka pa ng withholding. So, very careful tayo pagdating sa withholding. No? Especially kung corporate tayo, dapat may corporate account tayo with our regular suppliers. Kasi yung mga iba na on the spot na lang bumibili. Tapos, ang amount is material, malaki yung amount. So, kailangan mo talagang mag-withhold. May add-on expense sa inyo yan because kayo yung mag-shoulder ng withholding. Okay. Next.
Next question, galing po kay Lilia Rote. If the landlord not paying with withholding 5% at kami ang nagbayad as company, ano pong treatment sa FS?
Sige, ulitin mo. Hindi ko masyado naririnig.
If the landlord not paying withholding 5% at kami ang nagbayad as company, ano pong treatment sa FS?
Ang landlord hindi nagbayad.
Not paying withholding 5%.
At kami ang nagbayad as company.
Kayo naman talaga ang withholding agent eh, hindi yung landlord, no? Hindi yung landlord ang magbabayad ng 5%, kayo, kasi kayo yung company eh, no? So, hindi niya binayaran, ano yung mangyari? Ibig sabihin, hindi kayo nakapag-withhold dun sa 5%. So, ang mangyayari dyan, add-on na naman doon sa binayad nyo na rental, yung 5% na i-remit ninyo sa withholding. Marami po nangyayaring ganyan, no? Diba, yung rental is 10,000 a month. Tapos, ayaw magpa-withhold ng lessor. No? Anong ginagawa ng lessee in order to claim expense, the rental expense as an expense? Binabayaran nila additionally yung 5% na withholding tax. No? So, marami pong nangyayari ganyan. As a company, add-on ninyo yung 5% na withholding on rental. Okay.
Galing po kay Rosalie Mangawang. Ma'am, yung rental, applicable po ba sa cooperatives even may tax exemption?
Yes. Kasi ang rental po kasi is the cooperative can be a withholding agent, especially kung siya yung nagbabayad ng rental, no? Wala pong exemption ang withholding agent. Bakit? Kasi cooperative ka nga, ang withhold mo, hindi mo pera yan. Pera na yan nung lessor na pambayad sa tax because nagpaparenta siya ng property niya. No? Ang tawag kasi sa renta is provision of services yan eh. Kaya ang ini-issue dyan, OR or official receipt. So as a cooperative, ang exemption nyo, tingnan nyo ang exemption nyo sa tax na babayaran nyo lang. Pero doon sa withholding of taxes na dapat bayaran ng transaction ninyo, hindi kayo exempt doon. As a withholding agent, you have to withhold. Kasi unang-una, hindi nyo tax yun. Ang wini-withhold nyo, tax yun ng lessor. Next.
Ako, galing kay Mayan Reyes.
Okay.
Sole proprietor po ako and ako na din ang tao sa business ko. Pwede po bang i-claim as expense yung voluntary contribution ko sa SSS PhilHealth Pag-ibig?
So, dapat nag-claim ka rin ng salary mo, no? In some cases kasi pwede naman, pero sa iba, ayaw nila kasi sila na yung proprietor and then yung net income of the business kanila rin. Pero yung sinasabi mo kasi statutory or mandatory yan na requirements, no? So, pwede po. Kasi dyan ka rin naman sa business mo. Sandali lang. Pwede siya as an expense. Pwede talaga. Ano yun? Kasi contribution mo yun na as a business man or business woman. No? Expense mo yun eh. No? So, remittance mo yun sa SSS. No? Kaso lang, personal mo siya. No? Personal mo, pero kung ako yung examiner, i-allow ko siya because nandiyan ka sa business eh, ikaw yung nagpapatakbo ng business. So, pwede. Okay.
Next question po, galing kay Bernadette Lonan po. Taxes and license, ma'am, pwede po ba i-deduct ang percentage tax?
Yes, pwede. Ang percentage tax. Dalawa lang yung sinabi ko sa inyo na hindi pwede. Tatlo, no? Na hindi pwede deduct sa operating expense, sa taxes, no? Yung mga income tax, value-added tax na sinasabi ko, penalties, pwede nyo i-deduct yun sa financial statements, pero doon na sa written earnings, no? Hindi nakasali doon sa computation yun ng operating expenses. So, ano yung mga taxes na hindi pwedeng i-deduct? Value-added tax, income tax, at saka yung mga penalties in the payment of taxes. Yung percentage tax, pwede. No? Next.
Galing kay Miss J. Withholding tax, registration fee, and percentage tax. Also, the ATP, pwede po ba sa taxes and licenses?
Withholding tax, hindi po pwedeng withholding tax. Kasi, unang-una, kung nag-withhold ka, withholding mo yun, creditable yun, no? Kung final naman, final tax yun. So, hindi mo siya pwedeng i-claim as an expense, no? Pero kung yung withholding tax na percentage tax, then pwede mong i-claim yun as taxes and licenses kasi percentage tax yan, no? Pero kung income tax, hindi pwede. Basta yung tatlong sinabi ko, hindi pwede, including the penalties. No? Okay, next.
Next question, galing kay Clear Camille Garcia. Ano pong bracket and taxes and licenses na may selling amount po ba sa pag-claim ng taxes and licenses?
Walang bracket po ang taxes and licenses, no? Ang taxes and licenses lang, yung sabi natin na ginagamit siya sa business, business tax siya o kaya yung licenses natin ng mga mayor's permit, ang requirement yun may resibo, no? Substantiation requirements. Kagaya ng mayor's permit, may resibo yan, barangay permit, DTI, no? O kung corporations ka naman, yung registration mo sa ICIC. So, kailangan may resibo lahat yan in order to claim as taxes and licenses. Next.
May ano daw, ma'am? May selling amount daw po ba sa pag-claim ng taxes and licenses?
Wala po, wala. Wala pong limit. Basta, pertaining to the current period. Huwag naman na sobra-sobra yung taxes mo, pero pertaining pala siya sa ibang taxable period. No? Wala siyang limit. Pero, nakukompute naman yun kung ang tax kung para sa current period, bakit sobra-sobra yung binayad mo na tax. No? Kaya current tax lang, current period. As to the amount, walang limit. Pero of course, may rate yung tax, kaya hindi siya pwede na sobrang laki. Okay.
Next question po kay Jency Banteresa. Transpo expenses po, sufficient na po ba yung official receipt from gasoline station for a practicing professional with a car?
Yes, pwede po. Pwede na yung sa... Actually, hindi transportation po ang classification ng account mo dyan fuel and oil, no? Kaya nga yun ang gusto kong kung kakayanin pa ha, yung tax issues in the preparation of financial statements. Yung halimbawa, nag-claim ka ng yung personal mo na, practitioner ka, tapos ginagamit mo yung sasakyan mo, partly personal, partly for the practice of profession. So, ano yung mga pwede mong i-claim as an expense? Pwede mong i-claim ang depreciation, kalahati. Yung fuel and oil, no? Kalahati din. At pwede mo rin i-claim yung repairs and maintenance na kalahati. Ganon din sa bahay, no? Yung depreciation ng bahay o rental ng bahay, pwede mo rin i-claim na kalahati pagka professional ka and at the same time, dyan ka nakatira sa bahay mo, no? Partly personal and partly for practice of profession. Next.
Galing din po ulit kay Jency Bantis. May selling po ba sa Transpo?
Ay, wala po. Pero ano lang sinasabi, hindi siya selling na amount, pero may limit, no? Ano yon? It should be ordinary and necessary. So, yung transpo mo, halimbawa, naka-jeep ka, magkano yung expense mo a month? So, ano ginawa mo maghapon? Nakasakay ka lang sa jeep, no? So, may selling yan. It should not be excessive, no? Kasi, kahit nasabihin natin na it doesn't require proof, pero wag naman sobra-sobra na dahil walang proof, lagyan mo na ng pagkalaki-laki, no? Parang wala nang ginawa yung tao mo, sumakay na lang ng jeep maghapon sa sobrang laki nung kinlaim ninyo na transpo allowance, no? So, yung tamang-tama lang. Okay. Next.
Pagaling kay Himaya Sinabre.
Okay.
Can we claim training expenses for online classes na foreign ang provider? Their invoices are only emailed and system generated.
Oo, pwede yan. Electronic na po tayo Pag system generated kasi, iba na yung ano dyan, mode, no? So, pwede po yan yung system generated na mga receipts, no? Anyway, mag-iiba na rin kasi yung taxation natin Yun yung taxation without physical presence. So, mai-improve na yung taxation system natin by way of withholding, no? So, worldwide na yung withholding natin, hindi na local, no? O kaya yung local natin, worldwide na rin yung withholding. Pwede na rin siyang mag-withhold all over the world. Kaya meron na tayong tax officers without borders, no? So, pwede. Pwede yan.
Galing kay Miss J, yung mga thermal receipts like sa National Bookstore, pwede ba siya gamitin as long as nakalagay yung name ng taxpayer, address, and TIN? Or need pa rin po bang ipamanual ang receipts?
Mas maganda ipamanual nyo. Actually, bawal na ngayon yung thermal eh. No? I don't know. Siguro yung mga luma pa yung permit. Pero sa mga bagong permits, hindi na po ina-allow yung mga thermal papers. Kasi nawawala siya. After 3 months, wala na, labo na. So, anong gagawin nyo kung yun talaga ang ginamit nyo? Pa-xerox nyo. Kasi yung xerox hindi na wawala. And then, i-attach nyo na lang dyan yung resibo, no? Pero kung corporate kayo at you have your system, manghingi talaga kayo ng official na sales invoice. Huwag kayo mag-rely doon sa cash register machine tape. Bago naman kayo bumili, sabihin nyo na doon sa cashier so that ibang klase ng resibo yung ibibigay nila sa inyo, considering that you are going to keep those records as your expense na kiniklaim mo for purposes of recording and claiming your deductions with the BIR. O magbibigay din naman sila. Okay, next.
Galing kay Marite Samson.
Okay.
Sino po dapat magbayad ng documentary stamp tax sa contract of lease? Sa loans and advances, sino po dapat mag-shoulder ng DST?
Di ba sa loans, sino nagsushoulder ng mga doc stamps? Di ba yung nangungutang, no? Sino 'yon? The debtor and the creditor, no? So ang creditor, siya yung nagsushoulder kasi ina-add on naman yan na charges doon sa loan na in-acquire niya, no? So, yung tanong mo kung sino nagbabayad, usually sa debtor at creditor, it's the creditor, it's the nangutang. Pagdating naman sa lease, karamihan dyan ang nagbabayad, yun pa rin yung lessee, hindi yung lessor. Bakit? Kasi pag nagawa na yung contract of lease, pupunta na sa BIR yung lessee, siya yung may dala-dala ng contract of lease, so siya yung sisingilin, no? Kasi sa payment kasi ng doc stamps, depende yan sa agreement ng dalawang katao. In fact, if the other party to the transaction is exempt, the other party should pay, no? So it doesn't matter sa government kung sino talaga yung dapat magbayad, basta binayaran yung doc stamps. So, sino yung user ng documents, sino magbabayad. Hindi po very particular ang load dyan sa kung sino mo bayad ng doc stamps. Kaya pag kayo nakipagkontrata, make it clear na kung sino magbabayad ng doc stamps, no? Kasi ngayon mahal na rin ang doc stamps. Okay, next.
Next question po, galing kay Portia Dolorso. Paano po treatment pag walang 1601C sa tax type pero may pasweldo sa pakyawan? So saan po i-apply yung salaries tailoring line of business po?
Sa salaries and wages pa rin, no? Pero kung pakyawan yan, di payment to contractor, no? Kasi pakyaw manghingi kayo ng resibo, ng payment to contractor nyo, o kaya, limbawa, sa repair yan, then repair and maintenance. Kasi kung pakyawan yan, at hindi naman siya regular, then lagay mo siya as payment to contractor, manghingi kayo ng resibo. Pero kung pakyawan niya na regular, then salaries and wages din talaga yan. Kasi, ano sabi ng labor dyan, kahit nasabihin mong pakyawan ang mode of payment yan, nagiging regular na sila, kaya nga, naging employee mo na sila. No, magbibigay ka na ng benefit sa kanila. So, isama mo sila sa salaries and wages.
Sabi naman po, paano treatment pag walang 1601C sa tax type?
Kung wala kang 1601C sa tax type, pwede mo pa rin i-claim. Kasi halimbawa, wala ka namang withholding because minimum wage earner sila o kaya hindi umabot ng 250,000 yung income nila for the year, then pwede lang yun. Kung wala kang 1601C, you can still claim the salaries and wages. No? Pwede pa rin. Gawa ka ng 1604C at then 1604C hindi pala pwede, no? Pag walang payment. No?
Alpha list. Yung form lang mismo pwede. Pero pag yung alpha list.
Alpha list, hindi pwede.
Pero yung form na annual, pwede.
Yung alpha list pwede kasi may payment o may ano eh, may employee eh. Mhm. So, pwede po. Pwede kayong mag-claim pa rin ng salaries and wages kahit wala kayong 1601C. Kasi yung iba, ma'am, wala akong 1601C, dapat ba mag-file ako ng 1604? C, alpha list? Kailangan kasi may empleyado ka, kaya wala kang 1604C kasi wala kang dapat bayaran ng withholding, pero may empleyado ka. But your employees are exempt from that tax, kaya wala kang i-withhold. No? At saka alangan naman na lagay ka ng 1601C na wala ka namang payment. No, that's impractical. No? Sige, next.
Next question po kay Lilia Rote. Cash sale invoice ay valid po ba? Then official receipt?
Sales invoice po ang sinasabi sa batas natin, no? But in some cases, kung percentage tax ka, pwedeng i-allow ng printer sa iyo yung cash sales invoice. Pero ang allowed talaga, lalo na pag VAT ka, sales invoice lang. Hindi cash sales invoice. Kasi yung cash sales invoice, parang restrictive yan siya sa cash lang na sales. Papaano naman yung mga sales on account mo? No? So, yung cash sales invoice mo is just a secondary receipt. Ang primary receipt talaga is the sales invoice. Okay. Next.
Galing kay Marites Samson.
Okay.
Ano pong entry dun sa payment sa security services other than the ASF?
Ano yung ASF? Yung annual?
Baka AFS.
Oh. So, anong entry doon sa security
Opo.
services?
Entry dun sa payment sa security services other than the ASF.
Yung mga salaries yun ng security guard eh, no? So, the same. Paano ba ang payment mo? Yung debit mo yung expenses, credit cash, no? Or debit the expenses, credit accounts payable, or you debit the expenses, and then yung i-credit mo yung cash, and yung i-credit mo yung withholding tax payable, no? Okay.
Galing pa rin po sa kanya kung sino daw po ba mag-claim ng salaries ng security services expenses, agency or client.
Dapat hindi yan hindi yan clear doon sa regulations, no? So sino ang magki-claim? Sino ba nagbabayad ng salary ng agency? No? Dapat ang pa rin, ang agency. Why? Kasi accountable siya diyan eh. No? So, ang nag-iba lang naman diyan yung basis ng withholding, no? Pero sino talaga yung proper claimant ng salaries and wages? It's the agency, hindi yung may-ari. Why? Kasi pagka ano ba nakalagay sa kontrata? 'Di ba ang may perma diyan yung security agency at saka yung may liability the supervision over the securities is the agency. Kaya ang tama lang na mag-claim ng salaries and wages at saka yung nagbabayad ng mga SSS niya lahat, 'di ba agency din. So dapat ang mag-claim talaga diyan ng salaries ng security guard is the agency, no? Agency talaga. Pero for purposes of paying only the value-added tax, net niya yung salaries. No?
Sino daw po gagawa ng 2316 ng security guard?
Agency pa rin, no? Agency, hindi po ang Kasi sa kontrata 'yan, yung agency at saka yung client nila may kontrata 'yan eh. Kaya ang may employee diyan na gagawa ng 2316 is the agency. Okay, next.
Tapos tama po ba sa EFS ng security agency, service fee lang yung revenues?
Ilagay mo yung gross, tapos i-list mo yung salaries. Hindi po tama yun. Kasi pagdating sa resibo, nagresibo ka doon na ng gross eh. No? Kasi hindi naman papayag na mangolekta ka doon sa kinolekta mo na yung payment for the salaries and then reresibuhan mo lang sila nung agency fee. Hindi yun. No?
Ano po entry upon billings kasama yung salary ng expense at ASF?
Entry sa billing?
Entry upon billings kasama yung salary ng expenses at ASF.
So, yung usual na accounting, ano ba yung tingnan nyo dyan sa video natin sa accounting for service, ano? Don't be very particular doon sa basis for VAT, ha? Basis lang yung for VAT na net of government, of the agency fee. Pero lahat ng records mo dyan, you follow the standard ng accounting. No? Do not be confused. Kasi ang pinag-uusapan doon sa net of salary, agency fee lang yun for VAT purposes. For income tax purposes, iba naman. At saka for recording purposes, iba. I-account mo talaga pati yung salary ng employee.
Ako, galing kay Jen Tria.
Hmm.
Sabi niya, ma'am, usually kasi gumagawa nito mga CPA. Paano po yung hindi naman under ng SEC? Sa CDA po regulated ang mga cooperative.
Yes, CDA po. Ang CDA, nag-accredit din sila. Anong tawag sa kanila? SEIA or the Certified External Auditor. Yun po yung tawag doon sa mga CPAs na magsi-certify ng mga cooperatives. SEIA, CAA, no? Certified External Auditor. Kasi nga sabi ko nga sa inyo, may sarili ng accounting framework ang cooperative.
Next question po, kay Lilia Rote. Kung
Okay.
negative lost income, no dividend, tama po ba?
Yes, no dividend. Kaya nga very clear na yung SEC, yun sa reconciliation ng declaration ng dividend na dapat meron ka talagang written earnings na positive or kaya niyang bayaran yung dividend declared mo. Kasi bakit? Bawal kasi na mag-declare ka ng dividend na wala kang written earnings. Why? Because that is tantamount to return of capital. At bawal ang isang stockholders na kukunin niya yung return of capital niya once the corporation is already existing because of the trust fund doctrine po ng corporation. Ano yung trust fund doctrine? Yung shareholders capital mo is preserved for the payment of the creditors of the corporation. Kaya hindi mo pwedeng i-withdraw yan. No? Okay.
Next question po, kay RJ Diaz. Ma'am, pag sa advertising po ba, di ba yung you are not really sure if nag-benefit yung company kasi di naman nag-predict yung
Yes.
outcome ng advertising,
Yes.
whether it's effective or not.
Sa tinatawag natin na advertising, may ano din yan may failure din, di ba? No, may failure. So, halimbawa, ito na lang ang test. Halimbawa, kumuha ka ng advertising o nagbayad ka ng advertiser mo or endorsers. Is it an ordinary expense? No? Para malaman mo na ordinary expense, as to the amount, material ba yung amount? Halimbawa, kagaya si Chris Aquino, kinuha mo siya endorsers. 30 million. Magkano lang yung sales mo during the year? 10 million lang. Tapos nagbayad ka ng endorsers na 30 million. So that is very material. Ibig sabihin lang, kahit ubusin mo pa yung buong taon mo na income, kulang pa doon sa pambayad, no? So that is but practical na hindi mo talaga siya kaya na i-outright expense mo during the year. No? Kaya i-amortize. At saka malalaman mo naman halimbawa nag-advertise ka this year kay Chris Aquino. So, ibig sabihin lang yan, ikaw mismo, ma-feel mo na up to the next year, kaya mo pang maramdaman mo pa ang effect noong endorsement, no? Kaya yung ibang advertising naman na pumalpak, pero material yung amount, hindi mo rin pwede yan i-outright na expense, no? Although sa accounting, ang sinasabi talaga ng accounting, yung advertising is outright expense. Okay.
Next question po, galing pa rin po sa kanya. If the advertising contract states that is good or number of years, then in my opinion, it should be amortized.
Yes, pwede po. Pwede po. Halimbawa na merong advertising agency kayo, nakipagkontrata kayo for 3 years, then make it 3 years, no? Kung in that case, talagang ano siya, reasonable, no? Na gawin mo talaga siya 3 years. Okay.
Next question po, kay Luigi Valeri. Notes to FS, ano pong required disclosure sa related party transactions?
Ang dami, no? Ang anong nakalagay sa related party transactions, the name of the company, the name of related parties, the nature of the transactions, the amount of the transactions, and then kung secured ba o unsecured yung ginawa ninyo na kontrata or whatever, no? So marami. May guidelines tayo dyan sa accounting standards number 24, no? Past 24 on related parties.
Next question po kay Miss Cupcake. Pwede po paki-explain yung related party transaction. Ano po yung nakapaloob doon?
Okay. Akin na yung Hari, FS, no? Ano yung nakapaloob? Marami. Yun, kuha ka doon ng isa. Ayun, no? Makapal yan. Okay. Tingnan natin yung sabi mo, bigyan kita ng sample. Related party transactions. Ito. Oh, ipakita mo sa kanya, ano mo muna, Hari. Ito lang, oh. Ano mo lang sa kanya dyan, yung related party transactions. Ipakita mo ito. At tapos sabihin ko sa kanya isa-isa. Yung related party, ayan, caption. Yan po ang presentation ng related party transactions. Nakikita?
Kita ba?
Oo, tingnan mo doon, no? Hindi. Okay. Sige, akin na. Explain mo sa kanya. Okay. So, yan po yung related party transactions. Note siya, halimbawa, note 15, no? So, ilalagay mo siya, note 15, related party transactions. And then, nakalagay siya dyan kung ano ba yung mga related party transactions that you make during the year. So, anong sabi niya dito? The significant transactions of the company with related parties in the normal course of business are described below. For the year ended December 31, kung ano yung year na yan, no? Anong sabi niya dito? Sale of services, no? So, entity under common control, yung name of the company, and then the amount of the transactions, no? And then, ang terms and conditions, no, nakalagay. The transactions and the outstanding balances and the terms and conditions, no? So, ano yung terms and conditions? Ang nakalagay dito, unsecured, non-interest bearing, collectible within 1 month after date of sale, no? Okay. There are no collaterals held or guarantees issued with respect to related party transactions and balances. No, actually ang dami pa. Pero depende ko sa kasi kung ano yung actual na related party transaction. So, ano yung standard na kailangan mo sundin, yung IAS or International Accounting Standards or yung PAS Philippine Accounting Standards 24, no? So yun po yung tingnan ninyo. Balik mo doon, Hari. Okay. Next.
Next question po, galing po kay Marites Samson. Sa disclosure po ng appropriated retained earnings, meron po ba kayong template? Kasi yearly na lang po, nag-a-assist yung client, na-disclose naman po yung BRD sa RISO approval.
Na-assess palagi sa yung tax by year. Pag alam nyo, pagka regular na kasi kayo na under audit, yearly na talaga yan, no? Nasa listahan na kayo ng ready-made na listahan na approval for audit, kaya nandyan na kayo palagi, no? So, ulitin mo yung kanyang tanong.
Sa disclosure po ng appropriated retained earnings, meron po ba kayong template? Kasi yearly na lang po nag-a-assess yung client, na-disclose naman po yung board resolution approval po.
Ang appropriated kasi dapat 1 year lang, no? Pagka ang appropriated retained earnings mo, the following year nandyan pa rin, i-assess ka na ulit kasi Bakit nandyan yan? Tinago mo lang. No, ano yon? Yung sa accumulated earnings tax, no? Improperly accumulated earnings tax. Kaya, kung halimbawa, appropriated siya this year, dapat ginamit mo na the following year. Nandun pa rin sa appropriation, i-assess ka na ulit, no? Kasi, di ba, ang examination natin is one taxable year. So, pinagbigyan ka na this year, the following year nandun pa rin. Dapat yan, kung appropriated, inappropriate mo na the following year. No? Kaya, na-assess ka ulit. No? So, 1 year kasi yung ating examination. Okay. Ma-assess ka palagi. Kaya tanggalin mo na dun sa appropriated. I-appropriate mo na.
So, galing kay Luigi. Regarding consolidated FS, kapag po ba nagsasabit ng FS sa SEC, ang subsidiary dapat naka-consolidate na sa parent or aside ng consolidated FS, magsasubmit pa rin as separately entity
Yes,
si
yes naman.
subsidiary.
Ang subsidiary may separate FS yan siya. Ang parent company, yun ang ni-require na i-consolidate niya. Kasi, halimbawa, ang dami niyang subsidiaries. And then yung subsidiaries niya is not only registered in the Philippines, even abroad, no? So, ang requirement for the parent company is to consolidate all the financial statement. Pero itong mga subsidiaries, required din sila to submit their own financial statement. No? May compliance requirement din sila. Pero hindi na nga consolidated. Ano lang, i-disclose lang nila kung sino yung kanilang parent company. Okay, next.
Galing kay Julian Yap, when po mag-start magbayad na for expanded? Nagpa-register po kami sa BIR noong February 2020.
So March 10, dapat ang bayad na kayo. Why? Because the moment na you are registered, may pasok na kayo dyan na isang taxable period. And ano yung taxable period mo? For the month of February. Pag hindi mo yan final ng month of March, may deadline na yan, mag-open case ka na. Why? Kasi, halimbawa, nag-register ka ng February 28, kinabukasan March 1. Yung February 28 na yan, papatak na yan ng isang taxable period. Magkikreate na ng open case yung ledger mo, yung tax type mo sa electronic ledger ng BIR. That's why dapat pinailan mo na. Halimbawa, wala ka pang withholding. Mag-file ka muna ng return na no transaction. Wag na hindi ka mag-file because you will be tagged as open case.
Galing kay Jen Tria.
Okay.
Kailangan po ba namin mag-hire ng external auditor para pumirma ng FS for BIR purposes sa paggawa ng FS ng cooperative? Sa CDA kasi hindi na po required.
Hindi ni-require ng CDA?
Sa CDA kasi hindi po required.
Yung ipa-certify mo yung ano? I don't know kasi nag-seminar pa kami sa CDA. I-require po nila. Kasi kung just in case na hindi naman talaga ni-require, kayo yung nakipag-usap dun sa CDA, at sabi nila hindi na-require, then pwedeng hindi na, no? Kasi CDA na yan nagsabi at saka regulatory agency sila. So kayo na yung mag-file, but be sure na yung ginawa ninyong financial statement conforms with the accounting framework for the CDA, no? Okay. Sige, next.
Galing kay Sweet Divine.
Wow.
Pwede po ba i-include sa itemized deduction ang SSS, pag-ibig, and other deductions
Yes.
even if hindi na-register ang compensation as withholding sa
Yes,
COR?
pwede po. Pwede po talaga. Pwede po. Kasi may resibo naman yan. At saka yun nga sabi natin, wala ka namang 1601C sa COR mo because exempted yung ang inyong employees from the withholding of taxes for compensation. But mandatory yung SSS contribution.
Next question po, kay Kihano Lady May. Magkano naman po yung penalty ng company pag hindi po nakakomply?
Saan? Anong hindi nakakomply?
Yun lang po.
Yung sinabi kanina ng SEC, yung mga violations doon, hindi din siya naglagay ng amount. Pero ano yun, pupunta ka sa SEC at magpa-evaluate ka doon. And then sila yung magbibigay sa inyo ng amount ng penalty, no? Hindi talaga nila sinasabi. Okay. Next.
Next question po, galing kay Chess, hello. Just want to just want to know if the ITR sales does not totally in your VAT sales declaration, ano po yung treatment sa unrealized sales po?
Ulitin mo nga. Bakit hindi siya magtatali? Sige, ulitin mo yung question.
Just want to know if the ITR sales does not tally in your VAT sales declaration, ano po yung treatment ng unrealized sales?
Unrealized sales? Hindi bang tatali yung VAT returns mo at saka yung income tax return mo? Ang gagawin diyan ng BR, whichever is higher, ang difference is your unreported income, no? Halimbawa, malaki yung income tax mo, so meron kang unreported sa VAT. Halimbawa naman, malaki yung VAT mo, so meron kang unreported sa income, whichever is higher, no? So, kung mataas yung income mo, i-assess ka sa VAT. Kung mataas naman yung VAT mo, i-assess ka sa income, no? So, yun yung mangyayari. Next.
Dapat po ba mag-recognize na din ng deferred output VAT? Example, the company is using accrual basis. We only pay VAT for the gross billing or the amount cash received.
Gross receipts kayo kasi services. Yes, pwede po. Mag-recognize na kayo ng deferred na output tax kasi it will benefit your future, no? Claim payment sa VAT. Next.
Galing kay Adrian Suba.
Okay.
Yung mga toll and escort vehicle services po ba ay belong sa services at 2% po ba ang corresponding
Yes.
expanded withholding tax rate?
Yes po, 2% yan kasi considered yan services, no? So yun yung mga services na 2%, no? Agency fee, yung mga janitorial services, mga 2% yan. Utilities, 2% yan, considered services. Ang hindi lang 2%, yung mga management consultancy services, mga professional fees, no? Iba na ang rate niyan. Pero yung mga ganyan na kategory ng construction, contractors, transportation, delivery charges, 2% po yan, no? Yung repair na labor, 2% yan na services, no? So consider pa yan, kasama pa yan doon sa 2%. Next.
Galing kay Daryl, ipapadisallow po kasi ni BIR as salaries and wages kung wala ka pong 1601C
Oh,
sa
hindi
COR. Paano daw
yun.
po ba yun?
Hindi yan pwede. Bakit? Bakit ka may 1601 exempt yung ano mo? I-disallow nila kung meron kang employee na dapat i-withhold and then hindi ka nag-withhold, no? So dapat lang na wala kang 1601C, yung empleyado mo are regular sila pero puro minimum wage, no? Kasi the moment na nag-claim ka above minimum wage tapos hindi ka nag-withhold, i-disallow talaga for failure to withhold, no? Pero kung wala ka naman dapat i-withhold, then pwede ninyo po kayo request na reconsideration. Okay.
Next
Next.
question po kay Alan Santiago. Need po ba maglagay ng notes to financial statements kahit po sa individual or sole proprietorship lang po ang
Yes.
business? During assessment po kasi may penalty from notes to
Yes.
financial statements po.
Yes, kailangan po. Why? Kasi yung financial statements natin, hindi lang naman corporations ang dapat meron, no? Because the individual doing business also, minsan malaki pa sa corporation, meron din silang mandatory requirements to prepare financial statement. And once you are preparing the financial statements, the 4 mandatory financial statements, it is also mandatory for you to have a notes to financial statement. Kasi sabi nga natin, hindi maintindihan yung 4 na statements na yun kung walang notes. Kasi nasa notes ang explanation. So it's mandatory po. Magkasama talaga yan na i-file nyo. Yung notes to FS. Okay.
Galing
Next.
kay Ma'am Ami Oclarit.
Wow, nandyan din siya. Yes.
How about if the lessor ayaw magpa-deduct ng withholding tax?
Okay,
Then,
away.
ang
Away.
lessee ang mag-shoulder ng withholding tax.
Yes.
Paano ibayad sa BIR if hindi magbigay ng TIN ang lessor?
Problema talaga yan. No? Hindi bali na, kapag nag-remit ka kasi sa BIR, you will be using your TIN. Hindi naman TIN ng lessor ang gamitin nyo, di ba? Kasi ang 160619E nyo is under your name. So, hindi naman sa pangalan ng lessor, no? Ang remittance nyo dyan is sa pangalan ng lessee. Okay. So, pasok pa rin siya. Okay. Marami pa?
Yes, alam.
Ay, isa na lang.
Next question
Okay.
po, kay Roberto Fuentes Jr. Kailangan po ba palitan yung mga old na ask for receipt, ma'am? Kasi may bagong design na po ang ask for receipt.
Kailangan po. Bakit? Kasi hindi na ask for receipts ngayon. Penalty na yung nakalagay doon. Why? Kasi bakit pinalitan niya ng BIR? Because ang daming establishment na nagsasabi na we're not issuing receipts because our customers are not asking for receipts. Kaya pinalitan niya ng BIR. No? Ano nilagay niya doon? This establishment should issue receipts. Failure to issue receipts, report it to itong telephone number. No? Kasi para sa kanila, hindi effective yung ask for receipt. No? Kasi kung hindi nga naman manghingi ng resibo, so absuelto na yung business establishment. So, ginawa nila, i-report mo yung hindi nag-issue na resibo. Yun na yung nakalagay ngayon sa notice. Anong oras na?
5:32.
How many viewers?
103.
Wow, talaga? Okay. So, wala na?
Meron ba?
Okay. Okay.
Next question galing kay Chess. For non-audited FS, it is really necessary to attach the notes to FS?
Ano yun? Nan?
For non-audited FS,
Oh.
is it really necessary to attach notes to FS?
Non-audited. So, wala naman sinasabi kasi na pagka hindi audited, hindi ka na maglagay ng notes. Necessary pa rin because you are also preparing the mandatory na 4 na financial statements na yon, yung balance sheet, income statement. At sabi nga natin, hindi mo siya maintindihan kung walang explanation which is contained in the notes to financial statement. So, dapat meron pa rin.
Galing kay Luigi.
Okay.
Di ba ma'am yung sales per 2550Q or 1702
Okay.
ay based on actual cash receipts? Then yung sales na nilalagay sa FS is based on accrual method. Ano pong gagawin na disclosure sa difference?
Ulitin mo, 1702Q?
Hindi ma'am. Di ba ma'am yung sales per 2550Q
Ah,
or 1702 ay based on accrual cash receipts?
oh,
Then yung sales na nilalagay sa FS is based on accrual method.
oh.
Ano daw pong gagawin na disclosure sa difference?
Kaya nga sa books of accounts nyo, meron tayong video dyan na meron kayong adjustment, no? Hindi talaga, you cannot go away with adjustment. Kaya nga tinitingnan ko yung videos ko sa how to close your books of accounts and then how to make adjustment in your books of accounts. Wala eh. Wala masyadong nanonood. Sabi ko that is very important, no? Very important yan. Kaya yung sinasabi mo dyan, magkaroon ka talaga ng adjustment. Where, in what account, so, titingnan mo, kasi isa-isahin mo yan. Depende kung anong account yung nandyan na dapat kang magkaroon ng adjustment, no? Kasi sabi mo sa sales. Sa sales na lang, in your sales sa annual income tax return, dyan na yung pinaka summary lang lahat ng nangyari mo, result of your operation during the year. So, lahat ng adjustment mo, ipasok mo dyan, no? So, yung mga accruals na sinasabi mo, kung ano yung mga dapat i-adjust mo pagdating ng annual income tax return. No? So, we will have our question and answer din mamaya, no? Sa 8 to 10, Hari. We still have our live na, sa tax training naman po yun. Ito tax training din to eh, no? So, we will invite you also, no? So, meron tayong 2 hours din. At i-discuss ni Hari dyan yung yung version na ngayon, ano yun, version 7.7? 7.8 na sa ating EBIR, no, form. So, discuss yan ni Harry mamaya. And also, we will have our question and answers. Meron pa?
Meron pa, ma'am.
O, sige.
Hindi na po ba talaga required ang audited FS for 8% income tax rate or OSD options ng individual taxpayer?
Alam nyo, wala akong nakitang regulations, no? Silent sila, no? So, siguro ang pinakamaganda, you ask the district where you are registered, no? Kasi sometimes hindi rin pare-pareho yung sagot nila. Merong iba nagsasabi na okay na, pwede na walang attachment. Meron ding iba na magsasabi na kailangan pa. So, para safe tayo, safe din kayo, you ask the district where you are registered.
Next question po kay Roberto Puentes. Ano pong steps para makakuha ng AS receipt na bago? May deadline na po ba?
Ay, dalhin nyo po yung COR ninyo. Wala pong deadline yan. Pero kasi kung dati na kayong registered sa BIR, dalhin nyo lang yung COR nyo and then manghingi kayo. Wala pong bayad dyan. Manghingi kayo sa BIR where you are registered. Oh? Okay. Okay, so with that, I would like to say thank you and see you tomorrow.